Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If an Evil Assassin Reincarnated in Naruto as a Human-Tailed Beast. Let the tale begin. Chapter 101, Slaughter, Conspiracy, and Root. Now, Minato and Kushina didn't know what to think at first. They expected a big fight, they expected to witness a large-scale conflict, to get a taste of the war without actually being deployed in it yet. The last thing they expected was a one-sided slaughter. In all fairness, all the signs were there. Since the beginning, Ken hadn't even flinched when faced with that many shinobi. He tore through men and women alike with ease, his hands moving so fast that blood barely even stained his fingernails. Well, they seemed more like claws now. The opposing shinobi had tried to fight back, some using water jutsus, creating a small lake and numerous water dragons, which forced Minato to grab Kushina and jump further away. He hadn't let go of her from the moment the terrain around them started getting destroyed. He was faster, so he was able to help her dodge any stray attack. Kushina also didn't seem to dislike it, so she didn't say anything about it. She just continued watching from the distance, while in Minato's arms. The water dragons looked a bit intimidating to her, but they didn't even seem to faze Ken. He just ran through the powerful streams of water without any issues, without even stopping or slowing down. The two genin also noticed the scales covering Ken's skin. He had turned into a monster completely, and his tail also started tearing through his enemies. And when he grabbed a sword from one of the fallen shinobi? Well, the scene became even more chaotic, as he seemed to be more skilled with a blade than with his hands. Moonlight reflected off of his dark, jade-green scales. He looked like a moonbound monster, an abomination that thrived while soaked in the blood of his enemies. But strangely, neither Minato nor Kushina felt intimidated or scared by the sight. It was unnerving at first, sure. They weren't quite used to seeing that much blood. Although they weren't exactly strangers to death. But at the end of the day, the person they were looking at fought to protect them. He had shown them respect, kindness. If they were to fear him, then they truly would have been ashamed. They had found him creepy at first, but that was before they understood that he had good intentions. Regardless, the fight was over very quickly. Be it fire, water, earth, or lightning, nothing seemed to actually injure Ken. The lightning seemed to be the only thing managing to slow him down slightly, but he seemed to be able to force his muscles to move even if slightly paralyzed. Even so, the shinobi didn't get the time to try their hands at more powerful jutsu, as he was too fast for them. The entire fight had only taken 1 minute, and that entire part of the forest was ruined, but Ken was the only one left standing, sighing while atop a pile of dead bodies. His clothes were a bit wet, a bit burnt, a bit dirty. They were more like tattered rags now, but they still held up. Ken's hair was pristine, however, not even a speck of dirt or blood on it. It also still perfectly hid his face. It was clear from the beginning that he would win. There was never any doubt or fear in his mind, just a strange sense of melancholy and regret. Did that mean he would feel bad for killing so many people from now on? Maybe. But he certainly wouldn't feel bad for killing some people. But could he stop killing? Not really. The entire world was still at war, despite his efforts to stop it. He was still caught in quite a bloody conflict. Maybe after things calm down, I'll be able to lay down and relax for a bit. It was a nice thought, ideal even. But as things stood, it was nothing more than a pipe dream. Ken didn't like getting involved in the shinobi wars, but one couldn't avoid them when making deals with shinobi. They were inevitable. It was apparent that breaking the strongest alliance in the war didn't do anything to stop it as he had hoped. So the assassin was a bit stuck on what he could do to quell the thirst that some shinobi leaders had for carnage and profit. It seemed impossible really, to the point of making Ken feel dejected. At first, he only felt bad for civilians. But now, because of Minato and Kushina, he didn't even know if he was right in thinking all shinobi had it coming. It might have been a strange thought from him all along. Sure, some shinobi did deserve to die, as the mist swordsman did. But not everyone chose to become a shinobi with a clear and conscious mind. most shinobi were likely brainwashed by the adults around them to become like that. So much for peaceful ideas and not harming innocents. How does one even decide who is innocent and who isn't? The assassin could only shake his head and turn around towards the two genin he fought to protect. They seemed to be staring at him in awe. He hadn't expected that. He was expecting more fear, or at least something similar. He had let out all of his frustration on the unfortunate group of shinobi that was lying dead underneath his blood-soaked sandals. It was certainly a gruesome scene. Then again, Minato had killed before, and Kushina didn't seem that fazed about it even then. I guess things will never be as simple as black and white. The assassin slowly stepped over the bodies and walked back to the duo, who were still observing him with stars in their eyes. That was amazing. Kushina huffed as she was still held in Minato's princess carry. I'm glad the two of you enjoyed the show. Ken just sighed and gave up on trying to judge the character of the people standing in front of him. Show indeed, I doubt even teacher Jiraiya is that strong. Minato also seemed impressed. The name he mentioned also made Ken turn his head towards him slowly. Jiraiya? The Sannin? The assassin tilted his head as he flicked some blood from his hands on the ground. Yep, teacher is pretty amazing. Minato nodded as Kushina tapped him on the shoulder, likely finally realizing her situation and getting embarrassed. The young man seemed to get the message and finally allowed her to stand up on her own. Kushina patted the dust off her clothes as she looked up at Ken once more, smiling with some shyness. Well then, I guess this is fate. I am currently staying in the Leaf because I've commissioned him for a mission. Minato's eyes seemed to widen once more. He scratched his chin as he tried to remember if he had been informed of such a thing. That's unusual. Usually, teacher is the one to choose his missions. Minato wasn't unhappy, just a bit confused from what Ken could feel. It is a special circumstance. I brought the Hokage a deal he couldn't quite refuse. Ken smiled a bit as he remembered the Hokage's phase when he had claimed to ruin the Cloud Rock Waterfall Mist Alliance. It was an amusing reaction. Even the small scroll, disguised summon, on the Hokage's desk had reacted oddly. I see. Well, I doubt the teacher can refuse a direct request from the Hokage, and I'm sure he'd be more than glad to help you. You seem like a nice person. Minato clapped once as his gaze wandered back to Kushina. Seriously. Thank you for helping us. Maybe we could have dealt with 2 more shinobi, but I doubt we would have been able to do much against their reinforcements. The young man then bowed to the assassin/monster. There was no shame in showing his gratitude after all. Kushina was startled for a moment though, before she also bowed her head. To her, it was even less shameful as he had even agreed to ask her brother to visit her faster. It truly wasn't a big deal. These types of fights bore me more than they inconvenience me. Ken just waved them off with one hand before crossing his arms and turning his head back towards the ruined battlefield behind him. Besides, I don't even know if they were related. They were acting weird throughout the fight, but they weren't panicked. They clearly didn't fear death. This will be something that the Hokage has to investigate, however, as I have no desire to find out more. Ken ended up just shrugging and walking forward, away from the battlefield. Kushina and Minato stood there for a few seconds, looking at each other and at the broken corpses that were strewn across the field. The possibility of the shinobi belonging to different factions hadn't occurred to them. They had just assumed that they were. Granted, it was the logical assumption to make. But Ken had a bit of extra knowledge that they weren't quite privy to. All the shinobi I just killed had a strange seal on their tongues. I'll tell the Hokage about it, but I don't recall any organization that is known to do that. Granted, it was difficult to find public information about hidden shinobi organizations. Even the Umbu were filled with secrets. But Ken had been around plenty of Umbu, and he hadn't felt that seal on any of them. If he had, then he would have recognized it. He could guess its purposes, and he'd probably even be correct about a few guesses, but without actually studying it closely he wouldn't be able to find its actual functions. Unfortunately, my involvement in this matter will have to end here. The seal seems to disappear upon death, so there's nothing to study in this group anyway. As he was pondering those things, Minato and Kushina started following his steps. They walked behind him, looking at his long ponytail which swayed in the wind, and at his wide back. They proceeded to ask the assassin a few more questions. Some the assassin answered honestly, some he kept vague. He didn't outright give his identity to the two children, but he was sure they'd learn about it regardless. Neither boy nor girl was upset about the man avoiding answering their questions fully. They were still very thankful for his help. Eventually, the three of them returned to the village, going directly to the front gate, where panicked shinobi greeted them. Well, they greeted Minato and Kushina, quickly taking them into the village and to the hospital to run a few checks on her. They were clearly concerned that the kidnappers had done something to the Jinchuriki, at least that was how Ken saw it. But he knew everything was fine with her, so he had no reason to worry. Now, what about him? Well, he was treated about as well as any foreigner in a hidden village during war times was treated. At first, he was suspected of plotting something. A few Umbu even suggested he be incarcerated and interrogated by their top torturer. They were also odd. As in, Ken could feel the same seal on them. In the first place, the seal could be felt because it affected how one's chakra moved inside their body to a minimal extent. The seal itself was well hidden. Ken couldn't properly sense it unless the target's mouth was open and uncovered. He had the opportunity of making some of the shinobi he fought scream in pain after breaking their masks, so he was able to notice the seal. With the Umbu he met now, he could only say they felt similar and speculate at best. Regardless, something foul and shady was going on, and Ken wanted to have nothing to do with it, at least not yet. So, the assassin kindly refused the incarceration suggestion, telling them to fuck off and take him to the Hoche. He also dispelled his clone, which was still lounging about in his temporary residence there, and identified himself by taking out his mask from his wrist and putting it on. The Shinbai were a bit flabbergasted when seeing a stranger claim to be one of the most powerful assassins alive, but there was someone there to vouch for him. And it was surprisingly the young leader of the Uchiha. All of you, retreat for now. I'll make sure to take him to meet the Hokage. Fugaku huffed as he told off the gate guards and shinobi that had gathered. They had no other choice but to listen to the leader of the military police force. Even the Umbu backed off. Fugaku sighed as he proceeded to look back at the assassin, shaking his head a bit. I don't know what you did, but you seem to have caught the attention of the root. It's better if we meet up with the Hokage. I'll ask him to stop whatever else he has been doing. Ken was a bit surprised to receive the man's help, but it was clearly a matter of great importance. The assassin also somewhat understood that the root was some sort of organization within the leaf. This is looking shadier than I thought. Chapter 102, Meeting, Message and Departure. Danzo growled as he punched the desk in front of him with unrestrained fury. That goddamned assassin. He was currently underneath Konoha, resting inside the root's operational base built underneath the Kage building. In front of him were two masked Umbu, kneeling on the ground after having reported the situation with the Jinchuriki Savior plan. It was a rather simple scheme, to allow the Sand Village to attempt a kidnapping and send one male root agent to save her. The strategy was to slowly sway her in order to have feelings towards said male member, and also make her join the root. That way, Konoha had assurance that their foreigner Jinchuriki would be completely tied to their village, and Danzo himself would also have complete control over the Nine Tails. It was a flawless plan. He had even placed dozens of root members to stand by and surround the place in case one root member failed. The kidnappers had no real chance of escaping. Their entire operation was only possible because Danzo took a risk and asked one of his disposable agents to take down the barrier for a minute. Said agent was already dead. He had committed suicide on Danzo's orders. He was already titled a traitor to the village anyway. There was no point in him living as he had outlived his usefulness. The problem was that his death was now in vain. Not only had his plan failed, it had failed miserably. To add another problem to the mix, Kushina was saved by another Genin that used to be her classmate. Said Genin also just happened to be Jireya's student, who was both a Sannin and Hiruzen student, so Danzo couldn't act against him. At the very least there's a chance she'll be tied to Konoha with this. The bigger worry was the Jinchuriki starting to look up to Ken, who had killed all of his men in cold blood. The root would need a few good years to make up for the losses it had occurred in just 1 minute. The root members had likely thought Ken was one of the kidnappers, or maybe they wanted to get rid of an unknown third party. It was hard to tell for Danzo. The leader of that squad had made the decision to engage Ken on his own. He couldn't really be blamed either, as Ken was wearing a civilian disguise at the time. That didn't mean Danzo didn't resent them for wasting their lives so easily. What a waste of resources. Those lives could have been better spent doing something more productive for the village. Danzo was somewhat ignorant of the fact that it was his plan all along that had gotten the agents killed. They had only acted on orders and worked to save the Jinchuriki after things took a weird turn. But Danzo didn't actually care for their lives. To him, they were nothing more than mere resources, so he didn't even feel the need to take the blame for their deaths. I need to get rid of that annoying assassin as soon as possible, but there's nothing I can do for now. I'll have to bide my time. Before, he could have just ignored the assassin's machinations and tried to steer clear of him, keeping to himself and tending to the village. But now? Danzo couldn't possibly forgive the assassin for killing that many root members. And even more importantly, he couldn't allow there to be even a slight chance that their Jinchuriki fell for him. It was a possibility. After all, the mind of a young girl worked in mysterious ways. Minato may have saved her initially from the reports they gave, but it was Ken to clean everything up and actually save them both in the end. So now Danzo needed to take care of Ken, or at least build some scenario to make the little girl hate Ken. This just gave me a lot more work than I thought it would. As Danzo sat there, lamenting on his ever-increasing workload, Ken and Fugaku were already reporting the situation to the Hokage. Well, Ken was doing the reporting, and Fugaku was just listening with a serious look plastered on his face. Though the blind assassin assumed that was his default expression. So you're telling me those shinobi might have been unrelated? The Hokage stood in front of Ken as he took in the report. He no longer felt the need to sit down. He cupped his beard in one hand, his face showcased a grave expression. At least it felt grave to Ken, who nodded to answer his question. They most likely are unrelated. They didn't wear clothes that were all that dissimilar, but that seal on their tongue gives away the fact that they weren't the same group. His words caused the Hokage to nod once more. Now, let us not jump to conclusions too quickly. There is currently no physical evidence of this seal ever existing. The corpses are still being examined, but you did say they disappeared. Fugaku decided to interject at that point. His input was also not exactly helping Ken all that much. I guess you'll just have to trust me on this one. I am only here to warn you in the first place. I have no relation with this whole situation. Ken shrugged, not willing to argue much with the Uchiha leader. But Fugaku seemed to have taken some issue with his words. Now, I wouldn't claim that you are that trustworthy. You did leave your home unannounced at an undisclosed time. You are very much suspicious. Fugaku scowled slightly at the assassin. Ken was honestly surprised to hear such a forward accusation. Usually, shinobi tended to keep things more on the down low. But it seemed Fugaku didn't care much about talking politics with Ken. Thankfully, the blind assassin had already prepared himself for questions regarding his integrity. I only left my home when after the barrier fell. I wanted to check things out myself. I couldn't have left unnoticed earlier because of the number of people keeping an eye on my temporary residence. It's not like I ran into that Jinchuriki and that Minato brat by mistake. I was tracking them down before your shinobi even noticed Kushina was missing. Ken's words were certainly logical, a thought-out response. Fugaku only narrowed his eyes at the assassin's words. He realized that he was now unable to try and pin any more blame on Ken under those circumstances unless he was also willing to claim that their shinobi were beyond incompetent and Ken was lying about the time he had left his residence. There was also the possibility of Ken doing something more besides tracking down the kidnappers due to curiosity. But Fugaku had no way of proving that. In the end, the Uchiha leader just sighed, looking back at the Hokage who shook his head. The small black scroll / the transformed Monkey King, Enma, on Hiruzen's table also trembled slightly, signifying that their guest seemed to be telling the truth. Fine then. We'll leave this issue at that. This is an internal matter, so I'll personally thank you for your help. The Leaf Village is indebted to you. Hiruzen was the one to end the discussion once and for all, bowing slightly towards Ken. Fugaku also sighed, bowing his head slightly as well. He needed no introduction about how important the Jinchuriki was for their village. Although Fugaku was a prideful and skeptical person, he wasn't foolish. Ken had also helped him by making sure she came back safe. The intruders making it that far into their village was a huge oversight on the part of Uchiha's military police. The Red Dot had helped clean up their mess, which was something he did of his own volition. I appreciate the Leaf's gratitude. I hope that you were able to see this investigation through to the end. Ken received their bows with a nod, signaling the both of them to raise their heads quickly, which Fugaku appreciated greatly. Well then. I will get to work with the investigation, Lord Hokage. After that matter was over, Fugaku also left. He had only taken Ken to see the Hokage because the matter of the infiltration was something he was very much invested in. But he knew that the Hokage had other matters to discuss with Ken as well, matters that didn't concern him in any form or way. The Hokage understood that, so he just sighed and nodded to the Uchiha leader, who left in a hurry. Ken didn't react much to him leaving. He was still very much split on what to think of the Uchiha leader. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he turned to the Hokage. I've heard that Jiraiya has already arrived back in Konoha. Earlier than expected? Ken was told that he'd have to wait a bit more for the Toad Sannin to arrive back in Konoha, which was why he was given a residence in the first place. Well, he did make his way here a lot faster after hearing that I had a personal request for him. Hiruzen also finally walked around his desk and went towards his chair, sighing as he did so. He had a lot of things on his mind. He just hoped that the matter with Ken wouldn't bring the Leaf Village further issues. Although he did have the feeling that the favor they now owed him could prove to become an issue in the future. The Hokage shook his head as he was about to sit down, only to be stopped by Ken, who grabbed his wrist. His eyes widened as his other hand already prepared a hand sign. Enma, his summoned beast, was also reacting, preparing to jump into action at that very instant, but Ken's next words managed to almost floor the two of them. Lord Hokage, your skin is strangely smooth. How old were you again? Ken's tilted head and strange question weirded out the Hokage greatly. Enma had to stifle his laughter but stopped himself when noticing something strange. Ken was rhythmically tapping the Hokage's wrist, seemingly writing something there. The Hokage's eyes also widened as he felt that. He quickly started making out the words as he responded to the odd question. I am only 48, so my skin hasn't gotten to the point of wrinkling yet. Do I look that old to you? His answer was honest, but he was more so focused on the meaning of Ken's written words. Oh, you don't look like anything at all to me, Lord Hokage. You just sounded older, I think. Ken then let go of the Hokage's hand, before taking a step back and tilting his head once more. The Hokage nodded, both to the message he received and to Ken's actual words. He could feel the umbu above them stirring slightly. All of them had likely noticed Ken's approach and were placed on alert by it. But Ken's tall body had likely obstructed them from seeing what he was actually doing. Enma was just lucky to get a good angle on it. As Hiruzen contemplated on those things, as well as the message itself, someone else entered the room. Teacher, I came as fast as I could. Is he here already? A rambunctious and lively voice entered Ken's ears as he also turned his masked face around to greet the newcomer. A man with long spiky hair and a leaf headband on his forehead, he was also dressed as a regular jonin. He wore clothes that he had reportedly worn into the war against the Rain Village and Hanzo. While they were at least similar, Ken hoped the Sannin had more than one pair of clothes. Although he was hearing his voice for the first time, Ken needed no introduction to know who he was looking at. It was Jiraiya, in the flesh. Jiraiya! I'm glad you made it back so quickly. Our client was expecting you already. Sarutobi quickly got over his musings, quickly pretending that the previous exchange with Ken had not happened at all. Greetings Jiraiya of the Three Sannin, my name is Ken, most people know me as the Red, however. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ken still decided to greet the man, as he was unsure whether or not he would be recognized. He had already looked up who Jiraiya was as a person and knew more about him than he knew even about the Hokage. So he assumed Jiraiya wouldn't be able to recognize him on sight alone, as he wasn't the smartest person in his group of three. Surprisingly, Jiraiya seemed to instantly know who Ken was. Oh, the bounty hunter? You are the one asking for my help, that's unusual. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head with a confused face. I guess I shouldn't trust rumors so much. Ken sighed as he crossed his arms and turned back towards the Hokage. I believe it is for the better that we do the mission briefing here, Lord Hokage, you may need to convince him after all. Ken said as he walked over to the Hokage's desk and leaned on it. Jiraiya looked a bit confused, but he didn't protest, he just also crossed his arms and walked over to the Hokage's desk, prepared, and somewhat excited, to hear out what someone like Ken could ever need from him. Long story short, I need to meet the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku. And you are the only person that I know of able to make such a thing happen. The assassin got into business right away, not wanting to waste the time of any party involved in the mission briefing. Jiraiya was visibly surprised. He blinked a few times before opening his mouth and asking the obvious question. And why do you need to meet him? You seem to have mastered Sage Mode already. Jiraiya was certainly intrigued. He could feel nature's energy around Ken. He could feel it revolving around the assassin constantly, which was strange, to say the least. Jiraiya himself had yet to master Sage Mode properly. He was already at the point of sensing nature energy. I need to learn more about myself, and this Sage Mode you speak of. Ken's answer managed to almost make Jiraiya fall backwards. Are you fucking kidding me? The most perfected sage I've ever seen, so perfect that I'm sure he'll blow the pants off of Ma and Pa, needs to learn more about Sage Mode? Needless to say, Jiraiya was more than intrigued at this point. To the point where the Hokage's word of approval wasn't even needed. Although, just by him being there, he provided Jiraiya with the assurance that Ken didn't have any nefarious plans. Which was the whole point of requesting the mission through him. The assassin had banked on the fact that Jiraiya trusted his master/teacher. And that seemed to have paid off, as the Toad Sannin smiled and accepted the request. Okay. I can get you there, to Mount Maiboku, I mean. I'll speak to the Toads to let you meet the great sage too. Jiraiya immediately patted the assassin on the back, hooking his arm around him and pulling him out of the office while waving back at his teacher. Teacher! I'll be off for a few days, I think. Take care of your health. Jiraiya shouted while still pulling the assassin out of the room. Ken hadn't expected such a casual interaction, but he didn't resist, as he did want to go to Mount Maiboku, and that was exactly where Jiraiya was dragging him. So the assassin also just decided to wave back to Hiruzen, also pointing up for the Hokage to see before Jiraiya slammed the door to his teacher's office. And just like that, Hiruzen was left alone in his office. Well, as alone as he could have been with a squad of Umbu hiding on the wooden posts above his head. Hiruzen just sighed as he turned his head to his paperwork. His mind was not focused on it, however. He was now back to thinking about the message Ken had sent him. Umbu possibly with seal above us, huh? Hiruzen didn't need more context to understand what Ken meant. They had just been talking about the kidnapping incident after all. He also didn't think Ken had any reason to lie to him. He wasn't quite as skeptical of Ken, especially not after the assassin had proven to not have any bad intentions by saving Kushina. Now, the Hokage had a few things he could suspect were happening. 1. Foreign shinobi had infiltrated the ranks of their Umbu and were still there despite the failed kidnapping. It was a rather stressful thought. 2. It was also possible that Ken had felt it wrong. He didn't write in a confident language, which was most likely deliberate. The red dot didn't strike Hiruzen as a person that did things without them being deliberate. So that meant Ken was only informing him of suspicion. But Ken was also renowned as a really good censor, so it was a credible source in a sense. And there was also the third and last possibility, which made the Hokage feel much more tired. Danzo is up to no good, huh? The Hokage couldn't help but sigh, pretending to be slumped in more and more paperwork that was already piling up on his desk. The next few weeks will be very busy, won't they? Chapter 103, Sannin's Curiosity and the Toad's Mountain. Jiraiya was confident in himself. Even though he and his team had lost to Hanzo, they weren't discouraged. Hanzo was a person close in strength to the current god of shinobi, their teacher. It was already impressive that they didn't die fighting him, although that was mostly thanks to Tsunade managing to make an antidote to his poison. Although, Tsunade herself was not the same after the war. Jiraiya understood her, she had lost too much in it, and no longer wanted to have anything to do with it. She was off on her own now, which was a bit concerning to Jiraiya, who knew her habits, but he also knew she was strong, so he trusted she'd be safe in the end. He also trusted his teacher. Which was why he didn't even think about Ken having bad intentions with the Toad Sage. Ken's whole reputation could only really be summed up by the world infamy after all. Jiraiya found his exploits to be quite frightening. He was a figure at least on par with Hanzo when it came to status, and he wasn't believed to be any weaker than anyone by the world at large. Overall, he was a person that warranted both fear and respect. Therefore, Jiraiya decided to treat him casually to see how he would react. To better judge his character on his own. Much to his surprise, Ken didn't seem to care at all. He even allowed himself to get dragged out of the Kage's office. The assassin did start walking by his side after leaving the office, but it was already enough to establish that the assassin wasn't a violent man, or at least he wasn't stuck up and impulsive. Jiraiya was pleased with that conclusion, so he proceeded to go outside with the assassin, who followed him without exchanging many words. No one stopped them, and no Anbu came after them either. Ken was still dressed in his tattered civilian clothes, so he took out a coat and covered his body with it. Jiraiya didn't react much to that, he just started speaking about their next steps. So, first of all, I want to go and talk to my team. I have to inform them that I'd be away for a while. You can come with me, we'll leave right afterwards. The Toad Sannin's words rang out as they left the large doors of the Kage building. I can stick around. I don't have anything else going on right now. The blind monster simply nodded and continued following the Sannin, who quickly increased his pace after they left the courtyard. The two of them jumped from roof to roof at a moderate speed for Ken. Jiraiya then stopped suddenly, prompting the assassin to do the same. What is the matter? The assassin asked as he spread out his senses slightly and turned his head in the same direction, trying to find what the Sannin was looking at. Lo and behold, it was a bathhouse. With, presumably, women in it. Ken could feel their bodies through the steam, but he didn't care to focus on them hard enough to make out their exact shapes. Jiraiya was a lot less reserved. He took out what Ken assumed was a pair of binoculars, and laid on his belly, signaling the assassin to do the same. Can you see it? One of life's many beautiful treasures. The perverted Sannin didn't even bother checking if Ken had tried to hide himself, he was just too enraptured by the sights. Ken didn't bother crouching or anything, he only stood there with his hands hanging by the side, too stupefied to even know how to react. I am a blind man. That seemed to be enough to make Jiraiya exclaim in surprise. What? Loudly. Obviously, someone down in the bathhouse heard the commotion and decided to look up. Ken immediately turned into a blur when he felt her move. He landed directly on a different roof and proceeded to observe the scene that ensued with his non-eyes from the distance. First, the Sannin didn't realize he was noticed by the women below, too surprised by what he had just heard. Then he inevitably noticed when they started throwing whatever they could find at him. Soap, brushes, shuriken and water dragons? There were apparently some shinobi among the women inside. Jiraiya may have been a pervert, but at the very least he was skilled. He managed to dodge most of them after the first bar of soap hit him in the face and broke the binoculars he was using. After that, he turned into a puff of smoke and evaded the rest of the attacks. Ken decided not to comment on the incident and just went forward to the training grounds where Jiraiya's students were already waiting. He recognized Minato from the moment he had spread out his senses in the village. "Hello children, my name is Ken. I am also known as the Red Dot by many." The assassin's gruff voice broke through the silence as he appeared in front of the children, standing tall with his arms crossed. Minato almost instantly recognized him, putting two and two together as his eyes shined. But he decided to not speak out. It was the smart choice on his part, as he didn't exactly know how much was public about the situation. There were matters that greatly affected their village's well-being, and they couldn't be spoken about in the open. The children each introduced themselves, including Minato, who claimed he'd become the Hokage in the future with pride in his voice. "Hokage, huh? Is he trying to impress me or something?" Regardless, he does seem to have the talent for it. Ken sighed as he spoke to the children a bit more, and after a few minutes, Jiraiya also showed up, looking completely fine, if not a bit out of breath. "Apologies. I got lost on my way in life." The Sannin didn't seem to look any different than he did when he entered the Hokage's office. Minato and the other children immediately started speculating about what he was doing. "I bet he was off peeping into the bathhouse again." They hit the nail right on the head. It likely wasn't even close to the first time, though Ken didn't need any confirmation for that. Jiraiya also didn't confirm nor deny it. He merely glanced at Ken with what the assassin assumed to be a bit of embarrassment before coughing into his own hand and looking at his students with a serious gaze. "The three of you will have to do some self-studying today. I have a personal mission, and I'll be away with Lord Ken. I don't know when exactly we'll be back, so don't be surprised if you don't hear from me in a day's time or so." The students quickly stopped speculating and immediately nodded at their teacher's words. It seemed that they still respected their teacher, despite his odd habits. Ken still found it difficult to take the Sannin as seriously as before. Well, let's hope he doesn't try peeping on the toads or something like that. He just hoped the Sannin would be able to salvage whatever was left of his professionalism, to at least last him till the end of the mission. All he needed to do was take him there anyway. Ken could leave on his own or ask the toads for help. The assassin didn't quite know why Jiraiya claimed he'd be spending a long time there. Maybe he's trying to gain an alibi in order to do something shady? Immediately, thoughts of Jiraiya disguising himself as a woman and entering the bathhouse appeared. Ken immediately thought of warning the Hokage as well. Well, Jiraiya seemed awfully casual earlier. It's safe to assume this isn't the first time that happened, so the Hokage should be aware of it. Ken ended up just shaking his head and deciding to mind his own business. Jiraiya was likely relatively tame if no one had done anything about it yet. After Jiraiya was done giving a speech to his students, they all nodded and went off to train. Minato only looked back once, giving Ken one last look before leaving for good. Now, that was interesting. The perverted Sannin spoke out, either referring to what had happened earlier with the bathhouse or Minato. Ken couldn't quite tell. "Let's just forget about earlier." Ken shook his head, knowing there was no point in talking about it in the first place. Jiraiya seemed to agree, as he nodded with a stupid smile on his face before biting his finger and placing his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A seal spread on the ground and a giant puff of smoke appeared where the Sannin's arm touched the ground. Ken took a few steps back as he felt a larger being appearing underneath Jiraiya's hand. The blind assassin could feel it through the smoke, a gigantic toad with a scar over its left eye. Its tongue had a series of stud-like piercings on both the upper and lower side. It also wore a large open vest and carried a massive blade at its hip. In its gigantic toad mouth was a large pipe from which Ken assumed all the smoke was coming from, as the one from the jutsu should have dispersed at some point. "Gamabunta! I'm glad you could make it." Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the toad's head with his arms crossed. He raised his head to the sky and gave a deep laugh, as he did his best to look cool. "What do you want, you brat?" The toad's deep voice reverberated throughout the entire training field. Ken just tilted his head from the side when hearing the gigantic summon speak out. Its size was easily as great as a tailed beast. "I need you to take me and my friend to Mt. Maiboku," Jiraiya exclaimed with a proud look on his face, as he turned his head towards Ken, who was still observing the giant toad. Gamabunta turned its head towards Ken, eyes shot wide open as it finally noticed the assassin's presence. Huh? A brat like you can even hide from him dash. No, you're not normal. Gamabunto sniffed the air around Ken as it brought his face closer to him. He was impressed at first, a man with such skill that he could even hide from a sage. But then he noticed that Ken's entire body was shrouded by nature energy, making him indistinguishable from his surroundings. A cloak of nature energy. Is he a sage? No, this doesn't even feel that natural, to begin with. Humans shouldn't ever have this type of control over nature energy. I'm glad you can already tell that I'm not normal. It means I was right in reaching out to the toads. But the one I need to speak to is the great toad sage. Unlike Gamabunta, the regular turtle summons, no matter how big, usually couldn't tell that he was much different from other humans. Only the elder turtle could tell the difference, unless he used his scaled sage mode, of course, but he didn't even look human in those moments anyway. Meanwhile, Gamabunta sniffed him out right away. You want to speak with Great Geezer? Fine! The giant toad huffed some smoke, while Jiraiya on his head started complaining about getting ignored for too long. He didn't get to do that for long though, as Gamabunta acted quite fast. His tongue extended at unexpected speeds, coiling around the blind monster as it brought him into the toad's mouth. Ken didn't struggle nor bother to dodge, he merely allowed himself to be pulled into the toad's mouth. Jiraiya followed him soon after that, apparently being pulled into the frog's belly, screaming at it to stop. He patted off the toad's saliva while spitting in its mouth a few times and cussing at it, which made the stomach of the frog morph and punch him in the stomach? Ken just watched silently as the Sannin recovered his composure. Sorry you had to see that, Gamabunta likes to play jokes on me. Jiraiya patted his stomach with a smile on his face, while Ken just turned his head towards him. Well, you can rest assured, I didn't see anything, I never do. But why are you coming with me again? Ken's words made the Sannin awkwardly scratch the back of his head before he clapped his hands together and said, I want to meet the great toad sage too. Maybe he'll give me some pointers on how to better enter sage mode. Ken just nodded at his words, while he felt their surroundings on the outside completely change in an instant. It was a strange way to confuse and overload one's senses. A reverse summoning will always leave me a bit dizzy, huh? We're here, come out. Ken could feel the ripples in his surroundings as the giant toad spoke out. The assassin merely chose to follow Jiraiya and exit the toad's mouth. After coming out, the Sannin turned around and looked at Ken with quite a bit of excitement. Welcome to Mount Maiboku. Chapter 104, Maiboku, Gamamaru, and Origin of Beasts. The Sannin's words rang out as he spread out his arms in a flamboyant fashion. Ken's head tilted to one side as he felt his surroundings with great interest. Nature energy was abundant, more so than ever. No amount of forestry and green pastures could ever compare to what he was feeling now. And he felt his body morphing subconsciously, filling with power. He could feel hundreds of toads, varying sizes and ages, all wandering about in their day-to-day lives. All of them wore clothing, and they all spoke to each other. It felt jarring, as if he was looking at just the usual human civilization, thriving and prancing around happily. Besides Gamabunta, there were plenty of others of similar sizes, toad warriors, the size of small villages. If I remember correctly, Konoha is allied with the toads. I guess I can understand why they are considered the strongest nation. After all, it wasn't just the toads. Besides having the strongest tailed beast, the current god of shinobi, and several Kage-level entities, they also had all three great summons contracted with them. It was simply unfair to compare them with the other nations. Even so, they were unable to help the Uzumaki when they were on the brink of destruction. And they were unable to win the war against the great alliance that opposed them single-handedly. Despite having all that strength, they were still spread out too thin. Too few allies, too many enemies. The current Hokage was also said to be against the nuke option, which meant that losses would accumulate over time as the war progressed. At least the destruction of the alliance gave Konoha some time to breathe. But it wasn't going to last forever, the war was still ongoing. This raised one very important question. Why aren't the toads providing more support to the leaf? Maybe their alliance was not that strong. Or maybe they just didn't wish to get involved in the conflicts of humans unless actually summoned by their contractor. But they also didn't give out their contract freely to Konoha Shinobi, so few people had access to it that only one person was ever accepted, that person being Jiraiya. I guess I will never fully know unless I ask the toads or the Hokage. I don't think they'll ever answer to this specific curiosity, unfortunately. Ken ended up just sighing and focusing more on the landscape around him. Then he felt it, something he didn't even think possible before. He instinctively turned his head towards it, tilting his head. A waterfall and fountain imbued with pure nature energy, surrounded by toad statues sitting in meditative positions. The fountain seemed to be made of a substance heavier than water, likely oil. Ken could feel it constantly moving and pulling in nature energy, seemingly endlessly. Impressive, huh? Gamabunta asked, likely noticing him stalling for a few seconds. Indeed. One doesn't get to see such a beautiful land with their own eyes often, nor do they get to smell such clean and blessed air. Ken sighed, not bothering to specify that he was more sensing the sights than seeing them. Jiraiya seemed to have noticed that, which made him give the assassin a weird look. Heh, aren't you a nice child? A much smaller toad approached Ken, with another one following behind her. The one that spoke up had the voice of an aged woman. She also had small curly hair. She wore a coat which covered most of her body. The small toad that followed behind her was dressed similarly. It also had a tuft of hair on the top of its head, and another one on its chin, forming a pointed beard. He was also holding onto a small cane. Ma and Pa. Jiraiya immediately became excited upon seeing them. He ran up to them with a wide smile on his face. Both smaller toads looked up at him with what Ken could only describe as disappointment. Brat! Talk to me when you start taking your training more seriously. Pa, the one with the beard, spoke out as he smacked his cane onto Jiraiya's shin. The blind assassin sighed as he began to realize that Jiraiya felt like the butt of every joke with the toads. But it was also rather apparent that they cared for him. They cared enough to not let him recklessly practice Sage Mode unsupervised. They cared enough to answer his summons in the first place. Really, calling those two toads Ma and Pa might have been accurate, as they did seem to have a familial bond with the toad Sannin. Gamabunta also seemed to care about the Sannin, especially since it stuck around with them even now instead of going off on its own. Ma, Pa, our visitor is here to meet the Great Geezer. The gigantic smoking toad addressed the two smaller ones with respect. Ken quickly started realizing that the hierarchy amongst the toads didn't have anything to do with size, but age. This was a tad different for the turtles, but they did only grow bigger as they got older. Meanwhile, the toads seemed to not all grow as big. At least that was the case from Ken's limited understanding. Some toads appeared to get really big, Gamabunta being a good example. But there were also smaller ones that seemed to be younger. The older ones were with more wrinkles on their skin. They also had a more powerful feel to them. Ma and Pa were a good example, but Ken could feel plenty of others among the rocks. They were certainly beings with power. While they couldn't use their size like Gamabunta, they appeared to be extremely agile, and very much capable when it came to chakra and especially senjutsu. Oh, the kind young sage wants to meet Honorable Gamamaru? Ma turned her small face towards Ken, a motherly smile still plastered onto it. Some skilled sage at that. I'm sure the Honorable Geezer will be curious about him. Pa also smiled as he scratched his beard. It seemed that both Ma and Pa were able to tell that he was a sage at the very least. Gamabunta, we can leave them if you're busy with training. Ma looked up at the gigantic frog with that same smile plastered on her face. Gamabunta laughed a bit, taking the pipe out of his mouth and putting it in his stash, likely out of respect for her. I want to see what this whole thing is about before that. The toad smiled as he lowered his palm. Ma and Pa quickly got on. Jiraiya also jumped on, still clutching onto his leg for a few seconds. Ken received the message and quickly stepped onto the gigantic frog's palm as well. They walked for a minute at the very least. Mt. Mayaboku may have been a sacred site, but it was also an extremely vast one. Eventually, they reached a rather large shrine, one which Ken's senses couldn't quite get into, at least not at first. It was like a mass of senjutsu inside. It was simply impossible for him to make out the shapes inside. But the closer he got, the better an image of the inside he built. And before they entered the gigantic shrine, Ken already knew what to expect. Gamamaru was a giant frog, sitting on a chair to match its size. It felt wrinkled and old, and its eyes seemed to be almost permanently closed. At the very least Ken had yet to feel them open. Gamamaru wore a gigantic professor's hat with tassels and an orb on top of it. He also wears a necklace around his neck. That was about the extent of what Ken could feel appearance-wise. But one thing stood out, and it was somewhat obvious considering Gamamaru's title. His nature energy is simply insane. The gigantic toad seemed to be somewhat similar to Ken, as in it seemed to always have nature energy within its body. But it wasn't passively absorbing it, that was the only difference. There were also two smaller frogs in front of the great sage. They stood to the left and the right, each having its own small chair. Gamabunta opened the doors with one hand, before placing the ones he was holding on the ground in front of the old toad sages. Ma, who Ken learned was also called Shima, and Pa, who was called Fukasaku, both went forward while he and Jiraiya stood back. But Gamamaru and the other toad sages present had already noticed them. Oh, young Jiraiya and... It was at that point that the great toad sage finally got a good look at the blind assassin. And its eyes shot wide open. Oh! Ken could hear some of the people around him exclaiming in surprise, but he was so transfixed on the great sage that he didn't even care about what they were saying. I see that another one has been born, but you seem different too. The great sage's eyes remained open. Ken could feel an ungodly amount of nature energy radiating off of the gigantic toad. Another one? So you know what I actually am? Ken crossed his arms and turned his head towards the toad sage, making it look as if he was staring him in the eyes. Oh, I certainly know what you may be. The great sage then did something even more unexpected. He stood up, hopping over to Ken in an instant, towering over him. Well, even that is helpful. I've yet to meet someone that can make heads or tails of my existence. Ken's words sounded a bit discouraged, but he couldn't really be blamed. He didn't hold some great importance over being a human. He had long since stopped caring about that. He only treated people right based on his beliefs, not because they were human. But while being human wasn't important, not knowing anything about himself just felt inadequate. Since you are already this intelligent, it's safe to assume you aren't the exact same. But I'll tell you nonetheless. Gamamaru huffed as his aged eyes turned to the rest of the people in the room. It was a clear sign. All of them nodded and left. Only Jiraiya took one last look before also leaving. As soon as the doors behind him closed, Ken turned back towards Gamamaru, who sat down in front of me. Do you know the origin of the tailed beasts, young one? Gamamaru's eyes were still open. It blinked slowly as it asked that question. Ken couldn't help but tilt his head at that question. Unfortunately, no. I've not been able to find anything regarding that. The assassin answered truthfully. There was no point in lying to someone that was helping him. Well, I can tell you how they appeared, and why. Gamamaru sighed as he realized he had to tell the tale from the start. Then, Ken heard the tale of something he didn't quite expect. The 10-tailed beast. A monstrous entity, one born out of the world as if spawned by nature itself. And its nature was capricious. It fed off of the energy of others, and it trapped the entire human world within an eternal dream. Gamamaru then spoke of two brothers, the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo, and Himura, head of the progenitors of the Hyuga, the Otsutsuki. They were the two that rose up to seal the beast, being able to resist the dream because of the strength of their bloodlines. And Gamamaru was the one to teach them Senjutsu, the art of controlling and manipulating nature's energy. Their task was arduous, and they had fought for countless nights to kill the beast. And they had done so triumphantly at first. But not even 1 year later, the beast had risen again, spawned from the earth once more. After its death, it reformed in a different place within the elemental nations. And the two brothers were after it again. The cycle repeated again and again and again. But after a while, they realized that trying to actually kill that beast was fruitless. And so, they sealed it within Hagoromo, hoping for that to halt its reappearance. In exchange, Hagoromo became the first Jinchuriki and became godlike. But he was not immortal. And upon reaching old age, he decided to permanently split the chakra of the tailed beast within him into 9 parts. So that's how the 9-tailed beasts came to be, huh? It's certainly an interesting piece of history, unheard in human lands at the very least. Ken sighed as he mulled over the information he had just received. The thought of such a powerful being existing scared him slightly. It certainly helped him understand that he was not as powerful as he thought he was. At the very least, it opened up the possibility of there being even more frightening beings out and about in the world, which meant he couldn't simply rest easy and stop taking his training seriously. But throughout the story, Ken still had one question. And how exactly does this relate to my predicament? Chapter 105, A Natural Beast, Mix of Bloodlines and Sage Training. And how exactly does this relate to my predicament? The assassin's question was rather forward. He clearly found the tale that Gamamaru spun interesting. Your correlation to this story? To the story of the beasts and their creation? The great toad sage huffed when hearing the assassin's question. It had likely thought Ken would draw his own conclusion when hearing that story, and in truth, he had already drawn quite a few of them. But that didn't mean he would be satisfied without actual confirmation. To put it simply, you are a being similar in nature to the Ten-Tails. You are not exactly the same, of course, but one with knowledge of the Ten-Tails would easily make that mistake. At least that is the way you seem to be now, constantly evolving, taking in more energy from nature, making it bend to your will. The great toad sage decided to not hold back on the explanation. The blind monster could only nod, finally getting the confirmation he had so badly wanted. But did that clear up all of his questions? No. But I am certain that I started human. At the very least, I was born from a human couple. The blind swordsman could still remember the voices he had heard at birth, claiming they wouldn't be able to raise him due to his birth defect. The loving parents, the ones to lead him for death on a snowy mountain that fateful evening, when the group of samurai deserters just happened to pass by. It was a bit of sad irony, how a group of deserters were the ones to show him the warmth of a family, while his real family showed him nothing but coldness, quite literally. But still, those brief memories with them were proof that Ken was still human. And Gamamaru was also surprised when seeing how sure of that fact Ken was. He could quite refute it either. Indeed, you are not exactly the same as the Ten-Tails. But within you is a mix of bloodlines that makes you frighteningly close to it. Do you have any ideas what those bloodlines may be? Ken hoped to get more information, but Gamamaru simply shook his head. I don't know what could possibly spawn such curiosity. But it's safe to assume there is none other like you. Normally, there is a rhyme and reason within nature, a law, if you will. The sages that use nature's energy must abide by that reason if they wish to do so. But you? Gamamaru's eyes shined a bit as he looked over Ken's body one more time. He studied the energy coming off of the blind monster. He looked over it for a few more seconds before he opened up his gigantic mouth again. Not only do you not have to concentrate and meditate to gather it, but you are also more akin to a vacuum constantly sucking in nature's energy. And you don't even need to try and struggle to balance your chakra and nature energy. Although he didn't outright state it, the great toad sage pointed to one very obvious thing. Something that the turtle sage had also told him about before. You make your own rules as you go. It wasn't like Ken was ignorant of the dangers of nature energy. The fact that even he could turn into a statue meant that normal humans likely had a high chance of dying while practicing to become a sage. Thanks to his conversation with the Gamamaru, Ken now also gained a bit more understanding of what sage mode truly was for the regular human. Complete harmony and balance between someone's chakra and the nature energy they absorb from the outside through meditation. It was an arduous process for humans to achieve. But for the blind swordsman? Well, his very existence was an abnormality. Not only did his powers evolve with time, but his body also shifted subconsciously according to his will. It was, by every definition, an adaptability that went completely against the rules of nature. After all, no one being was supposed to be able to thrive in all living environments. One could make the argument that humans in general were insanely adaptable to their surroundings. But Ken was taking that to a whole new level. In the end, the assassin now had some answers. But there were still plenty of questions to be had. Things like, am I really the same as a tailed beast? Does that mean I will reform randomly in the world after I die? There was also the question of what bloodlines combined within him to make such a mutation. He'd have to look into that as well, but the great Toad Sage didn't even seem to know, so it was certainly not going to be an easy task. In the end, the assassin still got closer to finding out what he actually was. And that was already good enough. Thank you, great Toad Sage. The assassin brought his hands together, saluting the Toad Sage with a monk's greeting. It seemed fitting, as they were essentially in a shrine. The Toad Sage also seemed appreciative of the gesture. A polite youngster is always welcome in these halls. The toad laughed a bit as it gestured for the assassin to stand up straight. So, what's the plan now, child? The great sage looked at Ken with curiosity. He was clearly invested in the blind monster's story, wanting to know more. Plan? I guess I don't have much of a plan anymore. Ken shook his head as his senses bent around the hall he was in. His mind tried to paint a picture of the future, some goal on the road for him to follow. But there was really nothing he could think of anything besides striving to learn more about himself. And growing the Brotherhood, his new family, into a force to be reckoned with. Silently, he did also decide on another goal for himself. One that would take much more time and overwhelming power. One that seemed unlikely to ever happen in his lifetime. But still, it was good to strive for the impossible, right? At least in that way, one would at least have a chance of achieving a piece of it. Wandering aimlessly may be dangerous for someone like you. Gamamaru couldn't hear his thoughts, however, so he was mostly just concerned. At least he seemed to be. Aimlessly? Don't misunderstand, great sage. I have no plans to become a stagnant pool of water. I don't want to rot in this world. The blind monster shook his head and slowly turned towards the door. He slowly started walking away, his steps light and unheard. Gamamaru huffed a bit when seeing his back. I see. It's good in that case. Take care of yourself, child beast. I hope you stick around a bit longer. I will ask Fukasaku to prepare a parting gift for you, a trinket you can use to remember us toads. Ken stopped for a moment, turning his head back towards the great sage. He didn't exactly know how to respond, nor was he able to judge Gamamaru's intentions. So, instead of saying anything, he merely nodded and waved towards the great sage, before turning around and leaving. The gigantic toad returned the gesture before the assassin closed the doors to his shrine. The second that happened, Gamamaru's aged eyes narrowed as he watched the closed doors, still feeling Ken's figure getting further and further away. This world really is fortunate that someone like you was born, instead of another beast like Hagoromo predicted. Then again, you may just become that beast. I'll make preparations regardless of that. His silence didn't last long, as the other toads that were usually with him entered the shrine almost as soon as Ken departed. Fukasaku also entered the room, rubbing his pointy bears as his small body appeared before the great sage, who had already returned to his gigantic chair. I assume the talk went well, Sir Gamamaru? The old toad addressed the great sage directly as he sat down in front of its gigantic chair. It went about as well as you'd expect. He's an interesting character, young, but not hostile. He could prove quite dangerous if he ever gets a change of perspective. Gamamaru's answer made most of the toads present nod. So, what must we do? Do we get rid of him? Fukasaku asked, his yellow eyes shining slightly at the mention of violence, the easiest approach to dealing with any issue. No, no. I'm afraid he's already grown too much for any of us to handle. For now, we need to keep an eye on him. Say, which contracted species were indebted to us toads? Gamamaru didn't exactly entertain the notion, however. The great toad sage had already felt the blind monster's power. Out of all the toads within Mount Maiboku, only the great toad had any chance of dealing any real damage to Ken. So fighting him was simply foolish. Especially if Ken truly turned out to be more like a tailed beast and couldn't actually die. Fukasaku didn't try to insist on his idea either. All toads respected the judgment of the great sage. There was no going against his words, so Pa obliged and started listing the contracted beasts that they could ask to work for them. Well, there were the bats, the vultures, the ravens. There are many, Sir Gamamaru. There were indeed far too many beasts that had made contact with the toads. The great sage had imparted his wisdom to many, and they had also allowed some other species to use the sacred oil fountain in the past. They had many they could call upon. I would have suggested giving him a contract scroll for his toads, but our deal with the first Hokage prevents that. For now, let Ken choose, give him the contract scroll for one of those three you listed. They will be our gift to him, as well as our eyes. Gamamaru didn't take too long to think about it, he merely waved his hand and told Fukasaku what to do. The small toad only nodded and disappeared. Some other toads went to contact the three species to inform them of this development. Gamamaru was now left alone, sighing as his aged eyes opened once more, looking at the entrance to his shrine with a wary gaze. There's no reason to make an enemy out of him for now. I just hope that doesn't change in the future. And as he was pondering on those thoughts, Ken was off exploring Mount Maiboku. He was quite interested in the place, but more specifically, he was more interested in the sacred well fountain. He had already heard of its name from Gamabunta, who was still sticking around with him for now. It wasn't like he was a trusted ally of the frogs or anything. They left the gigantic toad with him to act as supervision. But Gamabunta was quite friendly, all things considered. It answered any questions Ken had about the place without withholding any information for the most part. At the very least, Ken was unable to tell if he was hiding something. Now, the two of them were making their way steadily towards the oil fountain. The place was about the same as Ken remembered it to be, a small waterfall of oil falling down into an oil fountain surrounded by hundreds of toad statues, likely failed sage art practitioners. Gamabunta was also able to confirm his suspicion. This place is a sacred ground, tread carefully. But as sacred as it is, it's also a burial ground for those that tried to walk the arduous path of a sage. Not everyone is as cut out for this as you are. Just further confirmation that sage arts and senjutsu were not exactly meant to be used by humans. But even so, nature still enabled them to try it. At their own risk, of course. Jiraiya was now also practicing, sitting in a meditative stance near the fountain, with Ma right beside him. Silence stretched in that clearing near the fountain. The Sannin was surrounded by reminders of what failure would lead him to. It was not an option. Dying was not an option for him. But it was an inevitability, it seemed. Ken felt the Toad Sannin's body blowed up badly, taking on frog-like features as the Sannin failed to balance the two energies within him. In that instant, Ma acted quickly. And beat the Sannin with a stick? It was a strange image to Ken, and he couldn't even see it. But feeling one of the so-called legendary shinobi get beaten by a small motherly toad was amusing. There was also the fact that Ma's beating seemed to be working to help Jiraiya. That stick she's using. It's oddly effective in pushing out nature energy. Ma's beating quickly allowed the Sannin to return to his human form, but it still left him panting and tired on the ground. Jiraiya, you won't get far if you get scared of nature energy. Let it flow through you freely, but at the same time be careful of how much you intake. Ma did her best to instruct the Sannin on his failings, and he seemed to be listening, but he was still not any closer to reaching sage mode, which was simply discouraging. He's really hopeless, huh? Gamabunta also sighed. Ken stood on the giant toad's shoulder as he observed the scene. I have some free time. Should I help him out? It would be a good way of testing out if I can try to teach the others in the Brotherhood about Senjutsu. The assassin scratched his chin before nodding and jumping to the ground, surprising Gamabunta slightly. But the giant toad didn't try to stop him from approaching Jiraiya, who was still sprawled on the ground. Hey! Do you need help with that? Chapter 106, Sage Teaching, Nature Energy and Departure. Hey! Do you need help with that? The assassin's question seemed to take just about everyone present by surprise. Jiraiya himself hadn't even noticed him approaching, which startled him and made him almost fall into the oil fountain. Shima, or Ma, was thankfully there to catch and berate him for his stupidity. The oil was apparently dangerous for humans, which made sense. It seemed to naturally attract nature energy. They were most likely using it for training, but in very small doses. And to someone that couldn't even control nature energy normally, using such a thing was almost suicidal. At the very least, Ma had a stick that repelled the nature energy out of Jiraiya. Still, that stick begged the rather obvious question of how exactly did so many people fail at becoming sages? Why were there so many toad statues around? Were the toads purposefully not assisting the trainees perhaps? It was hard to tell, but it was better to not make assumptions randomly. Hell, Ken knew he needed to stop just assuming the worst of people. Unfortunately, that habit was going to take a while to get kicked out. But that was fine. Ken was still young in that life, and he still had time to grow as a person. Ma eventually finished berating the Sannin for his clumsiness, and the sage apprentice was now able to look at Ken and ask for clarifications. Why you want to help me with mastering sage mode? Jiraiya's voice was still stunted, his mind startled either because he didn't expect Ken to offer such a thing, or because he had almost died by falling into oil. Well, I don't know about mastering sage mode. But I can help you regulate and control nature energy. Ken's answer seemed to confuse Jiraiya even more, but the Sannin still seemed to be truly considering it. Ma also rubbed her chin. I mean, with your level of control, I guess you could stop his absorption before he loses control over it. But can you claim to be able to manipulate nature's energy while it is within someone else? The small grandmotherly toad seemed to be intrigued as well. She could tell that Ken's control over nature energy far exceeded even her own. The only being she knew that she could compare it to was the Grand Toad Sage, and even then, she had no way of telling who was better. This was a good chance for her to test Ken's limits in a sense. She wasn't worried about Jiraiya as she was still there, nature energy dispelling stick in hand. Well, I've never tried it before, but trying now can't be that harmful. I can at least assure you that he won't be turning into a toad statue in my hands. Ken tilted his head to the side as he spoke, somewhat bluntly referring to the meditating statues that surrounded them. Well then, feel free to try. Shima crossed her small toad arms and huffed. Certainly not appreciative of the small jab Ken took at the results of their past training methods. Jiraiya looked back and forth between Ma and Ken, unsure if he even wanted to accept the blind assassin's help anymore. There was, after all, a rather dangerous possible result of him just dying in Ken's hand. The Sannin doubted Ken had such intentions, but this was his first time teaching someone Senjutsu, so it wasn't like he couldn't make a small mistake to cost his first student's life. Nature energy seems to be an extremely fickle thing. That oil helps you attract it in your body at first, right? Ken pointed towards the fountain before walking to it and reaching for it. Wait, it's dangerous. Jiraiya immediately reached over to stop him, but couldn't do so in time. He watched the assassin's hands sink into the oil, then he watched the assassin's muscles bubbling strangely. Shit, he's turning into a Toadash. What? Instead of the image he expected, Ken didn't grow into a toad at all. Instead, his muscles seemed to try and grow, then compress. His body, entire hand, and every visible part of the assassin's body was also covered in azure scales, shining a deep green in the sunlight. An interesting liquid. What is this exactly? Ken turned his head towards Ma, still clenching his hand within the toad oil. It's called the Sacred Fountain for a reason. I cannot tell you what it is exactly, but it can only exist in this environment, in Mount Myaboku. It can't be taken outside. Shima was also somewhat taken aback by his transformation, but she seemed to have expected something similar at the very least. Meanwhile, Gamembunta didn't even react. The giant toad just started smoking a bit, going further away from the fountain to not bother Ma. Ken only nodded before slowly standing up and flicking the oil in his hand back into the pond. In less than a second after that, his body seemed to turn to normal, surprising Jiraiya once more. Such unprecedented control. Maybe he really is qualified to teach. The Sannin's mind was immediately filled with thoughts of that nature. Figures, this place is essentially a treasure trove of nature energy. I guess I'll have to make do without it for any future Senjutsu student I might take in. It was a shame, as it seemed to help others sense nature's energy as well. It seemed like an essential tool for a training sage. Maybe I can replicate that. Okay, let's get on with this. Jiraiya, sit cross-legged in front of me. The assassin's tone was determined, commanding. The Sannin looked over at Ma, who simply nodded before he followed instructions. We won't be using the oil. Instead, I want you to focus on the inside of your body, feel your chakra pathways properly, visualize them if you will. Ken sat down right behind Jiraiya on the cold ground, adopting a meditative position as he placed both of his palms on Sannin's back. Jiraiya's lower lip trembled slightly as he felt the assassin's cold palms on his hair and back. He nodded before he turned his focus inward, as instructed. At first, he couldn't feel anything different. He started wondering if Ken expected him to be able to feel nature's energy by himself. But I've not reached that stage yet. The Sannin felt dejected for a second. Then, just as he relaxed and was about to tell Ken he couldn't sense anything, he felt a very warm and familiar energy enter his body. This? A strand of nature energy? It was the furthest from what he had expected. Every time he used the toad oil, he was able to both perfectly feel the energy around him and to attract it towards him. But the energy that entered his body was always abundant, always too much for him to manage. His chakra reserves weren't meager either, it was just that nature energy was too demanding. At first, the strand of energy was controlled by an external force. Jiraiya could feel that it wasn't moving of its own volition. So this is the power of a true sage? Bending nature to his will? That's not what the toads taught me. I'll leave you to play around with it. Be careful. As soon as the assassin mouthed those words, Jiraiya panicked. He braced himself, expecting nature energy to flood into him like it usually did during his training. Every time there was nature energy within him, he couldn't help but try and attract more and more. His lack of control was what drove him to do that. He couldn't even judge his limits properly yet. But to his surprise, he wasn't even able to attract any nature energy, not even by mistake. He sweated a bit as he finally noticed it. A vortex of nature energy surrounding him. Even Ma had taken a few steps back and covered her eyes from the dust storm that was rising up around him and Ken. It was a vacuum of nature energy. A bubble revolved around the two of them constantly, keeping all nature energy at bay, even in the energy-rich Mount Myaboku. And then he felt that hair of energy within him wriggling uncontrollably. It was now in his hands. It was just as wild as he remembered it to be. Nature energy was never going to not be volatile and dangerous for a human unless they were somehow monsters with infinite chakra. Or like Ken. Feel that strand of energy within you, get used to it, learn to control it. His new Senjutsu teacher had a calming voice, its tonality helping the Sannin's mind relax. Ken sighed internally as he stood behind Jiraiya, his hands still stuck to the man's back to make sure he wouldn't hurt himself or something. Jiraiya's control over nature energy was pitiful in Ken's lack of eyes. He had more control over nature energy as a toddler. Then again, it was a wholly unfair comparison since he was apparently closer to a calamity-causing tailed beast than a human. From the way Ken felt things progressing, Jiraiya would need at least another year or two to master and control nature energy. He was struggling to control a strand properly. Ken had planned to slowly increase the amount of nature energy and let him gradually get used to it at every stage, before helping him balance out his chakra and nature energy. But he had underestimated the difficulty of Senjutsu for the common man, so at most, the blind assassin would only be able to give Jiraiya a taste of it. I didn't anticipate how long this might take. But at least I understand how I would be able to teach someone Senjutsu. It's something I'll have to do personally, for each student I decide to take in. Ken and Jiraiya stood like that for an hour. Ma had already retreated into Gamabunta's palm, waiting for the training to be over. It was already obvious that Ken wasn't going to allow Jiraiya to overflow and turn into a toad statue. After a while, Ken tapped the Sannin on the back and sighed. That's going to be the end of it for now. It was a nice experiment. Ken then forcefully extracted the nature energy from Jiraiya's body, much to the Sannin's surprise. The student sweated heavily as his eyes were wide and staring at the ground as if he had just been awakened from a nightmare. His mind was reeling, trying to understand what had just happened. He can extract nature energy out of someone. It was a frightening thought. Jiraiya had absolutely no power to even resist it. Even Ma from a distance seemed to have noticed what had happened, and she decided to make her way over alongside Pa, her lifelong companion who had arrived at some point in the training. Jiraiya continued staring at the ground for a while, still trying to remember that lingering and weak feeling of control he had over nature energy. He did so while ignoring what was happening around him. He tried to remember and revisualize that small strand of energy within him. He started thinking of more ways he could have improved, of ways he could also try to get any semblance of control over it. At the same time, he felt weird. Does mastering Sage Mode really make a difference if you run into an opponent that can instantly ruin your perfected Sage Mode? It was a foolish thought. Both because there was only one person like Ken in the world from the way it seemed, and because he had no way of knowing if Ken would even be able to do the same thing to an experienced Sage Mode practitioner. Eventually, Ma tapped him on the back, taking him out of his thoughts. "What's wrong, Jiraiya? You've not said anything for a while." "Huh? No, nothing. I was just wondering about some stuff." The Sannin shook his head and slowly stood up. When he turned around he noticed that Ken was no more. He left already. Pa and Gambunta helped him with a reverse summon after he chose his gift. Ma sighed as she jumped and stood on Jiraiya's shoulder. Now, no need to feel too discouraged, Jiraiya. Ken's control over nature is not natural, he's simply a monster, don't compare yourself to him. He is also unique, so I don't think there's any use in worrying about running into people like him. Her words were certainly comforting, but Jiraiya still felt weird hearing them. As always, Ma was great at reading his thoughts and mood. She was able to tell what bothered him instantly. I hope not. He seems relatively peaceful, but if someone with a more hostile mindset was to have that kind of power. Jiraiya shuddered just thinking about the possibilities, what one could do with that much power. The number of lives that would be in the palm of his hand if he so wished. It's better not to think about that, Jiraiya. I'd recommend trying to not make an enemy out of him anyway. Shima shook her small head while looking at Jiraiya's face with a smile. He's certainly not enemy material. But if possible, I'd want him to teach me again. Jiraiya then looked in the distance, a smile rising on his lips. Well, that's a conversation you'll have with him, not with me. Hurry up, maybe you'll catch up to him. Ma then jumped down and took one last look at Jiraiya, before she started making a few handsings. I don't think I'll catch him. But it's worth a try. The Sannin smiled widely as he quickly started stretching, while Ma tapped him one last time on the shin. The Sannin then disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Ma alone in the field of toad statues. I should inform the Gamamaru how Jiraiya's training went. Ma only sighed before she hopped off. Chapter 107, Impressions, Gift and Returning Home. Ken dashed from tree to tree as his hair blew in the wind. His head snapped back in the direction of the Leaf Village for a second, his mind wandering back to his departure from that place. He hadn't bothered to go and say goodbye to the Hokage. The assassin assumed that the Leaf Village leader had enough on his plate for now. Instead, he took off right after Pa helped him return to the training grounds. The shinobi of Konoha had likely already been instructed to not try and stop him, as no one even reacted when he left. Overall, the assassin's time on Mount Myaboku was not quite what he had expected. He certainly wanted more answers than he had gotten. But at the very least he had the basics of what he was down. In a sense, he hadn't always been the same. Back in his early years, his body wasn't the way it was now, he was more human. It's fair to say I'm slowly becoming less and less human. The great toad sage said that I'm like that beast, the 10 tails. It was a bit concerning, as Ken couldn't even feel much difference from how he was before. He felt no difference in his body, besides the scaled sage mode. Although, one could say that him being able to modify his body even when outside of the scaled sage mode, meant that his body was no longer normal. Small things like hiding the tenketsu, or adjusting his height, essentially growing his muscles and bones. It all hinted that his body had already become more than human. He just hadn't really thought of himself as a tailed beast in the past. Then there was also the aspect of his mind. The great toad sage had led him to believe that the 10 tails was more or less a mindless beast. So did that mean he was also predisposed to slowly losing his humanity and becoming a mindless beast? But his thoughts were just as clear, if not clearer than before. Clear enough to see his past hypocrisy in a different light, although he had no eyes. Just meeting Minato and Kushina alone was enough to give him a bit more perspective regarding shinobi, and that perspective led to him looking back on his actions in a more critical manner. But at the end of the day, he always did what he thought was necessary, so he wasn't going to regret the past. After all, he had killed thousands upon thousands. There were some he didn't regret killing. People like the brainwashed cultists, and even the warmongering shinobi from the Alliance he had taken down. Although some of them might have been faultless, fighting someone else's war, they were still going to war. They had gone out prepared to kill others in a merciless offensive. But then there were the samurai and guards that he had killed back in the day. Did they truly deserve to die for doing their jobs? Not really. Ken had no way of knowing how innocent they were, or if they were innocent at all. But was he truly the most qualified to act as their judge, jury, and executioner? That was a bit more difficult to answer. But one thing was for sure. Ken wasn't going to be judging the innocence of others anytime soon unless he sensed their intentions personally. I should strive to work for a better future instead of living with uncertainty or regret. In the end, the reason that so much blood was being spilt was exactly because the world was still a messy place, filled with war. I need to work harder if I want to create my very own slice of heaven. As we are now, our peace can still be ruined if the other villages decide we are too big of a threat. Ken knew that he needed to grow even stronger, and he also needed to train his students to grow even stronger. After all, he would need strength to carry out any of his future plans. He needed overwhelming strength and freedom to act without worrying about the Dark Brotherhood being harmed. We are on a good track already. Here's hoping we keep up with this pace for the foreseeable future. Ken shook his head as he decided not to think too deeply about the future while in the middle of traveling. Although there were some concerns on his mind still. Things like, why exactly did the Toads give me a contract as a gift? The first thought was that they had done so to keep an eye on him, but they had allowed him to choose the animal he preferred most. But there was always the possibility that all of the contracted beasts they had offered were going to act as spies. Ken didn't quite like the idea, but at the same time he didn't really feel like the Toads were his enemies. They hadn't quite done anything to even suggest they were hostile towards him. Maybe his suspicions were just unfounded, but the old assassin just couldn't help himself but be paranoid about such matters. The choices he got were rather interesting too. Vulture summons, Raven summons, and Bat summons. It was a tough choice for the assassin. For one, he felt that Vulture was what described him best when it came to the mindset and strategies he used as of late. He was a scavenger, someone that stood by the sidelines most of the time and reaped the rewards with as little danger involved as possible. Although he was not against getting his hands dirty, he did enjoy indirectly reaping benefits from the actions of others. He also felt that ravens suited him in the sense that they were an extremely smart species of birds, and they were mostly known for being sneaky. But in the end, Ken chose something that wasn't quite what he had expected at first. The bat. A species of flying mammals that could be more aptly described as flying rats. Yet they shared many similarities to the blind assassin. They saw through echolocation, a method that Ken could also use to see. They were by far the fastest flyers from the list that Ken was given. They weren't anywhere near as fast as a falcon, sure, but they were at least twice as fast as the other two. They were also a mostly nocturnal race, which fit the assassin best as he also preferred carrying out most missions at night if possible. It was not what he would have gone for if he had been given that choice a few years back. In the past, he likely would have chosen a race with a great vision. Something that could help him read in a pinch. But now there was no longer a need for that. He had the Brotherhood, and if truly needed he could always summon one of them to his place and ask for help. It was virtually the exact same thing, but with people he knew he could fully trust. He had yet to open up and sign the contract with the bats, but he planned to do so later after he got back home. But for now, he wasn't home yet. He was in a place devoid of warmth. A cold mountaintop, a forest broken but healed, skeletons and strewn across a clearing, incomplete, eaten and played around with by the local wildlife. The assassin's pace slowed down as he walked those mountain roads, winding, natural and overgrown. His feet dragged through the snow, his sandals and toes sinking into it further with every step. The assassin sighed as he eventually reached it, the broken-down walls of a ruined temple. "I'm back home, huh?" After all that time, the blind monster returned to his home. Empty and desolate. He walked further into the courtyard, stepping over the skeletal remains of a man wearing samurai armor. Now that I think about it, he was my first successful assassination in this world, wasn't he? The first high-ranking samurai he had killed. The Hatamoto that had cut down his home. As an odd twist of fate, Ken had used that same blade to cut down many enemies that had stood in his path. He took it out of the seal on his wrist. He sighed as he allowed the blade to slide out of its hilt. He ran his finger over the blade, it was chipped in places, blunt in others. It had held up well over the years, it was what allowed him to fight so efficiently at first. Acquiring a good weapon was only the start of his journey. But I can't use this one much longer, can I? The blade was strong, but it was slowly approaching its deadline. It was expiring, much like the lives he had taken with it. He wasn't worried regardless. Even without it, he still had an assortment of blades he could use. So, he found its final resting place. He took the hilt from the ground and walked forward. A small, dilapidated shrine was now in front of him. Corroded by wind and snow, frozen solid by time. On it were 10 small wooden planks with names written on them, on each plan stood a different item. On one plank lay a hairpin, on one lay a small sheathed blade, on one a pair of sandals, a necklace, a pair of broken glasses, and so on. Various items and trinkets the samurai that raised him held dear to them. Ken waved his hand towards the altar, the force of which created a small shockwave that blew away all of the snow from the small makeshift memorial. After that, the assassin sheathed his long blade, placed it on the ground, and slowly crouched down. "You know, I first wanted to build something bigger. I was thinking of building a shrine in the Dark Brotherhood with the help of the others." He spoke to no one in particular, his gruff voice reverberated through the wind, which responded with a hollow breeze. "But at the end of the day, I don't think there ever will be a better place for this shrine other than here." The blind monster reached for the shrine and he picked up one of the items on there, a particular hairpin. He gently clutched it in his hand as he heaved a sigh. "Daisuke, I wonder if any of you can hear me now. Would you be proud of me if you saw the man I have become? Would you think less of me if you knew more of the things I did? Why did the world have to cut our time so short?" He once again spoke to no one in particular. He had never been a sentimental person, he also didn't use to put much value on human life. But it was the samurai from the altar in front of him that taught him the value of life. More specifically, it was their deaths that taught him a valuable lesson. Still, the blind swordsman couldn't help but feel bitter. A hatred for the world that took them away, a hatred for the ones that had killed them. But the ones that had done so had already met their end. Ken was also bitter towards the Land of Iron, but he saw no sense in pursuing them for revenge. He no longer saw any meaning in it. He had also heard about the afterlife in that world. The belief in the Pure Lands. The world was mystical enough for the skeptical assassin to believe such a thing is possible. So to him, there was a chance that the samurai were watching over him. Maybe. He wanted to have proper closure, which was why he had returned there, to his old home. The blind monster stood motionless as he listened to the wind a bit more. He hoped for a whisper, to find a different pattern than what was natural. But no such thing happened. He eventually placed the hairpin back on the altar, before slowly reaching into his cloak. I grew out of it a long time ago. And it's a lot more broken down than when I received it. But I think it's better if I leave this here with you. And in front of the altar he placed a wooden mask, stitched together with glue, cracked in many places. It was the mask that Koji, their resident doctor, had originally gifted him with. I wore this when I first sought revenge blindly. I'll close that chapter of my life with this. Ken then picked up the long blade from his side and placed it on the ground in front of the altar as well. This blade was stained with the blood of those that killed you. I'll also leave it here to soothe you in the afterlife. I never got to say this, but I'm sure all of you knew it. You were all my family, and I treasured you greatly. After that, Ken sighed, sitting down for a few more seconds before slowly standing up and nodding towards the altar one last time. He then turned around and started walking off. It was only then that it happened. An odd gust of wind blew towards the altar, throwing off the hairpin that Ken had just touched. The assassin immediately turned around when sensing that. He followed the hairpin as if it was in slow motion, his senses trying to find a source for that gust of wind, unsuccessfully. Then, the hairpin landed on the mask. And the assassin smiled. Before chuckling and turning back around and leaving. Rest well, father. I have plenty of children to take care of myself now. Chapter 108, True Home, Family, and Reassurance. Ken took a deep sigh as he walked the winding roads of the Dark Brotherhood's mountain range. He exhaled, his hot breath coming in contact with the cold air and turning into steam. The assassin had taken off his mask a while back. He didn't like the feeling of steam turning to water within his mask and getting his hair mask and face wet. Out of principle, he had once again overgrown 2 bangs of hair to completely cover the upper part of his face. Most of the children didn't know what he looked like without his mask. Not even Yu or Tatsukiyo. And Ken didn't want to give them a scare first thing in the morning. He could already feel them. The walls of the place that was now his home. The Dark Brotherhood compound had grown significantly over the years. Its now impressive stone walls stood tall and protected them perfectly against any wildlife. The walls were adorned with watch spots, in which Sabura's clones resided 24/7. There were also plenty of seals around the walls and beyond. Ken stepped into the range of their detection array long before he had even reached the walls. The Brotherhood knew he was coming. The blind swordsman could feel the children bustling and doing their best to form some sort of greeting after Tasho had most likely let them know of his approach. Feeling their excitement when returning home had become somewhat of a therapy session for the blind monster. But this time, that excitement and happiness were tainted by different emotions as well. Anguish, fear, jealousy. Several of the children, especially the older ones, were starting to lose their excitement. Ken had somewhat expected that to happen at some point. After all, the children were bound to grow up. But not in this way. He didn't want their happiness to turn into bitterness and jealousy. He wanted it to remain unchanged if possible, only change their excitement into respect. He had fostered an atmosphere within the Brotherhood that he had hoped would hold out without any issues. But now? I guess teenagers are more prone to senseless drama. In truth, it was Ken's mistake to not have expected that. He didn't have much experience in raising children, nor did he have any examples he could use when it came to raising teenagers. Tasho wasn't much better, as he was a child soldier turned village drunk turned bounty hunter/assassin. Akira was also an orphan, with plenty of issues and not a lot of maturity. And Saburo. Well, it was unlikely that the strawman even cared for the well-being of the children enough to help, if he even knew how to. Maybe we should look into someone that has more experience with raising children. But where do I even find that? The nature of the Dark Brotherhood was already shady enough. Essentially scouting out only young orphans to join them most of the time. Where exactly was Ken supposed to find someone trustworthy enough to want to join such an organization and have parental instincts and knowledge good enough to take care of multiple children? Well, it was more realistic to think about hiring several people. But that only made things worse. There was also the fact that Ken didn't like the idea of an untrained person joining the Dark Brotherhood. It was simply going against his ideals. Even if he was trying to work towards changing his thoughts regarding shinobi, he still didn't think that it was wise to allow civilians to join his organization and potentially put them in danger. So the list of requirements for a caretaker was growing larger and larger, and the list of potential candidates became near non-existent. There was also the option of inviting the caretakers and training them, but there also existed chances that other villages would take advantage of that recruitment and send spies to attempt to join. After all, most civilians in nearby villages just wanted to live a calm life, unbothered by shinobi and their wars. It certainly didn't help that the Brotherhood had already created a safe zone for the villages, so it was unlikely that any of them saw the need to join the bounty hunting organization. So the Brotherhood would have to look further out. Things were complicated overall. Well, I can think more about that after we recruit the next batch of children. For now, let's see what worries the children have. The assassin stepped through the gates with confidence, his mask hanging off his belt, visible as he had opened up his coat. As soon as the children's eyes landed on him, he could feel many of their doubts and worries fading away. Oh, abandonment issues. I guess that's to be expected. But there were still some worries in the air, all of which were replaced by surprise, as they finally witnessed their father's face. Well, half of it anyway. But seeing his warm smile seemed to be enough to calm all of them down. Yu almost squealed when seeing it. She was thankfully able to contain herself, but her thoughts were running wild. Yes. I knew the teacher would be handsome. No way he wouldn't be, he's my teacher after all. A strange and misguided sense of pride seemed to fill her. It was the same for Omi and most of the girls that idolized their usually masked father figure. Meanwhile, the boys were looking either intrigued, like Tatsukiyo and Morita. They were both curiously trying to peer through the bangs that hid the rest of their father's face. But the hair seemed to be impossible to see through. Lord Ken. Tasho stepped forward, being the first one to formally greet Ken as he bowed respectfully to him. Tasho, I'm glad to see you've made it here without any troubles. I can see that the children are doing fine as well. Ken's head turned towards the recruits, making many of them smile warmly when hearing his voice. All of a sudden, it almost seemed like they no longer had any complaints. The children are doing fine, yes. But there have been some misunderstandings lately. I'm sure they'll be glad if you could clear things up for them. The first blade rose slowly, his warm smile directed towards Ken's face. HM. I guess you're right. Let's address them right away, no use in letting our frustrations fester over time. Ken crossed his arms, his smile not vanishing for a second as he once again turned his head towards the children. They looked at each other for a while, before their eyes settled onto Morita, the one that had been the most outspoken about his misgivings. The child in question seemed to have lost most of his boldness now, as he could be heard audibly gulping. This roused a strange and confused hum from the blind assassin. Why would any of you be anxious to speak out your minds? You are here by choice, and you were never restricted in thoughts. It doesn't matter what any of you say to me, you are not going to lose your place in this family. Ken decided to hammer in that point, while also giving the children a few seconds to take it in. In the first place, we would never force you all to bear with something you didn't wish. The training is the only thing that is truly mandatory in this brotherhood. The assassin still drew the line at training, which was the only real requirement for the children, the only thing really asked from them. The willingness to improve was necessary, but even then, improvement was never forced onto them. At any point, a child could give up in their training and return to their previous lives. Now, sure, their lives as orphans weren't much to return to, but they still had that choice. At the very least, they needed to put in enough effort to be at least as powerful as Jinin or Chunnin from the hidden villages. The children were smart enough to see that, even the youngest among them like you and me could understand just how lucky all of them were. And thanks to Ken's words and reassurance, Morita finally gained the courage to speak out. I have a few concerns, father. His voice was still shaky, and the child couldn't help but call Ken father to his face. Go ahead, Morita. The assassin nodded to the recruit, once again surprising most of the children nearby. Wait. You know my name. Morita seemed utterly surprised. Now, most of the children were surprised alongside him. Sure, Morita was a high-ranking recruit, number 2 even. But Ken had never once interacted with him directly. There were, after all, over 80 children in total. Although it was a bleak thought, most of them realized that the father they idolized likely didn't even know their name. Of course, I know it's silly. The assassin stepped forward and ruffled the young child's hair with a wide grin on his face. I guess this is confusing for some of you children. But as long as you are within this compound, even if it feels like I am distant, I am always with you. This once again gained quite a few confused gazes from the children nearby. The only ones that weren't confused were you and Tatsukiyo, who were instead smiling widely, mirroring their teacher. Maybe this might sound a bit strange at first. But every move you make, I feel it, every word you speak, I hear it. Even when you cry in pain, or in joy, or when you laugh in satisfaction when you eat and talk to each other. At this point, most of the children were staring at Ken with wide eyes. Be it budding romance. As he said that, the assassin pointed towards 2 of the older children, Kuru, a 13-year-old young boy, and Yuka, his 14-year-old girl counterpart. The 2 of them couldn't help but blush, as their hidden relationship was immediately revealed to the rest of their family. Their reactions alone told the rest of the children that Ken was actually speaking the truth. Seeing them turn red like tomatoes was both amusing and shocking. Or a hidden rivalry. He then pointed to 2 of the other children. One of them was a 12-year-old little girl called Yuta, while the other was another 12-year-old girl called Kaoru. They both scratched their heads at about the same time, both looking to the side sheepishly. Although you cannot see me or hear me, I am there with you, and I am proud of you. Whether it's your progress in training, or in making friends with everyone else. Honestly, just sensing you all interacting with each other is always enough to warm my heart. I can't help it. You are all my children at the end of the day. That last statement seemed to seal the deal for them. Many of them, especially those mentioned, ended up tearing up as well. Even Morita, who seemed to have been repressing it for a while now. But he was, at the end of the day, just a 14-year-old child. He felt comfort as his father's rough hand ruffled his hair. Maybe to some, Ken's watch would feel invasive. Maybe it even sounded creepy. But to them? It was the furthest thing from that. They trusted their father enough to not even think of it as creepy. No, they were all moved by his passion, by his warmth, by his smile. In the end, the little attention they were constantly fighting for as of late. They all had it. Their father was always watching. Be it through good or through bad. He was there. The only people not surprised by this were Tasho, Yu, and Tatsukiyo. They all smiled warmly when seeing the happy cries of the children. Tatsukiyo and Yu both learned of his watchful eye during their training. Their teacher would occasionally stop and look to the side, and tell a random Saburo clone the state of one child that needed help. Tatsukiyo still remembered the first time it happened. He had just finished sparring with Ken when they were developing the flash step. And Ken stopped abruptly and spoke out. Saburo, Yume just tripped and scraped her knee on the ground. Go take care of her. It was only later that Tatsukiyo learnt that Saburo and his clones, the man that he thought was always helping them, were normally too preoccupied to pay attention to them. And the only reason he was tending to them with such care, the only reason why most of the time he would reach an injured child before they even got off the ground, was because Ken was ordering him to. Of course, there were also times when the second blade was attentive. But they mostly only happened when Ken was away, as the scientist trusted Ken to look after the children and inform him most of the time. You had found out in a rather similar manner. Needless to say, their teacher was a monster. But he was also a good father, or at least he tried to be. Morita seemed to have forgotten any complaints he might have had, so he ended up just wiping his tears away and looking at Ken with a resolute gaze. "Thank you, father," was all he could muster before the blind swordsman just patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. "No need to thank me, you've all worked hard enough to deserve this much. But if you ever happen to have a complaint while I'm away, never be afraid to tell me. Fear has no place in this family." Ken left the children with that line before he turned and started walking towards his office. No one stopped him. Tasho ended up just nodding to the children before following his leader's steps. Needless to say, morale was now at an all-time high. Chapter 109, Invitation, Break-In Side Project. The children didn't linger in the courtyard for too long. Motivation was at an all-time high, but they didn't start training right away. Instead, they were allowed to have a free day to celebrate their progress up to that point. Even with that free day and celebration, many still chose to do some light sparring at the very least, as at that point training had become their most enjoyable pastime. Once physical effort became part of their routine, it simply felt wrong to skip it, even for a single day. Even so, they weren't all that focused on it. For now, all of them were far too happy to even focus properly. Instead, they were going around, laughing, playing, beating each other with sticks, the usual child shenanigans. All good and friendly fun. Ken was pleased to feel the atmosphere was no longer strained. He wasn't sure if it would be like that forever, but at the very least he would be there to help them. At that point, even if the children were to no longer want to be assassins, Ken would simply create a different division within the Brotherhood and let them stay together. Seeing such a close-knit group get separated was not something he wanted to witness in his lifetime. He had plenty of heartbreak and hardship, all that he wanted now was to be able to see a bright future ahead of him. But it wasn't like he could turn a blind eye to the past and his actions up to that point. There were some relationships he couldn't quite sever, nor could he fix. And he had one such example facing him right now. A letter from the wreckage, huh? The blind assassin cracked his neck as he listened to his first blade's report. Indeed. An invitation to the formal burial of the late wreckage's son, A. You were specifically invited there as a family friend. Tasho sighed as he looked over the invitation once more. The fate of the wreckage and his son was truly somewhat tragic. To that day, the leader of the Cloud had no idea just how involved Ken had been in his son's death. And he would never learn either. To him, Ken had played an important role in helping them take revenge for their killer. Even if the Tsuchikage slipped by them and managed to hold onto his life, the wreckage still appreciated Ken's efforts. He had done a lot more than he had been hired for that day anyway. Ken's job had simply been to hold off the Mizukage after all. But the wreckage had gotten frustrated at the time and even dared to lash out at him, something that he was now very much ashamed of. That invitation was sent alongside Ken's payment for his help in that incident. And it was likely also where the wreckage planned to apologize for his outburst. That was if Ken decided to show up in the first place. But the blind assassin wasn't sure if it was right for him even to show up. He still didn't know if he could keep a straight face at the funeral. And at some point, he also started feeling a bit of pity for the wreckage as well. But it wasn't too much pity. At the end of the day, the wreckage had been one of the main actors in starting the Third Shinobi War, which was essentially a world war at that point. Even if things had calmed down slightly due to their alliance breaking down, the war was still raging on. Now the smaller nations that had previously formed an alliance were at each other's throats for whatever resources they could scrounge up. Now, one couldn't possibly blame the wreckage for the greed of the other parties participating in the war. But he was still the one that had started it. In the end, Ken decided to accept the invitation. Keeping an overall friendly relationship with the Reikage was good. It would help make sure that the Reiki never grew too suspicious of Ken. It had other benefits as well, such as the fact that the Reikage was very generous with his payments. So he would start making his way over to the Land of Lightning the very next day, or well, whenever he felt like it. But for now, he just sat in his office and twirled a pencil around his fingers. Eventually, like usual, someone entered his office. It wasn't unexpected or anything either, no one could really escape Ken's senses. Well, the blind assassin was unsure if a fully fledged sage could manage to hide from him and blend into nature, but there weren't that many of them in the first place. Even if there were, Ken could likely kill them with one touch just due to his overwhelming control over nature energy. Regardless, the person that came in was by no means a sage. His churka was so massive that it was difficult to hide in any way. "Kazue, what brings you to my office?" the blind assassin asked as he slowly reached down onto his desk and put his mask on. The Uzumaki that entered the room was dressed in civilian clothing, covered by a long coat very similar to what the other members of the Dark Brotherhood were wearing. He had hidden his headband and had somewhat blended in with the rest. But he was still not a member of the Brotherhood. His loyalty lay with his clan. "Lord Ken, I want to take a few weeks off of my mission in order to visit my sister." Kazue bowed towards the leader of the assassins. He felt ashamed to ask such a thing of Ken. But after hearing that his sister was lonely in Konoha, he couldn't quite stay still or even concentrate on teaching the second batch of children that were assigned in his Fuinjutsu class. His mission details were frankly quite vague at first. He was to be the Fuinjutsu instructor of the Dark Brotherhood in general, for an unspecified amount of time. The mission was essentially an S-rank mission, and it was going to take a few years at the very least. That was a few years of teaching the young and the executives of the Dark Brotherhood constantly. Now he was essentially asking for a break, something not at all within the code of a respectable shinobi. Normally, an employer would laugh at such a suggestion. But Ken was neither a shinobi nor a normal employer. "Fine, I did promise your sister that I'd tell you to go visit her sooner. Take the month off, the children need to do some self-study anyway." Ken didn't hesitate for even a second, just waving off the stunned Uzumaki while resting his legs on the table. Kazue didn't even know what to say. He stood still for a while, before nodding and smiling. "Thank you, Lord Ken. I will make sure she knows you made our meeting possible." The Uzumaki bowed once more, pleased with the outcome of that extremely short conversation. Ken just scoffed. "Don't do unnecessary stuff. Just go." The blind monster wasn't feeling like he was doing Kazue or Kushina that big of a favor. He wasn't lying when saying that the children needed to do some self-study. Currently, Kazue was spending most of his day lazing around with the exception of 1 or 2 hours where he answered questions that the books he had brought with him could have answered as well. So Ken didn't see his absence as all that crucial. He'd have to be present for the more advanced courses, but the second batch of students was still quite far off from that level. After showcasing his gratitude a few more times, Kazue bowed once more and left the room. Ken felt him wasting no time in leaving, apparently not bothering to bring much with him besides whatever he carried in his seals. Saburo also already knew of the situation since his clones were right at the door, so his clones guarding the gate didn't get in Kazue's way. After he felt the Uzumaki getting further and further away, Ken sighed and slowly stood up from his chair. He didn't bother taking off his mask as he slowly walked over to the door and opened it. He turned his head towards one of Saburo's clones and opened his mouth. "Saburo, I need your help with a little side project." The clone simply nodded and Ken then proceeded to make his way towards the strawman's laboratory. He gave him a proper warning as he knew that Saburo liked to be in control of things, so keeping him updated on what he did was one way of giving him some sense of control. It was one of the many ways that Ken kept Saburo in line. The strawman was by far one of the most suspicious people within the blind assassin's employ. He couldn't even be counted as family. It was a purely business relationship, one that needed to be managed accordingly. The assassin tracked the corridors of his large building, heading directly for the basement. He opened up a set of 2 doors, undoing the seal on both of them as he walked in. Even within the compound, Saburo was a cautious man, so he always set up seals to keep him and his experiments protected. The strawman's laboratory and what was happening in it wasn't exactly a secret to Ken regardless of how many seals were placed on its doors. The inside of the laboratory had still seen some redecoration since Ken had last stepped foot in there. It was filled with Saburo's clones now, all of them working on his main project. The effects of Jinjutsu on a person's body. It was a seemingly endless quest for the strawman, as it wasn't exactly easy to pinpoint. Thankfully, his list of lab rats grew was quite expansive, hand-picked scum of the earth that no one would ever miss, of course. "Leader! You grace me with your presence." The real Saburo stepped forward, dressed in casual clothing. He was also not even wearing his mask. But he was essentially in his personal space, so it wasn't exactly required. "No need for the formalities, Saburo. As I've said, I have a project for you." Ken's senses scanned over the laboratory around him. He scanned over its pieces of equipment. It was strangely modern, but then again, the world he was in was strangely evolved in terms of medical science. It was only left behind culturally and in weaponry. One could say that the world was simply evolving on a different path than his original one, as it was inhabited by people capable of what was essentially magic. Saburo had a wide, fake smile on his face. Even though he wasn't wearing a mask, Ken could still feel that he always put on a porcelain mask over his face. Even with that smile, Ken could feel some repressed frustration from the scientist. But he didn't care. He was Saburo's employer, and he gave him prime working conditions. If he told Saburo to do something, then he was going to do it. "I want you to build a database." Ken crossed his arms as he resolved himself and turned his attention away from his thoughts and back towards the original Saburo. "A database?" The strawman rose an eyebrow in confusion, his face morphing slightly. "Yes, a database of bloodlines from every single clan that you can find." The strawman's eyes widened when he heard that. He scratched his chin with a more genuine smile on his face. "It's certainly an intriguing side project. But I must ask, why exactly do you feel the need to have the database of DNA from so many clans? Creating a comprehensive database like that would take both time and resources." So Saburo hoped to at least hear a reason from his employer. The strawman may have been a bit frustrated at first since he was interrupted while at work, but Ken had never really disappointed him when it came to interesting ideas and plans. "I want to find out more about my own clan and bloodlines. We need DNA from as many of the clans within and surrounding the Land of Iron." The strawman nodded, scratching his chin for a few seconds as he tried to think if such a project was even feasible. Besides collecting blood samples on the field, which was a bit problematic, there was also the option of ordering and buying vials of blood from clans. It should be possible. Both options are feasible. It all depends on how much Ken is willing to spend. Saburo had already started calculating a proper cost for the operation. And even at worst, it was all within their budget. "As a budget, you are allocated half of our current treasury. Make use of it well." Ken then waved his hand and walked off, leaving behind a smiling Saburo. "Good. So he's willing to spend as much as possible to get this done quickly." The strawman immediately started on the task. He appropriated some of his clones to build the station where the database would be. He would need proper storage for the blood, and proper testing machines for it as well. Storage he had, but the blood testing machine was going to be costly as well. Thankfully, money isn't an issue. And so, the strawman got to work. At that same time, Ken decided to slowly start making his way towards the Land of Lighting as well. To visit the Cloud Village and pay his respects to the deceased, eh? Well, at least on paper anyway. Chapter 110, Casualties of War, Greeting and Age. Ken sighed as he felt the walls of Kumogakure approaching. The Land of Lightning was a lot harder to traverse now, as more and more surrounding lands were starting to encroach on its borders due to its lack of action as of late. They all likely figured that the Land of Lightning was weakened after the last incident with the breakdown of the Alliance, but they were all currently stuck at its borders. Even those that had made their way there on boats were now stuck, as the shinobi of the Cloud Village weren't at all weakened. They had lost only a few people in that incident, so they still had a lot of troops and capable men. It ended up being mostly a stalemate, only breaking up whenever the Jinchuriki of other nations got involved. But B was still there to quell any attack from other tailed beasts. He had recently routed the third-tailed Jinchuriki back towards the sea, making them flee back to the land of water. But Ken was able to slip past their war zones unnoticed regardless of the massive scale that the conflicts reached. It was rather tragic. The loss of life in the Third Shinobi War was already wrapping up to be on par with the second one, and that was not even counting the thousands that had died right at the beginning of the war on the failed invasion of the Uzumaki clan. Child soldiers were now just as commonly used as they were during the Warring States period, which made the achievements of the first Hokage even more moot. His entire purpose for establishing the hidden villages was for there to be order and peace, for children to no longer tread the battlefield and lose their short lives. But Ken now walked past corpses that were at best the same age as him. A few of them didn't even feel like they were over 13 from the size of their bodies. Maybe before, he wouldn't have cared much about them, as he considered all shinobi the same regardless of age in the past. But now that he had met people like Minato and Kushina, and actually gotten to know them even on a surface level, he felt a bit conflicted. With every corpse he passed by, he couldn't help but think, what if that was Minato or Kushina? Would my reaction be the same? And it became even worse after a while when his thoughts changed to, what if these were children within the Dark Brotherhood? That train of thought had left a really sour taste in his mouth. But right now there was nothing he could even do about it. The entire shinobi world was now participating in that war. Even if he somehow convinced the Raikage to not use child soldiers, the rest weren't going to stop out of the goodness of their own heart. It became even worse when he thought back to villages he had killed lots of shinobi, like the Grass Village, or some of the smaller villages that had participated in the alliance against the Uzumaki. They were likely employing the most child soldiers due to their numbers being dwindled right before the war. It was laughable to think that somehow, he might have had a hand in children seeing the battlefield earlier than intended. But it wasn't like Ken was blaming himself. It wasn't a direct result of his own actions. It wasn't something he had caused. The hidden villages simply refused to stay out of conflict and rebuild slowly. They all insisted on continuing the war. Even now that the Land of Lighting, one of their main aggressors, had mostly changed their strategy into that of a turtle, they were sending shinobi to attack them and continue the war. In the end, Ken's interference meant nothing, his presence changed nothing. It just hurried things along. As things stand, nothing will ever change unless someone like the first Hokage shows up again. It was a pretty thought. The only real period of peace was that only when there was a man strong enough to completely pacify every nation in the world. Ken had done some more research into the man and his past after visiting Konoha and meeting the third Hokage in person. It made him curious to find out more about the former god of shinobi. As it turned out, Hashirama put the fear of God into the other villages, and he was therefore called the god of shinobi. His strength was truly godlike, there was no other way to go about it. But Hiruzen, although said to be more powerful than the second Hokage, was not strong enough to have the same effect on the world as Hashirama Senju. Was there ever even going to be another man like him? Ken maybe had hopes of growing strong to match Hashirama one day. But for now, he had given it his all to defeat a tailed beast, one that was far from being the strongest, but still up there. But Ken was still unsure if he could defeat the Nine Tails even if he could give it his all. Meanwhile, Hashirama was said to have toyed around with the tailed beasts in general. The Nine Tails was also one of the tailed beasts he was said to have defeated, and he wasn't touted to have had much trouble sealing it back even after it somehow broke out one time. Still, Ken understood that Hashirama wasn't alone in stopping the wars. The forces he had amassed under him were also a great deterrent, same for the tailed beasts he decided to hand out. But underneath Hashirama were gathered some of the strongest clans in the world. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were among them as well. Uchiha Madara was a prime example of someone almost on the level of Hashirama that still worked underneath him to bring world peace for a period, before reportedly having a fight to the death with him. If Ken wanted to become like Konoha in the old days and put a stop to the shinobi wars, then he needed to have at least that much power. If he was to do it alone, then he'd likely need as much as the two of them, Madara and Hashirama, combined. And that goal seemed a bit difficult to achieve. But considering that he was essentially a tailed beast, and his strength at his current age was already vast, it was fair to say he was on the right track. He just had to play the waiting game and keep up with his training with as little distractions as possible. Attending a funeral was certainly not a great use of his time. But he did it anyway. There was no need to completely burn the bridge he had built with the wreckage by refusing to attend his son's funeral. By the time he arrived there, the scene was pretty much already set. It was a closed casket burial, as they only really had one piece of him to bury anyway. The hole was dug, a large stone casket was neatly placed in front of the hole, and flowers grew around it from all sides. It stood right underneath the shadow of a large mountain peak, not that far away from the Kage building, which was still the same way Ken remembered it. Looking like an upside-down version of the one in Konoha, but much bigger and going up a mountain. Ken wasn't stopped at any point of the way. He wore his mask as he walked through the large gates of the Cloud Village, and the shinobi at the gate just nodded towards him with appreciation. By that point, most Cloud shinobi and villagers considered Ken an ally. They all knew that he had greatly assisted the wreckage in many matters. They were not all aware of the specifics, as those were classified. But the wreckage made sure to spread the news that Ken was a friend at the very least. It was also well known that he was a blind man, so although it felt redundant since he was essentially a bloodhound that could likely smell the wreckage from kilometers away, he was still given a guide. Ken just figured they sent someone to make sure he kept in line and didn't do anything suspicious, like planting a reverse summoning scroll in their village. In all honesty, Ken had already hidden one right outside their village, so he wasn't going to bother hiding one inside as well. At the very least, he got to meet a familiar face, as his guide turned out to be none other than Mabui. She appeared to have grown a bit during the time they hadn't seen each other. She also seemed to have changed her choice of attire, from regular jonin garb to a nice dress. She also now wore her hair in a bun behind her head. She seemed rather classy in appearance and demeanor now. At least Ken felt she looked nice and classy. He would much rather refrain from offering his opinion on that if asked. Not that his opinion would count for much since he was still blind. Calling things beautiful was difficult for him since he only ever felt shapes. And shapes, no matter how specific, always needed him to use his imagination to piece everything together which wasn't perfect. Mabui, it's certainly been a while. Ken was the one to greet her first after entering the village's gates. She seemed to have been waiting there for him, but she was also quite shocked to see him remember her. Ken. You really have grown, huh? She scratched the back of her head and extended her hand towards him. She blinked a few times before realizing she may have done something wrong. They still didn't know how exactly Ken saw the world. She was about to apologize, but the blind assassin just shook her hand. I have grown a bit, yes. Hitting a growth sprout does that to you. Ken laughed a bit as he dropped that bombshell on her. Mabui was flabbergasted, unsure what to say in that situation. Growth sprout! It was strange to hear about the growth sprout of a well-known assassin that was believed to be an adult. Ken had decided to hint at the fact that he was just young to avoid any suspicion that he could alter his own height without any form of transformation jutsu. Yet another cover to separate him from the gray fox and a way for him to hide that facet of his powers. After all, it was only a matter of time before people put the pieces together and realized his height had changed drastically over the past few years. Say, how old are you exactly, Sir Ken? Mabui couldn't help but ask that question, her voice trembling a bit as Ken could feel her palm, which was still within his grasp, also becoming a bit sweaty. Oh, I did lose track at some point. But I should be somewhere around 13 and a half? I've not reached 14 yet at the very least. Ken decided to just be upfront about that. Keeping his age a secret at first seemed more necessary if he wanted people to take him seriously. But now? Who in their right mind wouldn't take the man that had bisected a tailed beast seriously? Well, the child that had bisected a tailed beast. But it was all the same for Ken. I see. Suddenly, Mabui's eyes seemed to be filled with emotions. Ken could sense them, he could sense her aura shifting a bit as she struggled through them. A mix of disbelief, wonder and pity? The blind assassin decided to not think too much about it. He simply shook his head and opened his mouth to speak again. No need to dwell on it too much. Just take me to the funeral. I think the wreckage is waiting on us. The young monster's words seemed to break Mabui out of her stupor as she stumbled an apology and quickly turned around and gestured for Ken to follow her. She then began guiding him through the city, her mind still trying to process that information, still trying to make sense of it. One thing was for sure. The wreckage must be informed about this as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Funeral, Send-Off and Request. Ken's figure attracted quite a few gazes as he made his way towards the funeral. He trailed behind Mabui without making any sound, but many civilians still seemed curious about him. No one approached them, however. All of them were aware that Ken was likely headed for A's funeral. They even kept their children away to avoid them asking strange questions and delaying the red dot. Ken found their gazes strange from afar, his body twitched as he also felt something strange in the village. A second-tailed beast? He didn't turn his head towards it, but he studied the Jinchuriki with his senses. He just sighed and shook his head when he realized it was just a plain young girl, even younger than Kushina. Her tailed beast also felt weaker than B's 8 tails. I guess she's the one that houses the two-tailed beast? I did hear that the cloud had 2 of them, I just didn't know what to believe since I never felt it before. He didn't dwell on it for too long, however, but he did feel the Jinchuriki's gaze on his back for a few moments, and he also felt her trailing him and Mabui. He didn't react in any way, as there were already other Umbu trailing him just in case. But he still found it odd. He doubted the wreckage would have asked a child to trail him after all. I guess children will be children regardless of orders and indoctrination, huh? Ken shook his head as they approached the large crowd that had gathered to attend A's funeral. All of the shinobi parted ways and formed a straight path for Ken and Mabui when they saw them approaching. The 2 of them only stopped when they stood in front of the closed casket. The wreckage and B were both there, looking at it with solemn expressions. They had finally gotten their closure. It wasn't a happy ending by any stretch of the imagination. No. The wreckage had lost a son and a successor, and B had lost a brother and a close confidant. Things were never going to get much better in that regard. But, now that they had closure, at least they would be able to heal with time. The situation was even more tragic in retrospect since they unwittingly invited A's killer to the funeral, and even considered him a friend. But that was neither here nor there. They had no way of knowing, even A himself didn't know who really killed him. Anoki also certainly was the one to pull the trigger, even if Ken was the one to pull him in front of the bullet. To B and the wreckage, the incident was already solved. They didn't need any more evidence than what they already found. The fact that A's remaining arm had the mark of a tail on it wasn't exactly too big of a red flag for them either, since he was supposed to be fighting the Gray Fox, who was touted to have a tail too. The fact that the Gray Fox and Ken came from the same clan did seem a bit suspicious at first, but they had already received Ken's help and found their son's remains. In their eyes, he had already redeemed himself. Erased any doubt that they had in their minds. And to Ken, he had already washed his hands of the situation, successfully breaking any connection that could have been made to link him to the incident. Ken cracked his neck to the side as Mabui bowed to the wreckage and B before retreating into the crowd. Thank you for choosing to come, Ken. The wreckage was the first to speak out, turning around and facing the assassin with an uncharacteristic warmth in his eyes. Ken studied him for a bit. He had already healed from his injury, but his arm was still missing. He didn't exactly have any arm to reconnect at the end of the day, so it was truly lost. No need to thank me. I was an ally and friend to me too. We had our disagreements, but I hope to see him grow further as a man. B sniffled a bit when he heard Ken's answer, and the Raikage sighed as well. Meanwhile, Mabui in the crowd was completely mortified to hear a 13-year-old boy calling A, who had been in his mid-20s, immature. She was having a hard time even believing that he was a child at that point. But his age did match the changes in height that she observed, both now and the last time she had seen him in the Cloud Village. It's clear enough that he is young. I doubt he lied to me actually, he had nothing to gain from it. But what kind of life must someone live to reach such a level of maturity at such a young age? It was a frightening question that she currently had no answer to. It was even more frightening to think that Ken must have been around 9, maybe 10 at most when he started building his reputation as a feared assassin. Hell, he was likely only around 10 when he saved her life back when they met. But she didn't rush and tell the Raikage of that. They were in the middle of a funeral, and she knew that it wasn't appropriate. He did have a lot of growing left to do. I hope to be able to see him overcome his temper and become prepared to take my mantle in the next few years. Now, the Raikage shook his head as he turned his gaze to the stone coffin. Now it's far too late. The Raikage closed his eyes, his head hanging down as he gritted his teeth. Ken sighed as he slowly uncovered his body, letting his long coat hang from only one of his shoulders and showing half of his body. He was wearing black clothing, similar to that of an authentic ninja, but it looked a lot more casual. He also wore a pair of black sandals. One of his hands then moved upwards, slowly but surely grabbing his mask and taking it off, before taking a few more steps forward and standing right beside the Raikage. B and the Raikage both looked at Ken with surprise, as the two of them finally caught a glimpse of the red dot's face. And they both winced. It was exactly what they expected to see after hearing that he was blind. If he was just unable to see, then he likely would have gotten his eyes replaced at some point. But he didn't even have eye holes. They only got to see his full face for all of 3 seconds, before bangs of hair fell down and covered the upper part of his face. Apologies, it is disrespectful to wear such a thing during a funeral. Ken then stuffed his mask within his coat before crossing his arms and tilting his head at the stone coffin. Standing in front of it, feeling the grief and sadness rolling off of everyone present, he couldn't help but feel even more conflicted. But despite knowing how fucked up the situation was, and how much kindness the people around him had shown him, the Raikage especially, he still couldn't bring himself to feel bad about what he had done. Have I truly fallen so far? No. The Raikage's son died only as a result of his father's desire to start a war. Even if I was the one to physically take him out, he became a potential casualty of war the moment his father acted out. Ken steeled his mind as he avoided showing any of his conflicts outward. But surprisingly, the Raikage, who was already used to his expressionless mask, was able to tell that Ken was conflicted just from a small twitch of the mouth. But it was thankfully a common feeling to have during a funeral, especially when someone died young and before their time. Even if I was technically an adult, he was strong, and he was set to have a long life ahead of him before he ran into misfortune and got caught in the Tsuchikage's devious plot. He had no way of knowing that Ken was conflicted in a completely different way. And it was better that he didn't know such a thing. The three of them stood in front of the crowd. The Raikage was the first one to speak up. Now that everyone is gathered here, I want to thank you all. To thank you for coming to send off my son. I'm sure he would have been happy to see all of you here. The Raikage gave the crowd a warm smile. Tears were going all around. Many of the Jonin and shinobi present were people that had worked directly with A, people that knew and valued him. They had lost many due to the wars, but that didn't mean they liked losing even more. I never got to tell him, you know? I never got to tell him how proud of him I was. That is one of my greatest regrets. The Raikage patted his son's coffin, his warm smile turning a bit hollow. But he kept his composure. He was the Raikage, the pillar that held up the Cloud Village. He needed to be strong for his people, even if it involved the death of his son. But, at the very least, I know that he can rest easy now. I'll still be able to tell him. In the afterlife. The Raikage ended his speech on a more positive note, albeit a bit grim. Then came B's turn to give a speech. When I first met Big Brother, I didn't know what to think of him. His speech was a lot less ideal. He spoke as if he was telling another one of his drunken stories. But he wasn't rapping, his mouth was curled upwards in a warm smile as he remembered the way he and met. How the Rakeage introduced them. I thought he was rude, belligerent. He was the one that helped put discipline in my life. Some people weren't pleased to hear the first part, but no one dared to speak up either. Everyone knew how close B and A were. They were quite literally inseparable. For the rest of my life, there won't be a day I won't miss him. That was how he ended his speech, also ending it on a warm note. That entire time, Ken had stood to the side, giving the two of them the podium to give their speeches. Thankfully, they didn't expect Ken to give a speech as well. The assassin hadn't even prepared one. He didn't expect to stand in front of so many people, he expected to just stand by in the crowd and speak to the Rakeage afterwards. After the two family members gave their speeches, there was time to lower the stone casket to the ground. The Rakeage and B did so without the aid of any jutsu. They just grabbed it by two large ropes and dangled it atop the hole, before gently lowering it inside. Then they both took a handful of earth and threw it on the coffin. "May you rest in peace," they both shouted out at the same time. Then, they both looked at Ken, who nodded. He walked forwards, grabbed a handful of dirt as well, and threw it in. "May you rest in peace." His voice was a lot more restrained, like a quiet whistle of the wind, but there wasn't one person present that couldn't hear it. The scene then repeated with all of the people present, all of them walking up and grabbing a handful of dirt and throwing it in. Until eventually, the hole was completely covered up. After that, the funeral was over, flowers adorned the newly built tombstone and many had already started walking away. Mabui walked in the opposite direction, however, staying at the Rakeage's side and whispering some things in his ear. Whatever she said to him, it seemed to completely shock the large man. His eyes widened as his gaze turned towards Ken, whose back was already getting further and further away. Yep, the blind assassin had also decided to not stick around for too long. He had already shown up, there was no need for much else. Or so he thought. In a moment, he felt a large figure rushing towards him. It was none other than the Rakeage, who passed him by in a flash of light and appeared in front of him, his entire body radiating lightning chakra. "Kick in. Do you mind if we talk a bit before you leave?" Chapter 112, Concern, Perspective and Departure. Ken stopped just short of bumping into the Rakeage. No one had really stopped him or even tried to talk to him after the funeral was over, which was to be expected. Although he had helped the Rakeage and A, he was still technically an outsider. It wasn't like he would have had it any other way. He wouldn't have minded if he wasn't invited to the funeral at all, but life had its own ideas. Just like the Rakeage seemed to have his own when stopping Ken with a hurried/worried look. "Sure. We can talk a bit." Ken ended up just nodding to the Rakeage's request for a conversation. The Rakeage then looked around, realizing that their interaction had attracted quite a few gazes before his attention settled on the blind assassin in front of him. "It might be better if we do this in my office." To that, Ken only nodded and felt the Rakeage sprint towards the Kaguya building. Before anyone around them could even react, he also turned into a blur and followed the Rakeage's steps. Ken paid no mind to the reactions of the people that had attended the funeral, he just rushed into the Rakeage's office without any worry. None of the Ambu guarding the building stopped him either, and the Rakeage was already inside waiting for him. He wasn't sitting in his chair, he was merely leaning on the table, one hand on the back of his neck while the other was still missing. Ken walked into the office without bothering to put his mask back on, his face wasn't displaying any emotions, however. He could somewhat guess why the Rakeage was wanting to speak with him. He appreciated the fact that Mabui had at least waited since after the funeral, but it was likely just done out of consideration for the event. Ken cracked his shoulder as he slowly walked up to the Rakeage and crossed his arms. "So, what is it? Do you have a job for the Brotherhood?" He still decided to start the conversation in a light tone. Throw the ball in the Rake's court, so to say. Ken was curious about what the man would feel. He didn't think his age was that big of an issue personally. But that was because he knew he was way older mentally than physically. Outwardly, it certainly looked a lot worse. The entire shinobi world had been shaken up by a child. Which was why the Reikage had to confirm it, to make absolutely sure that Mabui wasn't making any mistakes. I think you already know what this is about. The conversation you had with Mabui before coming to the funeral. The Reikage seemed determined to get right to the point. Ken just nodded when hearing that. Figures. The blind assassin would have rolled his eyes if he had any. The Reikage didn't seem to be in the mood for jokes, however. So it's true then? Are you really only 13? His serious tone only got a tired sigh from Ken, who decided to just confirm it in the end. He did consider playing around with the Reikage and gaslighting Mabui for fun, but he decided that it would ultimately be a waste of everyone's time. He had revealed his age for a reason in the first place. It was about time that the world learned about his talent. They already knew of his power, now they were to learn of his potential for growth, far exceeding that of regular humans. Yes. I hope that reveal won't be an issue for any future cooperation, right? Ken crossed his arms and tilted his head towards the Reikage. All of a sudden, his mannerisms started looking childlike in the Reikage's eyes. And he slowly pieced together the puzzle that had been unfolding in his mind. Childlike or not, the Reikage couldn't bring himself to look down on Ken, who was by all accounts one of the strongest people alive at that time. And his services had also never let the Reikage down in the past. So it was safe to say that his answer was going to be obvious. It won't affect our cooperation in the future. But your age does raise quite a few concerns regarding your mental state and upbringing. The Reikage sighed as he now no longer tried to hide the concern in his gaze. You shouldn't be concerned for me, Lord Reikage. I've been operating for years without any issues. Ken's gruff voice sounded reassuring to the Reikage, but what he said still seemed strange. That's part of the issue. You've been operating for years, but you're only 13. Did you even have a childhood? My past should be of no concern to you. Ken was going to say a few more things, but he stopped himself at some point. He felt the Reikage's genuine emotion, and even to him, it felt weird simply letting it go. He could put that to good use. But I did have a childhood. All the way up till I was 8 even. Much more than some other children, I would say. Ken sighed as he remembered those early days. It wasn't like he experienced actual childlike wonder. Nor did he have the mind of a child. But he still had felt the protection of parental figures, something that he had sorely lacked in his past life. You started making a name for yourself at 10, right? Usually, children at that age are still in the academy. Even genin are usually only given simple missions, so they get to enjoy their childhoods to some extent. It was a bit concerning that Ken was already hunting down S-rank shinobi when he was 10. Sure, the chances that he encountered a true S-rank were slim, but he had still hunted down plenty of elite jonin in that time. The S-rank was a rank given to high-profile criminals or threats to a land. But only the strong got to live while having that rank. The reward from a rank to S-rank rose exponentially, so one could guess that there were countless shinobi and bounty hunters going after them at all times. Ken had started off as one of those bounty hunters, at the age of 10. That was concerning in of itself, but he had also faced off against an entire hidden village at around that age. All in all, the Reikage had to face a rather bitter truth. Ken has the potential to grow exponentially stronger than I am. Hell, he may already be stronger than me. The Reikage could face off against the 8 tails and win repeatedly, sure. But he was not confident in cutting the 7 tails in 2 with one strike alone. Maybe he could pierce through it, but it was always annoying to deal damage to tailed beasts. They technically couldn't die if they still had chakra. Somehow, Ken had managed to overcome that regeneration and killed it in one strike. As the Reikage was pondering on how Ken might have been able to do that, the blind assassin decided to latch onto something that the village leader had claimed. Oh? Children and even genin get to have a childhood? The Reikage perked up once more when he heard that question, confusion etched in his eyes and soul. He was about to open his mouth and reaffirm his previous statement, but Ken didn't even give him a chance. Would you like to wager a guess regarding the number of dead child soldiers I've run into on my way to this funeral? Ken's words seemed to have caught the Raikage off guard completely. The large man opened his mouth for a few seconds before closing it. Suddenly, he became unsure of what to say. Ken didn't continue, however, letting the awkward silence hang in the room as he kept his arms crossed and waited for an answer. It wasn't a rhetorical question after all. I don't want to answer that one. I know that whatever answer I give, the true answer will always be one too many. But such is war. We are fighting on multiple fronts, we can't even afford to keep our young ones safe. It was shameful to admit, but he couldn't lie to Ken. He had seen the corpses with his own eyes. Well, he had felt them or smelt them. The Raikage didn't quite know how the blind assassin was able to see. But he knew one thing for sure. There was no fooling Ken's eye. So lying was pointless. Then why exactly did you even start this war? And while the children were dying out there, why were you holding such a big funeral for your son? Ken's questions seemed to be getting on the Raikage's nerves. Especially the last one. The worst part was that he had no good excuse for that last question. He wanted to give his son a proper farewell, and he had gone against his morals and put his own feelings above the safety of the village. It was something that he could only lament and regret now. It was an odd feeling, conflicting for sure, to regret giving your son a proper funeral. But the circumstances didn't allow him to paint it in any better of a light. I can't argue with you on the last one. I can only apologize for my mistake. The Raikage shook his head and lowered it in shame as he spoke to the assassin. But you are mistaken in your assumption. I was not the one that started this war. The leaders of our lands are the ones pulling the string at the end of the day. They handle our budgets, they have a chokehold on all of us. We are mere soldiers at the end of the day. Even me. Ken tilted his head a bit when hearing that answer. He found it odd that the Raikage and the others were letting themselves be at the beck and call of the daimyo of their respective nations. Budget? That is the issue? You'd think the shinobi would have the power to overthrow the daimyo after all these years. Ken was genuinely confused. He had been under the understanding that the daimyo were mostly just figureheads. That was certainly the case for most of the small nations. So were the 5 great ones any different? Things aren't as simple as that. If we are to rebel, then we certainly have the power to do so. But no noble family would give us work from that point forward. We would become no better than criminals. We would slowly but surely run out of resources, and we'd end up resorting to war to make up for that anyway. So it would seem. The world seemed to be built on an extremely stable system. One that put the power not in the hands of those that had actual power, but the hands of those that had the most money. Ken couldn't help but sigh as he realized just how much that reminded him of his old world. So it was the daimyo's idea to attack the Uzumaki clan as well? Ken gulped a bit internally as he realized the implications of what the Raikage had said earlier. Depending on the answer he received now, his guilt and feelings over A's death would certainly shift. Well, I'll admit that it was mostly us the Kage spearheading that invasion. Fuinjutsu is simply too valuable to ignore even for us. Thankfully there was no need for that. That's understandable. Thank you for giving me more perspective in the way the 5 great nations operate. Ken nodded towards the Raikage, choosing not to go further into it. He now knew that ending the war wasn't something he could do through the Raikage. That was enough knowledge. No problem. It's not exactly public knowledge, only those within our circle know this, but I don't see any reason why I shouldn't tell you. You are a friend after all, though a bit young. The Raikage just sighed and walked over to his chair, finally sitting down while running a hand through his hair. A friend. Well, thank you, Lord Raikage. Both for the invitation and concern. You don't have to worry about me, however. But if I ever need help, I'll reach out to you. Ken smiled as he addressed the Raikage in a warmer tone now. It made the man in question smile, some of the frustration and concern in his mind dissipating in the process. "Thank you for trusting me enough to do so, Ken," the Raikage muttered as he looked at Ken's back, getting further and further away before the door closed. On the other side, Ken's smile immediately fell. The Raikage had really helped Ken a lot. The information given should have been obvious in retrospect, but he may have overlooked some things in his thought process before. He had been too fixated on blaming everything on Shinobi. But it seemed humans in general were rather faulty at their core. Well, at least those that became corrupted by power, greed, and any other desire. The world was complex at the end of the day. And Ken was now finally opening up his mind to observe that complexity. "My plans will have to be changed greatly. But at least now I know what I need to do." Ken then cracked his neck, put his mask back on, and vanished from the Raikage's hallway. Chapter 113, New Moniker, Wildfire, and Visitors. Ken took the scenic route back home. He decided to take his time and get accustomed to his new summons, the bats. They were all seemingly capable of human speech, at least the ones he had summoned. They seemed more than eager to help him out too, unlike the turtles. They asked for nothing in return. They seemingly instantly bonded with Ken due to the similarities they shared. Ken at one point even grew wings and flew amongst them, surveying his surroundings from high up into the sky, feeling the wind directly on his skin. Not that it made that big a difference to him or even the bats. They were both as blind as well. Bats. But it was nice to have idle conversations while in mid-flight. Of course, he had to slow himself down to match their speed, but it was otherwise just relaxing. At some point, Ken even stopped flapping his wings and the swarm of bats he had summoned just carried him forward, as it was more convenient for them too. The leader of the bats was called Blitz. He was significantly larger than a regular bat, his body being almost the size of Ken with his wingspan only falling a bit short. He could apparently fly 3 times faster than the others, which was surprisingly quick even by Ken's standards. Of course, Ken and even the deceased seven-tailed Jinchuriki were faster, but it was still impressive, certainly faster than Inoki's flight speed. As he was taking his time getting to know the various bats that were now to become their messengers, some news started spreading around in the shinobi world. It seemed that the Raikage decided not to keep Ken's age a secret. The Cloud Village leader had likely figured out that Ken had told him the truth for him to spread it to the rest of the shinobi world as well. At the very least, he figured Ken didn't care about hiding it. And he wanted the world to find out just how talented the Red Dot actually was, just how much potential he had. At first, no one really wanted to believe the Raikage report. They thought that it was a preposterous notion. For a child to be so overwhelmingly powerful, it was simply unheard of, and they thought that the Raikage was just planning something and misleading them. They had no way of knowing what exactly the Raikage was gaining from spreading such misinformation though. Hell, they had no reason to believe Ken himself was gaining anything either. But after a day of the news being out, Konoha and the Hokage by extension also put the pieces together and realized that his age matched a lot with his growth that had been observed throughout the years. And when the two villages that were enemies agreed on that thing, everyone else in the world had no choice but to come to the conclusion that Ken was actually only 13. This immediately brought even greater shame to the Grass Village, now that it was a well-known fact that they had been almost dismantled by an 11-year-old child. But the Grass weren't the only ones ashamed. Just about every village that had been aiming for Ken and had failed in doing so felt the same. People like Danzo immediately thought about ways they could try and indoctrinate him. His age indicated that it maybe wasn't too late. But in reality, most also realized that he was far too mature for that to even be a possibility. He was essentially an adult. Cold-blooded, callous, powerful, and even was reported taking care of other children within his organization. So in the end, not much had changed regarding the stances others took towards Ken and his organization. But it did earn him a new title. It was about time. By now his monstrous scales and appearance were all but infamous to the entire world. And the writers of the Bingo book had already been cooking up a new nickname for Ken. His titular Red Dot title was already known worldwide, but his monstrous feats and appearance deserved more in their eyes. The Dragon Cub. It was doubtful for the new nickname to catch on too quickly, however, as the name of the Red Dot was already etched into the mind of both the shinobi and the mundane worlds. Regardless, this reveal managed to send some of the people Ken had interacted with on a rather wild spiral. Especially Mifune and Yuichi, the news got to them last, as they were stuck dealing with training the youth and paperwork respectively. At first, neither of them could wrap their head around the fact that Ken was even younger than you. Hell, Mifune had thought that he was likely older than Yuichi, as he had been able to give them the advice that saved his future relationship with his daughter. He helped Yuichi accept her newfound talents and bloodthirsty nature and helped him understand that only by doing so would he be able to keep being a father to you. Without his advice, Mifune was sure that Yuichi would have become a jailer for you more so than a father. Especially if she did as Ken predicted she would, and spiraled out, taking her frustrations out on servants or animals. At that moment, in helping the daimyo, he had become a trusted advisor of his. From that moment on, Yuichi had essentially become a shield for Ken within the Land of Iron and even beyond. And Mifune was all for it. While he didn't know if he could ever fully trust Ken, he at least believed him to be a great man with an impressive amount of life experience and sound judgment. A shady character, but also helpful when he needed to be. He had also treated you very well from all of her reports to the point where she had found a second home within his organization. But no! He was no great man. That advice was unironically given by Ken, who was likely around 12 years old at the time. Yu's training and conditioning were personally handled by someone younger than even her. Who, technically, should have had less life experience than even her. It simply didn't make sense. At least it didn't until they finally forced themselves to come to the realization that Ken most likely never had a childhood to begin with. His understanding and being able to train you spoke levels of his maturity. But the experience was personal. Mifune now finally remembered the assassin claiming that Yu was a natural sadist. Exactly like he was. So, in the end, they reached the conclusion that Ken was most likely raised in an extremely dangerous environment with little to no room for humanity. But he had developed afterwards, either with the help of someone or by himself, into a respectable human being as he grew older. He was still a child, and by that consensus, he had still gone through a lot. But there was really no other way for them to think of the situation. That made them feel quite conflicted. For one, a child was sacred and treasured in their culture. But they had been plotting against a child in the past. And Mifune had even drawn his sword at the said child. It felt almost insulting. The conflicting part was that thinking of the blind assassin as a child was almost impossible. Even when he knew that Ken was a child. It was the same for Yuichi. Neither of the leaders of the Land of Iron were able to get much sleep that night. But one thing was for sure. We need to have a talk with him. By the time the blind assassin reached his compound, the news had already reached every corner of the known world. Even the Mizukage wasn't even fazed by that information. To him, it made no difference what age Ken was. He just wanted nothing to do with him for the rest of his life, however long that may be. It didn't matter if others were to try and mock him for losing to a child. At the end of the day, no one would have done any better than he did against Ken. Except maybe Hiruzen, the god of shinobi, the Reikage and the Tsuchikage. But if only 3 people in the whole world came to mind, then he did pretty goddamn well in his opinion. And that was really all that mattered. He was likely the only hidden village leader that was completely unfazed by the news. For now, the rest of the world was still trying to wrap its heads around the existence of Ken. Many were now hoping to find more about his past, anything really that could give them an indication of where he popped up from and why he did what he did. As for the blind assassin himself, he just observed from the side. Tasho and Akira both made sure to inform Ken of the messages they got and the reactions from the world. It had only taken Ken 3 days, yet the Dark Brotherhood had already received a lot of invitations from several shady characters. Included but not limited to, a few of the nobles in the Land of Iron, a lot of hidden villages and even some other bounty hunting groups that had sprouted up in other lands that mimicked the Dark Brotherhood's modus operandi. They all asked for formal meetings with the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, maybe in hopes of taking advantage of Ken's age in some way. Maybe they thought that Ken was just playing around as the leader of a group out of fun. I somewhat expected this to happen, but I guess they really are taking me for a fool. One thing was for sure. The people messaging him surely were bold. They seemed to have balls of steel. All of them seemed to conveniently forget that Ken hadn't only crushed a hidden village at 11 years of age, but that he had also just recently crushed the Mizukage and murdered the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Well, it was unlikely that they forgot. His reputation was still just as frightful. People were likely just hoping to take advantage of the Dark Brotherhood's perceived neutrality. They likely felt safe in their attempts as they knew that the Dark Brotherhood wouldn't act out against all of them. It's almost as if someone is pulling the strings here. I doubt so many invitations coming in at once is a coincidence. The blind assassin scoffed as he rested his tired legs on the desk in front of him. A bat came inside from the small window behind him. It flapped its wings before landing on his legs. "Kick in! More messages for you, insistent humans, land of iron." It was a small bat that went by the name of Fidget. It had a constant stutter and had some trouble making full sentences at times. He also happened to be the direct son of Blitz, which was why Ken decided to keep him around for now, as he seemed to be faster than a normal bat while being just as small. Good genetics seemed to play a big part, but he was also extremely skilled in flight. It was an inborn ability for all of them, but Fidget seemed to be able to take mid-air maneuvering to a new level. It went to the point where Ken considered asking the small bat to train him. But for now, he had essentially become Ken's companion only. "Fidget, did they send a delegation or just a message?" The small bat wasn't carrying anything, so it had likely just observed some interactions at the gates and overheard some things before coming to report to him. It wasn't like he needed to. Ken only needed to concentrate for a second to tell what was happening beyond the walls of his compound. He kept his senses to only his compound to avoid overstimulating himself needlessly. They already had formations set up for intruders as soon as they stepped into the mountain range, so he didn't need to be as hung up on that anymore. Well, unless he was looking for something specific, like right now. And as soon as his senses expanded, he immediately turned his head towards the gate and tilted it. Mifune and the daimyo are visiting personally? Chapter 114, Titles, Atmosphere and Discussion. Yuichi and Mifune were both invited in the compound at Ken's orders. No grand welcoming party was prepared for them, but they didn't seem to mind. They had come uninvited at the end of the day. They hadn't even given the Dark Brotherhood or Ken any notice of their visit. The blind assassin was somewhat expecting them to want to meet him, but he hadn't really expected them to come in person. I guess they don't feel right summoning a child to their palace? Ah well, it matters not. One less trip for me to make. Ken just shook his head and took his legs off the table. He didn't bother wearing his mask as he was in his home. Not having an identity to protect sure felt liberating. He did wonder if he could build a second identity without his mask at some point, but he was too eye-catching anyway. Unless he constantly hid half of his face, he would definitely stand out. And not in a good way. Especially now that the world knew he was essentially a blind child. No one knew exactly what his face looked like. Well, with the exception of a few people within the Leaf and Cloud villages. They hadn't exactly shared his appearance around, however. It was most definitely because they realized that Ken wouldn't be outright pleased with that. They probably figured that he wore a mask for a reason, which was why even the likes of Danzo weren't trying to publish more about his appearance. Since they likely figured Ken would be able to tell who spread the information and would come after them. Even if his real age turned out to be very young, he was still a huge threat within the shinobi world. No one really wanted to cross him directly. And he doubted Yuichi or Mifune would want to cross him in any way. If anything, Ken doubted that the visit of the Land of Iron's officials was going to come with any bad intentions. In the first place, his relationship with the Land of Iron had been nothing but cordial thanks to the bloody Princess Yu. Yep. You had, at some point, received a nickname in the bingo book. It was after she went on a few missions using the sewing needle that she took from Ken's office. The princess part stemmed from her rather refined, regal, and childish way of speaking. A stark contrast to her actual nature and means, which was where the bloody came from. People realized that Ken was likely rebuilding the 7 missed swordsmen within his own organization, and so everyone that was spotted with such a blade was given a nickname. Yu was considered an A rank in the bingo books, considered an actual threat to even some jonin. Of course, it was only speculation from the bingo book creators in the Land of Iron and surrounding lands, as they had no way of knowing how she'd fare against an actual jonin. The Dark Brotherhood only really went after bandits and criminals at the end of the day. Tatsuo had received one as well, the One-Legged Devil. He was also considered an A-rank threat, but his ranking wasn't boosted in any way because he didn't possess any special sword. He was only ranked based on skill. His title was also self-explanatory. He was a reminder to all that the Dark Brotherhood which the Red Dot had created housed many monsters in it. He was known for his speed, rivaling elite jonin at a very young age. Well, compared to Ken he didn't seem all that talented now. But he was still essentially one of the best in his generation. Even geniuses from the 5 great ninja villages could hardly compare with him. And he wasn't the only one. Plenty of youngsters from the Dark Brotherhood had managed to build some name for themselves, though only those above a rank received a proper nickname. The others were just called by numbers. One could guess that their reputation rising also meant the standing of the Dark Brotherhood rose exponentially as it became evident to the world that Ken wasn't the only one of relevance within the organization. Of course, to the wider world, the blades under Ken were still a mystery. But it wasn't a mystery for Mifune and Yuichi. The two of them already knew about the internal structure of the Brotherhood, and they were also clued in about the blades and their identities. The man that came to greet them at the gate was the first blade, easily recognizable by his mask. He led them both through the compound and towards Ken's office. But not before Yu spotted them and rushed to them. Ken felt that from his office and just smiled at her eagerness. It was a heartwarming scene, a little girl rushing to hug her father after a rather long period of separation. Well, it wasn't that long since she had visited him, but it was still a bit of time spent apart. But the most heartwarming part about Yu and Yuichi reuniting was the reaction of the other children. One would expect them to feel at least a smidge of jealousy, as they had all lost their families. But instead of feeling jealousy, those that witnessed Yu's bright smile were only happy for her. Yet another example of the type of atmosphere that the Dark Brotherhood had managed to foster. Mifune, although nowhere near as sensitive as Ken, could still tell that the children were all happy for Yu just from their reactions, which earned a small smile from him. He was a bit disappointed that he wasn't all that included in a family hug, as he saw Yu as a granddaughter and Yuichi as a younger brother, but he decided to not intervene. Instead, his eyes settled on the largest building within the compound, his eyebrows raised a bit as he felt a gaze on him. Mifune was not a censor by any means, but he was still a highly experienced samurai that had even butted heads with the likes of Hanzo of the Salamander, who was touted to be as strong as the current god of shinobi. Though he had lost that fight, he had still scarred the legendary shinobi's face in the process. Which was a testament to his skills, further vouching for his instincts. Even then, that feeling of being watched was faint, but he could tell that it was most likely Ken. He had no reason to hide himself in his own home after all. His scouting technique sure is terrifying. It's likely what he uses to see. Mifune narrowed his eyes at the large building that Ken was most likely in. Yu and Yuichi's reunion and heartwarming hug didn't last for much longer after that. But the little princess did decide to tag along with them. The first blade didn't stop her as she was Yuichi's daughter at the end of the day, and the children were all in a period of self-training. Well, there was the exception of the children still training in the blind caves, but they were accompanied by Saburo's clones at all times, and Ken was also keeping an eye on them. Yu had plenty of free time, and that free time now led to her visiting her teacher and mentor's room for the first time in a few weeks. The first blade was still the first to enter the room. He didn't bother introducing the newcomers to Ken, he already knew that nothing escaped his vision within the compound and even beyond. Tasho merely nodded before walking over to the right of Ken's chair and crossing his arms. After him came Yu, skipping happily into the room with a huge smile plastered onto her face. "Teacher! Daddy dropped by. Grandpa Mifune is also with him." She spoke out in a cheerful tone, momentarily forgetting her teacher's abilities in her excitement. "Of course, thank you." Ken responded, his lips turning upwards as he then tilted his head at the last two people to enter the room. Mifune and Yuichi. Mifune was seemingly dressed in his usual samurai attire, his long hair caught in a bun and flowing down his back. Yuichi was also dressed in rather regal clothing, his face covered by a veil which he proceeded to take down the same second he stepped into Ken's office. The other samurai that had accompanied them all waited outside of the compound, under the watchful eye of the strawman's clones. "I am glad to sense the two of you in my presence today. But what brings on this sudden visit?" Ken crossed his arms, his head still tilted to the side, causing his hair to flow to the side. This, in turn, revealed his full face to the two men and Yu, who was momentarily stunned by it. Mifune and Yuichi recovered quickly, as it was a face they had seen before, though they had doubted it was his real face in the past. At least now they had assurance that it was indeed his face. Ken had no reason to be guarded against them anymore, especially not in his own home. And especially not when he could likely fight the entire land of iron on his own. "Well, recent news has made us wish to seek you out. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about." Yuichi spoke out as some concern reached his face. Mifune merely nodded along to his leader's words, studying the face of the assassin he had been dreaming about fighting for years. It had been a fantasy of his, managing to duel the world's strongest bounty hunter, testing his mettle against one of the finest fighters in the world. Now that fantasy felt dishonorable as well. With the reveal that Ken was still just a child, Mifune's entire view of him shifted. He was still a strong figure, at the very top of the world even. But he also still had a lot of potential to grow. This meant that he, as an older man that had already likely reached the end of his talents, was not qualified to step into the same arena as Ken. No one really was. No fight against Ken would be a fair fight between adults. And by the time he becomes an adult, he won't be the type of person that anyone, tailed beast or man, can fight. It was discouraging. But also the undeniable truth. I can understand how recent news may have been a bit concerning due to this nation's view on children. I can assure you that I am not being controlled by any mysterious force if that is what you fear. Ken decided to start addressing their concerns right away. Although they hadn't voiced it much, both Mifune and Yuichi had thought about that possibility before. But that simply didn't fit with what Ken had displayed in the past. He wasn't a child that could be controlled. It was too difficult to even hold negotiations with him due to how shrewd he was. Although I admit that the thought had crossed our minds, we aren't exactly concerned about you being controlled. A force capable of controlling you would have already taken over our land of iron. Mifune scoffed a bit as he spoke those words out loud. Yuichi gave Mifune a surprised glance, likely not expecting him to blurt out such a thing. Neither man liked hearing those words, but they knew that it was the truth. Ken alone was likely enough to assassinate all nobles within the land of iron, and that was enough to upturn the current rule of law completely. I understand. So your concerns lie more on your view of children then? Ken slowly tilted his head onto the other side, Tasho behind him also seemingly relaxing. Tasho had his own concerns about the way the talk would go. He had expected something to happen since Mifune, the strongest samurai in the land, had appeared personally. Of course, he wasn't tense out of concern for Ken. He didn't think anyone would be able to defeat his leader. But to get to the king, one must face his blades first. He wasn't about to let anyone touch Ken under any circumstance. But it seemed no such thing was needed. Yes. Mainly, we were a bit concerned for you, so we decided to check on you personally and apologize for the way we had been treating you as well. It was at that moment that both Yuichi and Mifune looked at each other and bowed. They both slightly lowered their heads towards Ken, much to the surprise of everyone still present in the room. The blind assassin acted in the exact second they bowed. He waved his hand and told them to stand straight, that there was no need for such things in his office. But both Mifune and Yuichi were adamant about bowing for at least 10 seconds. No honest apology is done with one's head raised up high. That was their reasoning. Yet, I believe you've not done anything that you need to apologize for. Ken was still confused by their need for forgiveness. He always treated them as equals on a political scale, so their plotting against him was just normal. Of course, it all stopped after he started being Yu's teacher. But that was just a bout of good luck on his side. But unfortunately for Ken, his age being revealed also meant something else. None of my old associates will be able to see me as an equal, huh? It was a bitter realization that had been on his mind for a while. He had hoped it was just a senseless worry, as the Raikage seemed to still treat him as an equal of sorts. Unfortunately, that realization was just the unavoidable truth. Alas, it matters not. Those that would look down on me and try to use me would have never been worthy of my trust anyway. As for the two people in front of him, they seemed genuinely apologetic and even ashamed at having schemed against a child. It was dishonorable in the culture. And honor meant everything to them. Eventually, after Ken confirmed that he forgave them and had no ill will against them, they calmed down. And eventually, the topic of his past came into question as well. What type of upbringing would bring one as young as you to such a position in life? The question lacked a bit of tact maybe, but it was asked in a friendly manner. They weren't in the middle of diplomatic discussions after all. I guess I can tell them a bit about my past. Who knows, maybe they can even help me track down my biological parents. Chapter 115, Honor, Story, and Alliance. Ken sighed as he decided to finally talk about his past for the first time in quite a while. The only person that really knew of his past even within the Dark Brotherhood was Tasho, and even he didn't know much when it came to details. They all knew that the 7 swordsmen of the Mist had taken something dear from him in the past, which made them the subject of his bloody revenge, but they had no idea what that was. Ken had somewhat refrained from ever mentioning his age, and part of his backstory was his age. The only reason that the 7 swordsmen of the Mist had lived that long was because he was too young and weak to kill them at the time. Ken's revenge had stretched out for so long, and ended up involving the Dark Brotherhood as well, exactly because he was unable to do it alone at the time. Afterwards, he had just decided to hunt them down in more sadistic ways with the help of the Brotherhood. I guess it's time that the others learn about me as well. Ken was sure that his age and story would reach the children within the Brotherhood too. He was somewhat worried about how it would affect their view of him. After all, there were plenty among the children in the Brotherhood that were physically older than him. He had already created and maintained the image of a father figure, but now he did run the risk of losing it. Well, I had already figured that this would be the price of showing my talent to the world. But even if I am no longer a father figure to them, they will all still be part of the Brotherhood. With that said, the blind assassin was not that concerned with the way the rest of the world viewed him. But he needed the fact that he was a child to be known. So sharing his story with the others was no longer that big of a deal. All of the people present were surprised to hear Ken actually getting into his story. More specifically, the story of his birth. The story of a blind and disfigured infant left to die eaten by wolves and frostbite in the middle of a cold mountain somewhere in the Land of Iron. The tale of how 10 honorable samurai of the Land of Iron discovered him and saved his life. Mifune felt a bit proud to hear that their land samurai were truly following their codes of conduct properly and that their honorable nature was kept even in the wild. Yuichi also felt a bit proud, a slight smile reaching his lips as he thought of how he would have wanted his own child to be helped in such a situation. Ken's next words did feel like a bucket of cold water over their heads though. The 10 samurai that saved me were deserters, running away from certain death after being ordered to go visit several hidden villages. Mifune blinked a few times, before looking at the ground with a bit of shame. The man valued honor above all else. For one second, he didn't even want to believe that deserters would be capable of such commendable and selfless actions. But he knew that Ken had no reason to lie to them. He had nothing to gain from it, at least nothing that Mifune could see. Yuichi seemed to think the same. Although his view on deserters was a bit less radical, he was still taken aback by the fact that the citizen of their land had abandoned a child. His own parents were more immoral and unhinged than a group of criminals. Yu was also surprised to hear that her teacher had had such a past. She still didn't know the full picture. She only understood that her teacher was a lot younger than he seemed. She was also still processing her thoughts after seeing his true face, but his story now had enraptured her attention completely. Ken's story continued from that point on. The blind assassin spoke in a melancholic tone as he told the story of how the group of 10 slowly but surely shrunk to a group of 6. He didn't go into too much detail about the way he was raised, but he did mention the struggles of constantly having to run around from place to place. All until they finally decided to settle into an abandoned temple in a random mountain range. And how that ultimately turned out to be one of the reasons for their demise. They had a rather thorough escape plan, and they had a lot of tracks that went all over the mountain range and those around it. But a group of experienced jonin were still able to pinpoint some places that they were constantly hunting around in. And one day, when Ken urged all of the samurai to leave the temple to make them a sweet surprise in the form of a memorial for those that had fallen. That was when it happened. The explosion, the madness, the anger, the failed revenge. Mifune, Yuichi, and you all couldn't help but give Ken a rather tragic look. But Mifune's eyes also widened in recognition. Don't tell me. The mountain hyenas. He blurted out loud as he remembered the group of bandits that had been taken down by the 7 swordsmen of the mist all those years back. Indeed. That was the nickname that was given to us at that time. Well, my involvement was unknown as I wasn't ever seen or heard from, but I was the one to track different paths for retreat and create a comprehensive map of the area. Ken mused a bit as he remembered how weirded out the samurai was at his accuracy when drawing maps. Those 6 samurai were the first ones in that world to understand just how scary Ken's perception was. Still, their fate was somewhat tragic. It was unusual, Mifune still remembered it. The Mist Swordsmen had been traveling the world on some secret mission for the Mist Village, and they were hunting down bounties all over the world to build a name for themselves. And it seemed that the people that had raised Ken were on that list. It was simply bad luck. It wasn't like the mountain hyenas were the most dangerous group either. Mifune hadn't bothered to dispatch a full battalion against them exactly because they mostly minded their own business. It was just pure bad luck. I must admit, my mind was not in the best of places back then. Ken sighed as he remembered just how close he was to going mad all over again. The guilt he felt, although he had never wanted to admit it or even think about it, subconsciously he did also somewhat blame himself for their deaths. The only people he had cared about till that point in his life. It was a wonder that he didn't spiral back to his old way of coping with reality. Which was killing people. Well, he essentially did do that, but he justified it by completely dehumanizing a group of people. It was still better than becoming a mad dog and biting at everyone that came close to him. The only thing that kept him sane was the knowledge of how those he had lost would react to his madness and the promise he had made to them. Well, to their corpses anyway. How would those who had put in the effort to raise him react to him becoming a madman in his second life as well? Even so, he had done his fair share of things he wasn't proud of. And he wasn't shy about admitting his sins either. One of your higher-ranking samurai had reached our former home by following my bloody tracks that had barely been covered by snow. He acted quickly, cutting apart the temple that was my former home. I killed that man in cold blood, and all those that were sent with him. Neither Mifune nor Yuichi knew how to react to that information, that much was a given. Yeah. The squad we sent back then never returned. I think I remember reading a report about their corpses being found and brought back for burial. Yuichi mused a bit as he remembered the situation quite clearly despite the time that had passed. It was considered an unsolved case. Well, not anymore. They had the culprit. But it wasn't like they could do anything about it. It was hard for the two of them to even blame Ken for what had happened. He was nothing more than a child in their eyes, even if his situation forced him to adapt and mature faster than the rest. In the first place, it was also their nation that had put a bounty on all deserters. It was them that had sent those 10 samurai on a suicide mission. It seems our nation has wronged you quite a bit. Yuichi sighed as he shook his head, deciding not to bother bringing up the Hatamoto that had died at Ken's hands. There was no point to it. How could he, in his right mind, try to hold a child accountable for something he had done at the age when most were still learning how to play tag? I'd no reason to blame anyone for what has happened. Not anymore. I played the blaming game, and it didn't bring anything of value to my life. Well, we did get some nice swords out of it, but overall it wasn't worth the hassle and preparation. Ken shook his head before sighing deeply. This is the gist of it anyway. This organization was originally born as a way for me to have some eyes in the world. It grew to what it is today as my aspirations grew with it. I understand. Thank you, Ken, for sharing your past with us. For trusting us enough to do so. Mifune spoke out this time, closing his eyes and bowing his head slightly towards Ken once more. Yuichi nodded at his gesture and followed suit, also thanking Ken and bowing. Yu at their side seemed to mimic her father. She smiled warmly at her teacher and thanked him with a strange glint in her eyes. I've already said this, but there's no need for that. Ken would have rolled his eyes to the back of his head if he had any. Instead, he just waved his hand dismissively at them. The two leaders of the Land of Iron eventually straightened up once more. They were preparing to leave after that, having already received more than enough information to think about. But before they left, Yuichi turned to Ken one last time. Just so you know, people will start aiming for you now that your age has been revealed. It's surprising how many are willing to forget your strength in the empty hope of being able to take advantage of you due to the perceived naivety your age gives off. That is fine. That's what I was hoping for anyway. Let them come, and when they do, I will crush them into the earth. The forests at my doorstep are in need of some fertilizer after all. Ken smiled eerily, silently thanking the daimyo for the warning he gave. Yuichi himself smiled widely at Ken, and Mifune narrowed his eyes. If push comes to shove, then know that you will always find an ally and shield in the samurai of our Land of Iron. If you wish for shadow, then our Land of Iron will be the tall tree to provide you with it. Mifune vowed with a serious gaze as he nodded to Ken one last time before both he and Yuichi left the room. Ken couldn't help but smile as he felt their back getting further and further away. The meeting had gone a lot better than he had expected. Who knew that revealing his past would lead to their alliance being completely solidified? Ken's smile did die down a bit as he turned his head towards Yu, who was still in the room. Now then. Anything on your mind, Yu? Chapter 116, Great Idea, Feelings, and Representative. Is something the matter, Yu? Ken's relaxed voice rang out in the room as he crossed his arms and swung his legs back onto his desk. The young girl just blinked a few times and gave the blind assassin a gigantic smile. After spending enough time dwelling on it, Yu had finally reached a conclusion. One that might have already been expected of her. Teacher really is gorgeous. In her mind, she had always imagined a conventionally attractive face for her teacher. But what she saw that day was 100 times better in her eyes. Morbid beauty. A concept that she was now all too familiar with. It was her strange propensity to find the beauty and elegance in what most would find morbid and grotesque. It was no conventional standard of beauty, Yu was well aware of that. But to her, it felt oh so right. But her teacher's morbid beauty was enhanced because he truly seemed to be good-looking. His mouth and overall facial shape were smooth, conventionally handsome even. It was a stark contrast with his mangled upper face. It was such a beautiful cacophony that it stunned you the moment she laid her eyes upon it. Well, it was beautiful to her, to the point where she was constantly gushing over it mentally. But it wasn't just seeing her teacher's face that led to her remaining in that room even after her father and Mifune had left. Teacher. Are you actually around my age? She smiled widely, her eyes shining slightly as Ken tilted his head to the side once more. I guess so. But I don't see how that makes a difference. Not that I see much of anything really. Ken smiled a bit as he joked around with his condition a bit. He had truly become comfortable around the people within the Dark Brotherhood, to the point where he was joking with them in a similar fashion to how he was joking with the samurai that raised him. Unfortunately for him, you seemed to not pick up on his humor. Instead, she was getting giddy over something completely different. The blind assassin's smile receded a bit when he noticed that. He had somewhat expected you to react in some way to the fact that he was around the same age as her. It was good enough that she didn't know Ken was slightly younger. Still, as always, it was somewhat difficult for him to tell exactly what was on the young demented girl's mind. This time around, Ken thankfully didn't need to wonder for too long. You immediately dashed towards the blind assassin's desk, planting her hands on it as her eyes shined with excitement and happiness. Tasho, the first blade, couldn't help his finger twitching as he reacted instinctively to her sudden movement. The Samahata on his back also wriggled slightly. But there was no need for him to intervene. He already knew that it was impossible for you to wish harm upon Ken. Besides, she looked like she had just gotten the brightest idea in the world. "Teacher! Will you marry me?" Now, if Ken had been drinking water, he likely would have spat it into her face to try and cool her down. Tasho himself scowled underneath his mask. Although he knew his master's real age all along, he never once thought you would get any feelings for Ken. Alas, he had never been great at reading the hearts of girls or women in general. But he did know his master very well. Although he was a child in age, he was more akin to an old man in thinking. His level of maturity was well above his peers, to the point where he might as well have been an adult. It was unlikely for Ken to have developed any feelings for you, who was still very much childish in all aspects. Wait a minute. Even if he is mature, I doubt he had the chance to gain much experience with love. Will you be able to tear down his walls, I wonder? Tasho blinked a few times underneath his mask as he wondered what his master's response would be. Fuck off, no. And it certainly didn't disappoint him. Well, it was not exactly what he expected. He had hoped for his master to let the girl off a bit more gently, but at the same time. This is you were talking about. No, no. Listen to me, it's like the best idea ever. Like, you and I end up practicing our art together, and you get to leave the land of Iron too after Daddy retires. You didn't even flinch once at her teacher's rejection, despite the fact that it was swift and with zero hesitation. She didn't seem hurt at all, far too excited by finding her teacher's appearance and finding out that he was actually great marriage material. Unfortunately for her, Ken saw her as the least marriageable material. The hell's this kid on about? Did she already reach puberty or something? He knew just how much hormones could screw with one's head, but he didn't expect you of all people to go into a frenzy. Although, if he was to be honest with himself for a moment, the signs were always there. From always getting excited during training when she was bound in wires, to always looking for ways to get trapped by him. Yeah. The signs were right in his face. Too bad he was blind to them, huh? Well, he could no longer ignore the obvious. She's also developed an infatuation with me. It was a fear that had somewhat crossed his mind before. After all, you was more than infatuated with an art that Ken had introduced in her life. One way or another, there was always the possibility that her feelings would develop for him as well. But Ken had always hoped that her feelings were mostly just summed up by admiration for him due to the mastery he showed over the art she admired. First off, the type of art we practice is very different. Your strings are more elegant and standoffish. Meanwhile, I prefer ripping the heads off of people, ripping limbs apart and cutting people limb from limb. I very rarely practice your preferred art. The blind assassin decided to tackle the girl's points directly. He wanted to dismantle her great idea right in front of her. Well, I also like your way of doing things. Besides, don't you think my elegance and your brutality would match really well? She was still relentless, however. Ken was thankfully prepared for any comeback she might have made. No, they wouldn't. In the first place, your elegance already has brutality ingrained into it. Adding more onto it would just make it messy, make it lose its elegance. Now, Ken didn't actually think of killing people as an art. He knew that there were creative ways to do it and even artistic ways to do it, but he didn't consider it an art like you did. But over the months that he knew you, he managed to upgrade his vocabulary to match her craziness. He sometimes had to explain things in artistic terms to help her understand things better. It wasn't that difficult, as one of the people he had taken after in his past life was also a self-proclaimed artist. Ken was the one who had taught you how to use said artistic terms in relation to assassination as well, so he had an edge over her. She couldn't even argue against her teacher, as doing so would be arguing against all that she had learned in the past as well. It was true that while her preferred methods of assassination were still brutal in a way, they still contained some elegance. At least she executed them with elegance. If she were to be paired up with her teacher on a mission, then things would certainly become more messy. Now, making a mess was Ken's way of doing things most of the time, so essentially pairing up with her teacher would lead to her losing what she liked the most about her own art. She ended up just shaking her head and looking back up at Ken. Still. If you marry me, you can get this whole country. Jay, just think about it, okay? She sounded a bit less lively. It made Tasha a bit sad to hear her. But Ken was still expressionless. He merely shook his head and denied her once more. I have no need for absolute political control over the Land of Iron. Your father and Mifune are both allies and friends of mine. There is no point in trying to dethrone either of them. I am not able to return your feelings, please understand that. Ken slowly stood up, as the little girl recoiled slightly, seemingly hurt. She looked down, her eyes tearing up slightly. She was a princess, she was a beautiful young girl, and she was not used to rejection. And she didn't want to be rejected either. Not by her teacher, not by Ken. Not right after her feelings had bloomed in such a way after witnessing his beauty. But she had no choice in the matter. Ken was steadfast in his views. And to him, she was only a little girl. Although he was younger than her in body, his mind was already that of an old man. He couldn't, in his right mind, accept the feelings of a vulnerable little girl who knew next to nothing about romance and the real world. She was no longer the same spoiled princess she was when she first came into the Brotherhood, but she still had a long way to go. And her tears hitting the ground were a sign of that. But the blind assassin was not the type to just stand by and watch one of his students, one of the children he cared for, cry. He slowly walked to her side, while tilting his head slightly. He raised his hand in a swift motion. You flinched at that moment, only to completely relax as she felt her teacher's callous palm land on her head. It was soft, gentle, just as she remembered it. It was a touch filled with love, but it wasn't the love she was looking for. No, it was the love and affection that her teacher displayed for all of his students, and all of the children within the Brotherhood. No need to feel sad. I'm sure you already expected this outcome, you just weren't ready to accept it. Even if I won't marry you, that doesn't mean I don't care for you. Now get back to training, or having fun, whichever you prefer. Ken's warm smile shined in the room as Yu's tears seemed to dry up quite quickly at his warmth. A sweet smile slowly rose to her lips as she wiped the last of her tears off, before looking up at her tall teacher with renewed vigor. She nodded before she clenched her fists and ran off, loudly thanking her teacher as she headed back to her training, or maybe to see her father off. She was free to do as she pleased. What a mess. At least you handled it well enough, Tasha said just as the door closed behind her. What? You don't think I was a bit too harsh? Ken sighed as he jumped over his desk and sat back into his comfortable chair. No. Knowing you, this might not have been harsh enough for her to forget her feelings for you. Tasha spoke with a tad bit of concern etched into his tone. Ken just shrugged. They're just feelings of childhood love, they will fade away one day. The blind assassin dismissed that concern without any hesitation. Maybe. Yeah. Tasha spoke out, but his mind was a bit more concerned. Or they may just fester and turn further into an obsession. Ken just shook his head when he felt his subordinate's concern. There was no reason to be concerned at that point in time anyway. It seems we have another visitor. Ken turned his head back towards the gate as he scowled a bit. Who is it? Tasho asked as he tilted his head, slightly mimicking his master's mannerisms. A representative of the Leaf Village, it seems. Chapter 117, Request, Deal, and New Class. So, did Hiruzen send you here, Jiraiya? The blind assassin sighed as he stared at the man before him. The Toad Sannin was sheepishly standing in front of his desk, rubbing his neck and spiky long hair with a stupid smile on his face. Will. I actually was the one to ask for a mission leading me to you. Jiraiya stopped rubbing his neck and started rubbing his palms together, his smile turning a bit strange as he eyed the assassin with great interest. Is that so? I'm assuming this is related to our little training session back on Mount Myaboku? The blind assassin sighed as he rested his face on his palm and crossed his legs. How did you know? The Sannin blinked a few times as he went back to scratching the back of his neck in nervousness. It's the only reason I can think of as to why you would bother contacting me personally, Jiraiya. It wasn't that hard to figure out. Ken just shook his head as he observed Sannin's mannerisms getting a bit more restrained. It seemed that Jiraiya was somewhat more of the flustered type when it came to facing off against people with authority. Either that or he was just acting in order to gain sympathy. Which wasn't working, by the way. Neither Ken nor Tasho seemed to care much for Jiraiya. Tasho just stared at him with a bored gaze. He didn't know the full details of what had occurred at Mount Myaboku, but he could piece some things together as the conversation went on, so he didn't bother interrupting his master's conversation. Well, in that case, I'll get straight to the point. Jiraiya immediately straightened up, coughing into his clenched fist before crossing his arms in a confident manner. He pointed at Ken with a smile on his face as he made the following proclamation. I want to make a deal with you, God of Bounty Hunters. The Sannin's smile was radiating with light, and the title he used also made Tasho tilt his head. Since when was he known as that? Well, I guess it's fitting, but still. Tasho sighed internally as he continued listening to the conversation silently, both participants ignoring him to some extent. And what would this deal consist of, Toad Sage? Ken scowled a bit as he also used a title for the person in front of him, making the conversation seem a lot more diplomatic in nature. They were making a deal at the end of the day, at least Jiraiya was attempting to make one anyway. Well, whatever he seemed to be lacking in tact, he seemed to make up for in enthusiasm. Of course, I want you to become my Senjutsu teacher, as you are the most qualified human alive for that position. Jiraiya crossed his arms and laughed in a rather boisterous manner. Ken visibly sagged into his chair as he released a sigh. I hate it when people say their demands first. Start with what you're offering. You have 10 seconds to impress me before I throw you out. Jiraiya immediately stumbled at the blind assassin's words. He gulped a bit and his behavior immediately became more tame as his confident smile trembled. Am I bad? Honestly, I was very much relying on the fact that you are young during this negotiation. In exchange for your teachings, I am willing to offer you my own guidance and expertise. Jiraiya quickly got to the point, but also left things ambiguous enough for Ken to ask him for clarification. Guidance in what exactly? Are you providing courses on how to peep at bathhouses efficiently? Well, I can't make much use of those since I have no eyes. Ken did take that opportunity to mock the Sannin, poking fun at his rather unlawful and creepy behavior from when they had first met. And nothing related to that. But I do have a wealth of experience that I can use to help you and guide you. Ken's face was just emotionless as his eyes bore into him. It was creepy seeing his face for the first time in person in such a hypostasis. Tasho to the side did the same, confused at what the Sannin was trying to get at. Jiraiya thankfully still had a few seconds left to clarify his words before Ken chastised him for wasting both their times. I mean, you are still young, surprisingly so there must be things that you still need help with dash. So it was that type of guidance, huh? Ken interrupted the Sannin with a deep scowl on his face. Jiraiya was about to confirm the assassin's rhetorical question, but Ken was already a few steps ahead of him. Let me make one thing clear. I built this empire from the ground up. I struck deals with the most powerful nations in the world, destroyed a village, subjugated and defeated several kage, plotted against entire nations and even killed a jinchuriki. There is nothing that someone like you can teach me, no matter your age. Ken's scowl deepened more so than ever before. Tasho this time couldn't help but sigh audibly. He had somewhat feared the conversation would steer in that direction. It was bound to be the case. Not everyone was going to be able to see him the same after finding out his age. He was impossibly young for what he had accomplished after all, which somewhat made others question his credentials. But his achievements were both well documented and frighteningly impressive. There was nothing about Ken that wasn't remarkable. Well, his love life may have needed some work, but it was not a matter of importance for now. Youth meant that Ken had plenty of time on his powerful and sometimes inhuman hands. I mean, even though you are incredibly powerful, to the point where it's difficult to believe that you are even human. You're also clearly smarter than me. You even managed to dismantle the Cloud Rock Waterfall Mist Alliance in a matter of days. But I'm sure there is something that my experience can account for. Even if I am not as skilled diplomatically, or even in skill in jutsu, I'm sure there is still something I can do for you. Jiraiya's voice certainly sounded honest. He seemed convicted, convinced that he at least had something to offer. It wasn't like he was looking down on Ken due to his age. No, he knew better than that. He had seen how the Toads treated Ken. Even the ones that were teaching him about senjutsu seemed to now either fear or respect him. He couldn't, for the life of him, think that Ken was weak in either mind or body. The control that he exerted over nature energy alone was simply impossible for anyone to replicate. That type of control likely took training and discipline that required years. So Jiraiya wasn't about to deny Ken's hard work. You're either desperate or honest and stupid. Perhaps all of the above? Jiraiya didn't answer. His mouth simply trembled as he clenched his fists and stared at the ground with a bit of shame. The Sannin had failed to account for Ken's refusal being as strong as it was. If anything, he should have prepared a more satisfactory reward. His experience as a Sannin was sure valuable to some, but for someone like Ken, it really didn't seem like much. He needed to get it into his mind that Ken was already at the level of his teacher, who was the god of shinobi. He had failed to prepare properly for the negotiation, so that was why it failed. The worst part was that he had likely blown his chances of getting the best possible sage training in existence. Now, I do have something in mind for you, something I need you to do. If you become my informant within the Leaf, then I would certainly agree to train you. At the start of the assassin's words, Jiraiya was very excited. But the rest was more like a bucket of cold water being thrown onto his head. The very notion of spying on his own village made him sick to his stomach. He immediately became vigilant, the hair on his neck rising as a concerned expression crept onto his face. Why you want me to spy on the Leaf Village for you? Just speaking those words out loud made him feel nauseous, but he could perhaps still salvage things. First off, Ken having bad intentions for the Leaf was in itself dangerous. Something that the Hokage and elders needed to be informed of as soon as possible. And maybe, just maybe, he could become a double agent for Ken and the Leaf, supplying Ken with some information while keeping the Leaf up to speed on all of his moves. If I play my cards right, I can help the Leaf while also becoming a perfect sage. Still, the fact that Ken had thoughts about the Leaf still put the Sannin on edge. Ken alone was likely enough to massacre a good half of the village before anyone even managed to intercept him, let alone stop him. Then there were the people by his side. Jiraiya's gaze stealthily landed on the first blade, the tall man who was standing by Ken's side. He was dressed in a similar fashion to Ken himself, just his mask was different. And the fact that he was carrying a gigantic spiky sword covered in bandages. That's from the swordsman of the mist. I guess he really is using them now. The Mizukage seemed adamant about getting them back at some point. I wonder what happened. Now that he was in a cautious state, Jiraiya immediately started thinking about any allies that could help the Leaf against Ken, who was likely going to prove himself a bigger threat than any other faction currently partaking in the Third Shinobi War. Thankfully, Ken decided to interrupt his thoughts after taking enough pleasure in his stress. Just to clarify, I don't have anything planned for the lease specifically. I just have some people I care about within it, and I would hate for something to happen to them. Jiraiya blinked a few times. The hell? Why didn't you lead with that? Still, he kept his mouth shut. His paranoia was still flaring up, telling him that Ken could still be lying. But what would he gain from letting his intentions be known? Then lying to me? It simply didn't make sense. Ken was a careful individual, and not making sense was simply not his thing from what Jiraiya knew. So, the Sannin decided to just listen to the blind assassin's words carefully. Something strange is happening in that village. Danzo seems to have some different plans compared to the Hoche. It's bound to escalate into an internal conflict depending on Hiruzen's actions going forward. I need you to be careful. Jiraiya rubbed his chin a bit, his eyes looking a bit uncertain. Danzo, huh? Teacher does sometimes butt heads with him, but do you think an internal conflict is around the corner? Seems a bit strange. They both want what's best for the leaf from what I know. At that point, Jiraiya stopped thinking about Ken in a hostile fashion. If the assassin had wanted to harm the leaf, he likely could have done it even without his input. Hell, there weren't that many people alive that could even fight Ken, let win against him. Still, Jiraiya wasn't sure what to make of Ken's sources. He needed a bit more information if he was to believe the blind assassin. Danzo had around him, and around all of his underground base, people that all bore a seal on their tongue, the same seal that was present on the people that attacked me when I was rescuing Kushina and Minato. But Ken didn't need any sources to know what he knew. His senses spread far and wide. He may have been blind, but nothing truly could escape his eye. In that instant, Jiraiya was petrified, reminding himself of how Ken had saved his top student and the Jinchuriki of the leaf. He couldn't help but curse himself inwardly for even thinking that Ken was an enemy. If he wanted to harm the leaf, then he sure wasn't doing a good job of it. In truth, the Sannin was still a bit unnerved that Ken knew so much about the leaf's internal affairs. But for someone like the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, it also felt natural that he knew. Yes. I am talking to the Chiel man who took down the alliance of 4 powerful nations single-handedly, aren't I? Very well. In that case, I agree to keep an eye on Danzo for you, but I won't be divulging any internal secrets of the leaf. Jiraiya nodded to Ken, taking the deal with a serious expression on his face. Good. The blind assassin nodded with a wide smile on his face, before continuing. Senjutsu classes start tomorrow at 10. Go sleep in the woods or something. Jiraiya nodded at first, before blinking a few times as his head snapped towards Ken. See classes? You mean there are more students? Ken's wide smile lessened a bit as he chuckled and answered with an amused tone. Obviously, I'll be teaching some children that are picked from the Dark Brotherhood. If you want to sleep within the compound, then you need to get rid of your headband, by the way, otherwise, you're sleeping in the woods. Jiraiya seemed to be wanting to talk more, but the first blade, Tasho, stepped out in front of him. Leader has had a long day. I'll take it upon myself to escort you out. The Sannin seemed a bit taken aback by the first blade's interruption, but he didn't feel insulted or anything. He merely looked back at Ken, thanking him for his time, and followed behind Tasho. What a strange man. Ken couldn't help but sigh as he remained alone in his office. I guess I should look into picking the children best suited for Senjutsu classes tomorrow. Short notice maybe, but all of them are prepared for training and learning new things at all times, so it should be good. Ken cracked his neck before searching his desk for a parchment paper and dipped his pen into some ink. He didn't need a list of the children and their abilities or progress. He already knew them all by heart, better than anybody else. Let's see. We'll start with just 10 for now. I hope they will enjoy the learning experience at least. Chapter 118, Mind Games, Motives and Teachings. Jiraiya yawned deeply as he sat down cross-legged in the middle of a classroom. He couldn't help but be reminded of his time in the academy. Quite a while had passed since then, but the scene of a filled classroom was still on his mind. It was a shame, really. Many of those who had once been his colleagues were now already dead and buried. The life expectancy for shinobi was low, and it seemed to never be going up either. Still, at least his colleagues were still alive and well. His teammates. Tsunade was worse for wear, sure. She had lost the love of her life during the Second Shinobi War and was still grieving him. She was also constantly getting into arguments with Sarutobi over changes she wished to make, but Jiraiya tried to stay away from that for now. Orochimaru was just as usual, quiet and reserved. It was always difficult to tell what was on his mind. He was similar to Ken in that sense. The blind monster that had now become his senjutsu teacher had given him quite a bit of concerning information. Information that Jiraiya almost instantly delivered to the Hokage through his toads. He had yet to receive an answer, but he wanted to make sure that his teacher was up to speed on everything. And Ken himself seemed to be a credible source of information. He was, at the end of the day, the best assassin and bounty hunter in the world. His senses were almost never wrong if one went by reports. Still, the rumors about him not being all that friendly sure were right. I'm sure he has plenty of rooms, but he still left me out in the woods. For the Sannin, sleeping in the woods was never going to be comfortable, no matter how used he was to it. He would always prefer a warm bed and a roof over his head. Maybe even a nice woman to have by his side. Alas, he didn't expect to get such accommodations with the Dark Brotherhood, but he at least hoped for a bed. Still, classes sure are taking a while to start. Maybe the Sannin was just there very early, but that also felt strange since he was told the exact time that classes were supposed to start. He was sure he had come in time, a few minutes early in fact, but he had now been alone in that room for 30 minutes and counting. It could be argued that the Dark Brotherhood was playing some sort of mind game with the Sannin. Maybe they were trying to assert their dominance? But that wasn't really needed. Ken was already strong, and he didn't need to play around with such measly tricks. Jiraiya didn't know that, but although Ken didn't need to play those tricks, he was still prone to doing so. He was just petty like that, used to taking every opportunity to gain advantage in a situation. Jiraiya himself, although now technically working for Ken, was still an outsider. He needed to be shown that he was not important, that he was nothing within the Dark Brotherhood regardless of his status as a Sannin to the outside world. Ken had no way of knowing that the gallant Sannin Jiraiya didn't really think that highly of himself yet. He knew he still had a very long way to go. He definitely didn't dare to act out too much within the Dark Brotherhood and risk making an enemy out of Ken. Putting the safety of Konoha in jeopardy for petty squabbles wasn't his thing. Just as the Sannin was about to get up and go ask around, the children poured into the classroom. It was almost like clockwork, forcing him to sit back down awkwardly as they all settled around him, taking their seats with smiles on their faces while chatting and ignoring him completely. There was no hostility, no nothing. They were just children having fun. There were around 10 of them, both girls and boys. The youngest one seemed to be around 10, which was a bit surprising to Jiraiya. Ken may have absolute control over nature energy, but is it safe for young children to be training it? Jiraiya himself had started at around 13 years of age. Some could even say he was a bit talented in it as he could briefly enter an incomplete form of Sage Mode with the help of Ma and Pa. But his talent really was nothing to someone like Ken. Now that I think about it, it's very possible that the red dot started from a much younger age. Hell, if what I heard from the toads is right, then he likely hasn't ever been out of Sage Mode. The Sannin had obviously made sure to question Ma and Pa about Ken. He learned a lot, but he wasn't told everything, obviously. It was still enough for him to understand what type of talent Ken was. His report to the Hokage clearly made him out to be an unmatched inborn talent, surpassing even the likes of Senju Hashirama, the first god of shinobi. This became even more obvious after Ken's age was revealed to the world. This was a huge driving factor as to why Jiraiya thought it would be acceptable to request he become his senjutsu master. Jiraiya hoped to be able to get closer to the blind prodigy, to at least form some sort of bond. He knew that having an ally like Ken would help the Leaf immensely. But, even if he failed to build a proper bond, as long as he managed to learn under Ken, then he had a high chance of becoming a perfect sage himself, and that in itself was going to benefit the village a lot as well. After all, Jiraiya could still remember gaining control over that wisp of nature energy within him. Although the training didn't last so long that day, it still helped him improve the time he could spend in his incomplete sage mode by around 1 minute. It was astonishing really, he had struggled so much, yet that time frame hadn't budged at all ever since the Second Shinobi War had ended. Let alone reaching the perfect sage status, Jiraiya was still far off from properly using sage mode in actual battle by himself. He tried to train more after Ken left, to keep that feeling in mind. But he wasn't able to grasp it again by himself. None of the toads could replicate Ken's absolute control over nature energy, not even the great toad sage Gamamaru, who was the most in tune with it. Only one living being was capable of such a thing. And that was Ken. Now, as the blind monster finally entered the classroom, Jiraiya's thoughts were overcome with excitement. I'll finally get to experience that feeling again. The children also got excited. After all, they had all been selected to learn directly from their father. How could they not be excited? Morita especially was excited at being chosen. Even Tatsukiyo and you were unsure of what all of them would get to learn now. But Ken had picked the children that were the most capable when it came to chakra control. Yu's entire strength came from her control, so she had honed it specifically so that she could manipulate her wires with maximum proficiency to perform her art. In Tatsukiyo, there was no area that he did not excel in. Even without a leg, he was still the strongest among all of his siblings. Morita was not that far behind him either. Inferiority complex aside, he was NR.2 for a reason. He was already a skilled assassin, close to graduating with skills that would put most Chunin to shame. And Yuami, their youngest, was also among that group. She was certainly the most talented in that regard, even if she had yet to match some of her older siblings within the Brotherhood. The other 6 that were picked seemed to also be purely on the basis of potential. They were younger and less experienced. Ken also seemed to have picked someone that specifically had trouble controlling his chakra as well, which was quite confusing to Tatsukiyo. It's safe to assume that father is trying to experiment and see how well people with different skills would react to his teachings. He's likely looking to teach what he's going to teach us to the whole Brotherhood. Tatsukiyo immediately noticed his father's intentions. And yes, all of the children within the Brotherhood still called him father. Why? Well, he had unironically raised them. Who cares if he himself was young? He acted more like a father to them than any other adult who had been around. So, out of respect, they all completely ignored his age and continued addressing him as such. It was a complete relief for Ken, of course, though he didn't vocalize it. Hushed whispers filled the classroom as the children present excitedly discussed the upcoming lessons, all eager to find out what their father and teacher had in store for them. Jiraiya was obviously a bit taken aback by hearing all of the children call Ken, a 13-year-old child, father. But he didn't dare to comment on it in any way. Hush now, children. Ken's authoritative but calm voice was also somewhat surprising to Jiraiya. Especially the strange affection he could feel in the word children. It was clear that Ken cared for all of the students present. I am sure all of you are wondering why I dragged you here, away from your usual scheduled training. Ken crossed his arms as he spoke through his mask. He had decided to wear it as he didn't the children getting too distracted trying to catch a glimpse of his whole face throughout the lesson. Whatever it is, I bet it's going to be amazing. You clapped her and together, a sweet innocent smile spread across her lips as most of the children around her seemed to agree with her statement. Amazing indeed. Today is the first day in your training to become sages. Ken extended his palm towards the children, clenching it into a fist as his arm became larger and covered in scales. You immediately squealed. Her teacher's transformation was something she had wanted ever since she had first seen it in the courtyard on that fateful day. Ken shut her up by just angling his head in her direction slowly. You won't be able to transform the way I do. But you will learn to control the energy that I use to transform in such a way. You did let out a disappointed sigh at the first part, before immediately perking up again. Most of the class was too immersed in Ken's words to pay much attention to her. Jiraiya was the only one doing so, and he found her a bit unsettling. Again, he kept his thoughts to himself. But still, will I have to sit through the basics again? I already know what nature energy is. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, no one cared that he already knew the basics. Not long after the lesson started, the Blades also joined in, all sat at the back of the class and just listened to their master. Jiraiya was shocked to see them as well, and honestly, he was a bit intimidated by them as well. No one really knew how strong the three Blades were. There was only speculation for the most part. But now that he met them in person, he could tell one thing. I don't know if I can win against any one of them. Even against the second Blade, who was seemingly unknown, the Sannin's instincts were flaring up. It was hard to quantify their strengths, but they still made the Sannin uneasy because of their fleeting presence, similar to Ken. Hell, even the presence of the children was somewhat fleeting. Especially for the older ones. This energy is simply called nature energy. It exists everywhere around us. Every plant, every tree, is filled with nature's energy. And you will learn to harness it and use it to strengthen yourselves. The Sannin could only sigh as he realized just how long his day would be. Chapter 119, Coward's Desperation, Lecture and Private Lesson. While Ken was lecturing his students on the nature of nature energy, the rest of the world was still trying to comprehend the fact that Ken was a goddamn child. While it left many astonished and impressed, it also left many afraid. One of those many people was none other than Uehara, the current leader of the Grass Village. He was one of the people who had faced the Red Dot a few years back alongside the Grass Village, spearheading his assassination at the request of a few more forces that had since decided to remain hidden. The Grass had suffered greatly that day, losing over half of its forces while also losing one of its greatest assets, the Strawman Saburo. It was beyond unfortunate, or at least that was how you had painted the situation to his people. He didn't want it to be obvious that they were simply in over their head. All the signs that Ken was too much for them to handle were already there. You had just been too blinded by prophets to realize that he was trying to punch through a wall with his head. But now, that wall had turned into a mountain, and Yu's head was still bandaged and bleeding. What is going to happen if we allow him to grow further and mature? Who could even stop him at that point? The Third Shinobi War was rough for the Grass Village. They had to cling tightly to the skirt of the Leaf Village, begging and praying for help. Thankfully, he managed to stay afloat, but in doing so he was now deeply indebted to the Leaf Village. More specifically, he was indebted to a certain man within the village. The man who had the most pull when it came to the Elder Council. It was surprisingly not the Hokage, however. It was none other than Danzo, the Hokage's right-hand man. And sincerely, having to owe that man anything at all was a lot worse than owing his entire life to the Hokage. But he had all but exhausted Hiruzen's goodwill already, so he had been left with no one to turn to besides Danzo. And all of that was because of one person. The Red Dot. How am I supposed to ever seek revenge in the future if he only keeps growing uncontrollably? It was already bad enough that he had enough power to slay a tailed beast and take on the Mizukage. So it was already difficult for you to think of a proper way to take revenge. But this most recent reveal made it obvious that, if he was having trouble planning something now, in the future he wouldn't even be able to stand straight while hearing Ken's name. At this rate, would it be more sensible to let go of this grudge? Would I be able to take that shame with me when I meet the ones he slayed in the Pure Lands? I doubt I'll even be able to pass on with all of that unresolved resentment. Yu's fists trembled as he tried to think of letting the matter go. He knew that he was dancing around starting a conflict that could very well end the flimsy Grass Village altogether. But at the same time, he was far too prideful to let go of the matter altogether. He was far too prideful to admit that it was his own mistake that had led the Grass Village to its current predicament. But although prideful, the elder couldn't help but admit to something shameful. He was also deathly afraid. Although the Red Dot had taken everything from him, he had killed many of his men, he had stolen most of their funds. Yu was still very much afraid. The scene of Ken cutting through men and women like they weren't even there kept playing in his mind. He kept remembering just how much they all tried to throw at him, how much they struggled to even trap him in place. But they had ended up being unable to even put a scratch on him, while he had killed half of them already. It was an absolute bloodbath and slaughter. Now, you didn't personally care about the people that had died. They were all merely tools for the village. But he couldn't help but be afraid. One slip-up, one bit of bad luck, and he would have been one of the corpses shredded up on the ground when fighting the blind monster. Yu had no way of saving himself if Ken came specifically for his head. He could see no way out for him if push came to shove. His fear was so deep-seated that even now when he knew that Ken was still in his growing stages, he couldn't bring himself to act. Not even now, while in a now-or-never situation. Thankfully, however, his courage grew with one letter. One message sent from an anonymous source was the catalyst for something big, and he wasn't the only one to receive it. All of the small nations that had suffered during the Third War and some of the large hidden villages received it too. It was an invitation. A war room. And the reason for that invitation was stated clearly. To get rid of a future threat. The cancer that rose in the land of iron, the Dark Brotherhood and its leader, the Red Dot. You didn't need another moment for confirmation. His cowardice was tossed to the side, as he now had a new pillar of support. And, if things were to not work out, he also had someone to blame. So he didn't even need to take accountability. Yes. Everything is coming together perfectly. The leader of the grass village laughed out loud with renewed vigor as he then quickly commanded his people to prepare for a trip. And to prepare for war. But Ken was oblivious to that. He had no way of knowing that he had attracted the attention of the wrong people with his identity being out. Hell, even if he expected it, he couldn't have foreseen such a powerful response. One thing was for sure. The hidden villages desperately wanted to avoid the rise of someone like the old god of shinobi, the first Hokage. Although that time was long past, the hidden villages still remembered how they were all once at the mercy of the Leaf Village and its god of shinobi. It was an elongated and forced period of peace. All out of fear of offending him. Although it was touted to be peaceful and prosperous, in truth, many villages had been harmed in that period. Many were forced to walk on eggshells for decades. It was humiliating and a permanent mark in their history. One thing was for sure. They needed to stop another person from reaching that level at all costs. But no one would have had the guts to rise up against the Dark Brotherhood under normal circumstances. None of the hidden villages would have dared to start up the alliance against the Dark Brotherhood themselves. But Ken's appearance had thrown one person's plans out of whack. And it just so happened that said person could easily manipulate the leaders of the smaller hidden villages into coming together. By the time all of the respected nations had received their messages, Ken had already finished his lecture. The children of the Dark Brotherhood were all excitedly running out of the classroom, Tatsukio included, though he mostly just hopped. They all went directly back to training after receiving the timetable for their new class. Their schedules had all already been changed to fit in those extra senjutsu lessons. So all they had to do was show up to class in time. And who exactly was going to miss Ken's teachings? No one within the Dark Brotherhood, that's for sure. Jiraiya was also still going to come to each and every lecture. At that point, there were only him, the Blades, and Ken in the room. The Red Dot had already taken his mask off and placed it within his coat. The Blades all seemed to still be discussing the subject matter, not paying him any mind. It was a bit jarring, as just earlier they had all kept an eye on him. Jiraiya could feel it. I guess they just didn't want me near the children? Well, I doubt they need to keep an eye on me when there's only Ken. He's the strongest one in the room. While it was true that there was no need for them to be cautious of Jiraiya, the Sannin still understood where their wariness was coming from. The Sannin slowly stood up and walked up to the podium in the classroom. He found it odd that he didn't already have a blade pressed to his neck as he approached the podium. It wasn't normal for an outsider to casually approach a Kage. Even if they were in a sort of business relationship, Jiraiya fully expected to be treated as an outsider now. But, surprisingly, Ken just turned his head towards him and smiled welcomingly. This encouraged the Sannin to step forward even closer to the podium where Ken was still standing and arranging some papers. But why? He can't read, right? Upon closer inspection, the papers he was arranging were all empty, which made Jiraiya look like he had just bit into a lemon. He quickly shook his head, a smile reaching his lips as he opened his mouth. That was certainly a fine introductory lesson for the kids. The Sannin crossed his arms and spoke out in an impressed tone. He wasn't even exaggerating when saying that. Ken had quite literally explained nature energy better than the toads. Hell, Jiraiya started doubting what he knew about nature energy for a bit. Sure, Ma and Pa had likely told him most of what Ken had mentioned, but he had forgotten a lot of the stuff he hadn't been using. Like the fact that nature energy also somehow allowed a person to control their body to some extent. Well, he had never been able to use that much as his control over nature energy was damn near non-existent. It's nothing much. I'm sure you already knew all of that. I'm assuming you want lessons in private, right? Ken's smile didn't diminish one bit as he finished stacking the papers before placing them back on the podium. I'm that easy to read, huh? The Sannin couldn't help but smile sheepishly as he started scratching the back of his head. Yes. The blind assassin's bluntness gently washed over the Sannin like a shower of bricks. It ended up causing Jiraiya to blink a few times and laugh awkwardly. So, will you help me out here? I believe it's part of our agreement. Well, our agreement never specified a timeline in all honesty. I could technically let you learn alongside the other children and the blades until they reach your level. Jiraiya winced when hearing the assassin's words. Was about to open his mouth and complain, now realizing that he had somewhat screwed over the negotiations. But Ken didn't give him the chance. But I will help you out. We can continue this in the forest. The blind assassin walked past Jiraiya, tapping him on the shoulder as he passed by and continued walking out the door. The Sannin blinked a few times before looking at the blind assassin's back. He then turned towards the back of the classroom, where the blades were still debating something. He nodded towards them before he ran away and followed Ken. Yes! I can finally get to experience that feeling again. His excitement reached the sky as he and the red dot left the compound. On the way, Ken had already placed his mask back on. He was more comfortable wearing it while outside of the compound anyway. Jiraiya didn't comment much on it either. He just walked behind Ken obediently until they reached a small clearing within the forest. Here is where we can train for the next few hours. Ken looked around the clearing for a bit and nodded. It was one of the places where he had trained Tatsukio before. There were plenty of scars on the ground to show for it. The Sannin nodded and sat down in a lotus position. Let us start then. The Sannin shouted as he gripped his knees with excitement. Ken simply nodded and cracked his neck. Yeah. You aren't going to like this too much, but at least you'll make a nice guinea pig. Chapter 120, Special Training, Internal Affairs, and War Room. Jiraiya's training started much like his past short session on Mount Maiboku. The nature energy bubble around him was just as thick despite the fact that the nature energy around them was considerably thinner. Well, at least that was what Jiraiya had thought at first. But after a few seconds, the nature energy in the surrounding area seemed to skyrocket. It wasn't long before the Sannin realized that the spike in energy was all coming from Ken. He alone was enriching the nature energy in that random forest and allowing it to reach the level of Mount Maiboku. Now, it wasn't exactly shocking that Ken was able to do that. His office was also pretty much filled with nature energy since he was there a lot. Many places that Ken frequented within the compound were the same. They certainly held more nature energy than places in other villages. But that was just the energy that radiated from Ken's body subconsciously as he blended into the environment around him. None of the places within the Dark Brotherhood compound were to the level that Jiraiya was feeling now. I guess it's something else entirely when he does it on purpose. It was intimidating for the fledgling sage, but he knew that it was certainly going to assist with training. The The training proceeded the same way that Jiraiya was already familiar with. He was allowed to play around with a wisp of energy. Ken's palm was firmly planted on his back, encouraging him to experiment in safety. And needless to say, Jiraiya certainly felt safe. His teacher had absolute control over nature energy. At the end of the day, it was completely different from his training with the toads, who needed a stick to beat nature energy out of him when he screwed up. Ken also had the stick tied to his belt, just in case. But Jiraiya was also well aware he could simply suck the nature energy out of him at a moment's notice, just like he had done in the past. Slowly but surely, Ken allowed the Sannin to experiment with more and more nature energy, to gain control over more of it in a perfect environment. Although the Sannin was supposedly talented, he was still starting to sweat when he felt that energy within him. It was just as violent as he remembered it. The only difference now was that it wasn't rushing into his body at great speeds and threatening to turn him into a motionless statue. Hours passed, and Jiraiya wasn't any closer to being able to control the blob of energy within him. Ken sighed as he eventually took his palm off the Sannin's back, extracting the energy at the same time. Jiraiya gave a long exhale. His entire body was filled with sweat, and his eyes were weary and tired. Next time you will try to enter Sage mode naturally, and I will help balance the nature energy with the chakra within your body. The blind monster's words echoed throughout the small clearing they were in. Ken slowly sat up and cracked his neck, his hair swaying from side to side as he then wordlessly walked back towards the compound. Jiraiya was left both breathless and speechless. He could have done that all along? Wouldn't that have been more efficient? But he didn't voice out his concerns. He didn't dare to. Ken was his teacher, and a student was not to object to the methods of his teacher unless they truly didn't respect them. He had learned that the hard way from Hiruzen, who struggled to discipline him properly his entire childhood. At the end of the day, Jiraiya had still managed to gain a lot more control over nature energy thanks to the current training. He still had a long way to go before he could actually control it enough to balance it with his own chakra, but he was still closer than before. And he was bound to get even closer as long as Ken kept training him. Needless to say, despite having to sleep in the woods, things were looking up for the Sannin. Not so much for Danzo back in the leaf. Things were still rather quiet. Hiruzen was still taking his time investigating after he was tipped off by Ken. In all fairness, it would take a while for him to actually start a formal investigation on Danzo. For now, he was just being cautious and keeping an eye out while the bodies of the would-be Jinchuriki kidnappers were still getting studied. Hiruzen did notice that the process was taking a lot faster than expected, and this made him even more suspicious. Danzo did have influence over most affairs within the Leaf, and it seemed that he was, for some reason, delaying the results of the autopsy. I guess it's fair to say that they won't be accurate. I'd ask Tsunade to do it since I can trust her, but we aren't on the best terms currently. Tsunade was, by far, the best medical shinobi in Konoha, but she was currently still grieving the loss of both her younger brother Nawaki and her lover, Dan Kato. Besides that, the unfortunate and bloody death of her lover seemed to have made her somewhat afraid of seeing blood. Tsunade was traumatized. Sarutobi knew that much. Having lived through both the First Shinobi World War and the Second, he was very familiar with the feeling of losing someone dear to him. He had managed to get over his trauma in the end, but it had taken him decades, and his circumstances were very different. He had managed to bury himself in work. His duty to the village as the Hokage had kept him busy and helped him cope with the loss. But Tsunade was not in a position where she could even work. A medic developing trauma that led to a fear of blood was simply unfortunate on all observable levels in Sarutobi's eyes. The worst thing was that he couldn't do much to help. Even worse, he was constantly fighting with her. She was trying hard to argue with the Elder Council to have all squads within the village include one medical shinobi to avoid future tragedies like the ones she had to live through. But their current state of affairs simply didn't allow for such a thing. In the first place, medic nin were not that easy to train due to the stringent requirements in regard to chakra control. The Leaf Village could only really have enough to set up camps near the front lines of war. And even then, the medics were overworked and barely got any sleep. Only when the front lines got a bit more silent would they finally get to rest a bit. But even then they had to abide by strict schedules and still had patients constantly flowing in and out. It was true that things would become much better if a medic meme was included in all shinobi squads. It would certainly make things much better for their village and lessen the casualties of war a lot. But they simply couldn't afford such a move. Not anytime soon. It was the type of move that Hiruzen would have to implement later after the war was over by emphasizing more medical training within the academy. For now, however, Hiruzen was stuck. He didn't know what to do. And that was when one of his other students walked in. "You seem quite bothered lately, teacher. Did something happen?" A pale man with black long hair flowing down his back, he wore a Jonin's protective armor, clothing similar to his comrade, Jiraiya. His eyes were golden and pupils slit, he had purple markings around his eyes and fawn-like teeth. It was none other than Orochimaru, Hiruzen's most studious and observant pupil. He had just returned from the front lines with the Sand Village. The war was still ongoing, but he had finished his mission, so he was back to see if there were any other areas where he could assist. A lot is happening within the village, not just outside. I'm sure you were able to tell that something is up. Sarutobi just released a tired sigh. He immediately moved his hand and signaled the umbu within the room to all go away. They immediately turned into blurs and left either through the window or the open door, which closed almost as if it was automatic the second the last of them had left. Orochimaru didn't react to that in any way, he merely smiled at his teacher and waited for more details. "I'm sure you've heard of the recent attempted kidnapping." The Hokage started off the conversation while taking a deep huff of his long tobacco pipe. "Of course I did. It is one of the reasons I came back to the village with such haste. Especially since I heard that Jiraiya is also away now." Sarutobi smiled back at his student, his eyes filling with appreciation. "You are always reliable, Orochimaru." The Sannin simply nodded to his teacher, his expression still calm and collected. "So, I take it you believe someone within the village allowed that kidnapping to take place?" The Snake Sannin's words were more akin to a hushed whisper as he looked at his teacher with slitted narrowed eyes. Sarutobi sighed, blowing some smoke out of his lungs as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. "Not just anyone, but Danzo himself. I've had my doubts about his intentions for many years. We don't see eye to eye in many matters. But I never thought he'd be involved in something like this." Orochimaru's narrowed eyes widened a bit as he heard Danzo's name. His reaction was so small that the Hokage didn't even register it. He also recovered instantly, keeping his poker face intact. "Would you like me to take a further look into this personally?" Orochimaru immediately offered his assistance with a slight smile. Sarutobi was once again pleased with his student, but it seemed he had something else in mind. "No, Danzo is smart. He likely knows something is up already, even if he doesn't believe I suspect him. He will always be on the lookout for people around me. And you as my pupil are likely one of the people he's most careful around. He's also already left the village on personal business." Hiruzen sighed deeply once more as he rolled his tired shoulders a few times. Orochimaru's thin eyebrows rose in confusion. "Left the village? At such a strange time? I wonder what he's up to. It may be worth learning more about this matter. Still, there must be something I can assist with." Orochimaru continued showing a calm interest in his teacher's affairs. He showed his willingness to help. "Well, there may be something. Say, I do remember that you've been dabbling in medicinal books. Would you be able to perform an autopsy and verify some bodies for me?" Orochimaru merely smiled at his teacher's request. "But of course." And while they were having that conversation, Danzo was already well onto his goal. The personal business he was tending to was nothing more than a large-scale meeting. A gigantic room, it was occupied by a large number of stone chairs which formed a circle around a huge clearing. On those chairs sat down the Kage of most of the small villages in the vicinity of the Land of Iron and beyond. The Kazekage and a representative for the Tsuchikage were also present. Besides that, there were the heads of many clans as well. Every leader present brought with them at least one bodyguard as well, so the large room was filled up quickly. And among them stood Danzo, masked and with two of his root umbu with him. All of them wore masks, even the Kazekage and the Kage from the smaller villages. Of course, Danzo was still able to recognize all of them. And he was sure that they recognized each other. But the one that had called the war room meeting had made it clear. All of those that were present were to wear masks. No one, not even Danzo himself, had any clue who had called all of them there. Danzo just knew that one of his root agents had intercepted a message that was meant for him. It showed that the person sending that message had a lot of information on Konoha's state of affairs, and it gave Danzo a nice proposal too. Helping him cover up his most recent mistake, and helping him get rid of Ken, who was bound to become a headache in the future. Though he already was one. Of course, Danzo was no fool. He knew that something shady was going on. He had already been on the scene for decades. Still, his current situation made it difficult for him to refuse such an offer. And that was how he found himself there. At the creation of a large shinobi alliance, not as a representative of the Leaf, but as a representative of the Root, an organization he had created to protect the Leaf from the shadows. But who was it? Who has the power and influence to convince this many people to gather up in one place? Just weeks before, they were all at each other's throats, yet now they are seemingly waiting together and considering an alliance. Danzo was pondering the identity of their mysterious host. Something strange happened. The entire room shook, and immediately everyone stood up from their seats and jumped back. The first thought in everyone's mind was that they had fallen into a trap. Danzo was still calm, however. He had expected something like that to happen. What he didn't expect was for a large pillar of stone to rise in the middle of the room. The earth parted as the finger appeared. It gave the leader of the Root a very eerie feeling. He gulped as he then noticed something else. A projection appeared right on top of that finger. A shadow figure of a tall man with spiky long hair. But what stood out the most were his eyes. Oh God, his eyes. Just seeing them made the hair on Danzo's back stand straight. Those eyes were an enigmatic kaleidoscope of otherworldly design. The man's pupils, instead of conventional circles, were a haunting, ethereal fusion of concentric, interlocking circles that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. These ghostly rings radiated a pale, otherworldly violet hue, resembling the dim luminescence of a distant, dying star. And just as everyone in the room was taking in those details, their backs filling with sweat, a deep and aged voice sounded out from that figure. Greetings. It would seem that my appearance has startled you all. Suddenly, it all clicked to Danzo. I see. He gathered everyone here. To think a man with such power still existed in this world. And just like that, the host of the war room made an appearance. And the meeting officially started. Chapter 121, Suspicions, Lesson, and Trust. Ken cracked his neck as he stood in front of the classroom. The podium in front of him was filled with blank pages, as usual. They weren't blank per se, but nothing could be seen with the naked eye. This was optimal, as Ken had no eyes, naked or otherwise. But despite being empty, the pages were also fully written. Within Ken's mind were drawn countless theories about the ways he could go around to teach his students about natural energy. Plenty of thoughts and experiments he wanted to run were laid down on those papers. The reason why they were empty was quite simple. Invisible ink. Not just that, Tasho had gone out of his way to seek out and create a form of ink that could be felt when being infused with chakra. It was actually quite expensive to make, and chakra metal dust was used during the creation process, but it was a rather great tool. One couldn't really see what was written when the paper was infused with chakra, but they could feel it. A normal shinobi would still have trouble reading something through his chakra, but to a sensor like Ken, it was child's play. Jiraiya still didn't realize what was going on, so to him seeing a blind child sift through a stack of empty papers in front of a full classroom was still jarring. The rest of the children didn't seem to pay any mind to that anomaly. They just quietly waited for their teacher with smiles etched upon their faces. Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat at that scene. It honestly felt as if the children were well and truly brainwashed. He had yet to meet one of them that had any semblance of a negative emotion towards the Dark Brotherhood or Ken himself, and that was a tad concerning. To any outsider who hadn't spent enough time there, the young members of the Dark Brotherhood sure seemed to be brainwashed. No one could blame an outsider for making that mistake. Kazue had also thought so at first. But he did realize at some point that there was no brainwashing within the Brotherhood. They're just being treated well and are acting accordingly. That was the conclusion that the Uzumaki Sealmaster had reached after all the time he had spent within the Brotherhood. Of course, Jiraiya didn't really think that Ken was the one pulling the strings in that sense. He may be strong, stronger than anyone here. But I doubt he is experienced enough to pull something like this off. Maybe one of the blades is controlling the organization behind the scenes? The Toad Sage's mind immediately went to the 3 blades that were present in the back. The first one was just standing in place, still like a pillar while observing the classroom through his mask. Although he was standing there, and Jiraiya could see him, his presence was fleeting, almost as non-existent as that of Ken himself. It was hard for Jiraiya to tell what was on his mind. The second blade looked a lot more casual. He seemed to be sipping on some tea. He had seemingly made a small hole in his mask for that specific purpose. He was sat down on one of the seats in the back, his figure smaller than that of the first, less eye-catching, but certainly still intimidating to Jiraiya. Although his presence seemed more pronounced, he also gave the Toad Sage a creepy feeling. The type that made one thing clear. I don't want to get involved with this one. The third blade was the most confusing, however. He was also sat down, his legs resting on the desk in front of him as his arms were crossed and head tilted backwards. He seemed to be snoring? I guess the one behind the brainwashing would either be the first or the second. Or maybe the third is actually secretly a genius as well? It's really hard to tell. As Jiraiya continued musing and trying to get a better read of the situation, the lesson also started. Last time, we talked a bit about the theory behind nature energy, what it is, how it functions, and the effects it may have. The blind monster's voice was quiet and imposing, it demanded attention, and Jiraiya was immediately broken out of his trance as his eyes settled on the lecturing teacher. I'm sure that many of you have already tried it, right? To get a feel of the nature energy around you, to try and sense it. Although the lesson was directed towards the children, Jiraiya still couldn't help but pay attention. He had already agreed to attend the lessons, so he was going to at least try and make the most of them. Yep, teacher's description of this nature energy was really cool. The blood of the world itself, there's no way we wouldn't at least try to sense it. Yu clapped her hands, happily responding to her master/teacher. Many of the children present nodded at her words, Tatsukio and Morita included. Ken had been quite blunt during their past lecture. He made it very clear that nature energy was far superior to chakra in terms of the raw power it provided its users. Although it was a completely different type of energy from chakra, and it couldn't quite be molded the same way chakra could be, it was still similar in many ways. And when it came to raw power, there really was no comparing the two of them. Many of the children had already tried to get a feel of it, all of them sitting down and meditating in their spare time. But none of you have made any progress, right? Ken crossed his arms and tilted his head. All of the children were quiet this time around, looking down in disappointment. All but one. I can feel it, Father. You have big energy around you. Bigger than everyone else. A little girl with her hand raised was the one to speak out. Her speech was a bit messy and her words a bit frantic. It was none other than Yumabai, to you and me, the Dark Brotherhood's youngest. She gestured with her hands as she spoke, raising them to the sky as she described the literal pillar of nature energy that was Ken's body. Now, if Ken had eyes, he would have been blinking in confusion at that. He hadn't expected any of the children to sense nature energy in such a short time frame. Jiraiya's eyes almost popped out of his head as well. He looked at the young girl with shock and awe. Sensing nature energy was no small feat. Countless others struggled for days on end to sense it when starting their sage training. And that was within the confines of Mount Maiboku. They were all training near the spring, where the density of nature energy was the greatest in the world. Holy! I knew that there were plenty of talents around in the Dark Brotherhood. But I didn't think there would be this many geniuses around. The one-legged devil and bloody princess were bad enough already. But it seemed that the Dark Brotherhood had caught a lot of golden eggs among their recruits. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel slight jealousy. That is interesting. In that case, you can come and stand beside me. Ken seemed to have wanted to say something more, but he ended up just shaking his head and smiling underneath his mask. Yumi seemed a bit surprised. But she didn't object. Her small figure walked up to the podium and she stood straight by her teacher's side. Ken didn't miss one moment as he gave her a hearty laugh and patted her head. Congratulations, Yumi. It seems you do have a knack for this. The assassin didn't hold back on the praises, gladly stopping his lecture for a few moments to put a smile on the little girl's face. Now, this action did stir a lot of jealousy within the other recruits present, more specifically you, but that was a story for another day. The recruits didn't get the time to be jealous for too long as Ken's masked face turned back towards the classroom. Now, although Yumi has managed to sense nature energy on her own, I will still help all of you to sense it here today. At the same time, I will also make sure that you are truly prepared to learn Senjutsu. Ken then grasped at the back of his head and cracked his neck. He let out a loud exhale. The entire room was excited, wondering how their teacher would help them. Jiraiya was also scratching his chin, studying the blind monster, trying to guess what he was going to end up doing. And that was when it happened. Ken raised one of his arms towards the classroom, his palm hung limply as his fingers all pointed towards the ground. And the moment that the blind monster's fingers pointed up, all of the people in the classroom felt it. They were unable to ignore it, anyone who had their eyes open could see it. A purplish aura extending from Ken's palm, a malevolent wave of energy pushed everyone back, all of the students covering their heads and taking a few steps back before kneeling down to withstand the pressure. The second the wave appeared, Jiraiya was already stuck to the wall at the very back of the classroom. He stuck to it like a frog as he watched the podium with terror in his eyes. He had jumped from his seat and onto that wall the moment Ken's fingers had pointed upwards. He sweated heavily as he realized that the nature energy Ken was exuding just felt wrong. It was almost perverted in a sense, it was no longer pure. You gasped in excitement, her hair fluttering in the wind as she stabbed her needle blade into the ground to hold on. Tatsukio seemed to be able to stop himself by sticking to the floor with chakra, but he was leaning backwards while in a protective position. Morita was down on all fours, sticking to the floor with all of his strength as his cheeks fluttered under that pressure. Many of the students were using similar methods to not be pushed back too much. Meanwhile, Yumi at Ken's side also took a small step back, but she wasn't really feeling any pressure. It was obvious, the lesson wasn't for her anymore. Ken was going to force the students to get accustomed to nature energy the hard way. Even if it was an impure form, such brutal pressure would definitely open up their senses to nature's energy. She ended up smiling in amazement as she stood by her teacher's side and watched her classmates struggle. You have until the end of the class to pass by me and stand by my side. If you fail to do so, then you will return to your regular scheduled training. You may get the chance to return to Senjutsu training in the future, but you will be added to another batch after becoming stronger. Ken's words were like a bucket of cold water amidst a heat wave. Everyone was already stressed out due to the pressure, but hearing Ken's voice calmed them down greatly. And it also motivated them. They couldn't lose it. They couldn't lose the chance to be taught by Ken personally. Morita grit his teeth as he forced himself to crawl forward. He was the first among the students to take a step. Before anyone could even blink, a slight gust of wind passed through the classroom, and the first blade was already standing by Ken's side, his arms held behind his back as he stood there silently. Jiraiya's eyes widened once more when he noticed that. Not only at the fact that someone was able to withstand Ken's pressure so quickly, but also because of his speed. A loud yawn was heard next, as the third blade was seemingly woken up from his nap. He looked around confused for a moment before shrugging and walking forward like nothing was happening. He seemed to also not be in any rush. He just kept his hands behind his head as he yawned and walked through the pressure. He eventually reached the podium without any issue and just sat down by Ken's side. Seems like someone's been fed well. The second Blade slowly put his teacup down as he also stood up. He then vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Ken as well. He seemed to have just used the body flicker technique. Holy shit. This place really is filled with monsters. Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat. He wasn't sure if the exercise applied to him as well. But he damn well didn't want to appear any weaker than the Blades. So he immediately started running towards the podium as well. His speed was good, certainly not any lesser than that of the first Blade. And he made it through the aura wave as he overcame his fear of it. He was a legendary Sannin, for God's sake. He wasn't going to allow himself to be outdone by some masked wackos in a bounty-hunting organization. In the end, the children also bore through the pressure. Their eyes were resolute, their minds fearless. After all, why would they ever fear their father? The trust they placed in him was greater than anything. So there was no need for any of them to worry about getting injured. So they just trudged ahead. Morita was first to reach the podium, crawling onto it and lying down while panting with a smile on his face. The next to reach it was Tatsukio. He simply dashed towards it, flying through the air in a few straight angles before landing behind his teacher in a crouched position. Well, he was mainly supporting himself on his arms as his one leg was crouched down. After that, it was Yu's turn to show off her skills. She immediately used her sewing needle to extend a dozen or so threads onto the stage, and she pulled herself towards it using them. She did try to accidentally crash into her teacher, but Tasho fortunately caught her by the scruff of her neck and dragged her away to a corner of the podium, where he placed her down like one would a puppy. After that, the rest of the students also managed to cross onto the podium, although at a slower pace than their more talented classmates. However, in all fairness, many of them were situated more to the back of the class, which also made things more difficult for them. Overall, Ken was very pleased with the results of the test. Many of the children seemed now to be more aware of the nature energy around them. All of them could now, at the very least, sense Ken's aura even when he was not bothering to use it actively. Of course, this was as long as Ken wasn't bothering to hide it. Still, that was very good progress in itself. As for Yu, well, she had just managed to become Ken's third personal disciple within the Brotherhood. Ken was going to be giving the little girl a lot of extra lessons to allow for her overwhelming talent to bloom and shine thoroughly. Yes. Things seemed to be going quite well. Ken couldn't help but smile as he finally reached his office after a long day. He sat down, and the second he did so Tasho was already entering his room, with a letter in his right hand. Master, it seems that we've received a request for help from a rather large group of orphans within the Land of Rain. More work, huh? The assassin just sighed as he slumped into his chair. Chapter 122, Request, Concern and War Preparations. Well, calling them a group of orphans may be a bit harsh. But they do all seem to be teenagers, 15 and above. Tasho spoke out as he stood in place and waited for his master's orders. Ken just sighed and shook his head. Still. The Akatsuki, huh? Ken rested his legs on the desk in front of him as his mind started struggling to remember whether or not he had heard of them before. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't quite remember any mention of such a group in the past few years that he had been active in that world. They are seemingly a new organization, founded on the coattails of the Second Shinobi War, well, near the start of the Third Shinobi War in fact. Tasho had seemingly already done his homework. Having received that message right after the lecture and rushing to find out more about the Akatsuki as a group. It hadn't even taken him a full hour to reach out to his various informants and find out more about the situation in the Land of Rain. The Akatsuki were essentially an insurgent group that sought to end the warring period. At least that was their stated mission to the world. They were indeed mainly comprised of war orphans, so it was fair to say that their goal was likely genuine. But that was about where Tasho's knowledge of them started and ended. It wasn't like he had time for a thorough investigation for a random help request. But since he knew of Ken's stance regarding the war, he felt that it was worth bringing up the Akatsuki's request to him, since their views seemed to align to some extent. The blind monster listened to his right-hand man's short report. So what does their message even contain anyway? You described it as a request for help. Ken's intent was clearly portrayed through his words, at least for Tasho, who knew his master best. Although he was acting indifferent, Ken's interest was certainly piqued. After all, it was quite rare for a group of shinobi to be vying for the end of the war. Then there was also the fact that both the Dark Brotherhood and the Akatsuki seemed to be a place of refuge for orphans of war. Those two factors alone were more than enough to capture the blind assassin's attention. Well, they are specifically asking for an audience with you. They seem to have learned that you aren't that far from their age and that you don't get involved too often in the wars of the shinobi. So they're looking for a helping hand with ending the war, huh? Ken tilted his head as he continued his subordinate's words without stopping for even a second. It was the only logical reason as to why the Akatsuki would contact the Dark Brotherhood. Although Ken hadn't expressed his will to bring about peace to the world yet, the Brotherhood was already notorious for staying out of the shinobi wars. Ken personally did get involved in one conflict related to the war, and did clash with the Mizukage and killed a Jinchuriki. But that was said to be a mission for a friend, the Reikage. And having the Reikage as a friend likely just meant that Ken had more influence in the world for the young leaders of the Akatsuki. Well, that is the gist of what I gathered from their message. So what is the plan? Will you be visiting them? Tasho nodded and crossed his arms. The Samahata behind him also wiggled a bit, awaiting Ken's response with intrigue. It's worth looking into at the very least. But I am afraid that the children may become a bit overzealous. Ken seemed to be a bit conflicted, causing Tasho to tilt his head slightly. And why might that be? Tasho crossed his arms and waited for his master's answer. The blind assassin didn't let him wait for long. I did just help them all become more sensitive to nature energy. I'm afraid they may start trying to absorb it on their own and without any supervision. Ken's sigh weighed heavily in the room for a few seconds. Tasho seemed to be thinking for a few seconds before he turned and looked at Ken. Well, they are much more well-behaved than that. They won't attempt something you specifically prohibit them from doing. They all listen to you and respect you. He was quick to come up with some sort of reassurance, but it didn't seem to be enough for Ken. Oh, I don't doubt that for 1 second. But they are also extremely eager to prove themselves. They all want my recognition at the end of the day. And just about all of them tried to sense it before that lesson even started. While I am here, I can sense them at all times, so I can make sure they don't try something stupid. Don't get me wrong, I trust you fully. But your eyes aren't as good as mine. Ken's speech came to an end on a rather sad note. But Tasho didn't seem at all discouraged. He was well aware that he couldn't possibly keep his eye on everyone in the compound like Ken could. He did think he'd manage with the 10 children that were taught, but he was still not 100% confident. One thing he learned from working with Ken is that he only really appreciated certainties, and he disliked lies. At least when he wasn't the one telling said lies. That hypocrisy was one of the few things that reminded Tasho that his master was still human, no matter how much his body morphed and changed throughout the years. That and the affection he showed to those he cared for. I apologize for my inadequacies. At that point, Tasho could only really apologize. He was supposed to be the second in command, but Ken really was the one that glued everything together. With him there, anything in the world could go wrong and they'd still find a way to fix it. Without him, things became a lot more difficult. He was a bit disappointed in himself. After all, his master was clearly intrigued enough about the Akatsuki to want to make a trip there, but he was held back by his incompetence. And then he finally got an idea. Well, it is possible that you can go out. For one, you can have Saburo pay special attention to those children. We can hit them with that stick you retrieved from Mount Maiboku if they really do try something. Tasho immediately started going through a few scenarios, trying to think of the worst possible outcome if Ken did leave for a week or two. The blind assassin himself decided to just silently listen for now. He didn't need to mention that even with Saburo, there was a chance that one of the children could sneak in some extracurricular lessons and turn themselves into statues. Tasho was already well aware of that fact. But it was another train of thought that gave the first blade some further reassurance. The more I think about it, the less of an issue I think this becomes. Lord Ken, you did already mention once that you are alive even if you are turned into a statue, correct? Ken nodded at the first blade's question. That is correct. But it's unlikely the same rules will apply to the children, or you for that matter. All of the toad statues within Mount Maiboku were dead. Yes, but the toad statues were there for years, decades, maybe even centuries. There's no way that a human could live for that long while unable to feed themselves or drink water. Tasho responded in a rather passionate fashion as the puzzle he was piecing in his head also started becoming clearer for Ken. So you're thinking that it's possible for someone that turns into a statue to survive? Ken started scratching his chin for a bit, also thinking of that possibility. In truth, it did cross his head previously, but he really had no precedent for it. He had no way of making sure. On one hand, he was the furthest thing from normal, so he couldn't use himself as a reference. What Ken didn't want was to test things out on his pupils. That was what Jiraiya was for, but outright turning him into a statue and possibly killing him could technically turn into a conflict with the leaf, so Ken had to refrain from that as well. Well, that's most likely the case. But we can't be so sure. At least not until you test it out. I know finding willing test subjects may be hard. But with your ability, do they really need to be willing? I mean, we do have a basement filled with imprisoned criminals, don't we? At that point, Ken just raised his head, scratched his chin and slowly stood up. I guess they don't have to be willing participants anyway. I'll just test out a few things on them before going. Thank you for opening my eyes, Tasho. I was too fixated on this. Ken then immediately walked towards the basement. As he did so, the meeting within the war room was still very much ongoing. The shadowy figure that appeared in the middle of the room had already calmed everyone down, and they were all back to being seated in their respective spots. So, the plan is that simple, huh? Danzo muttered under his breath as he rubbed his chin with mild interest. Together, the people in that room could rise up a force of around 3,000 elite shinobi, around 6,000 shinobi in total if they also decided to send out some cannon fodder. The plan was very simple. Hammer the nail that sticks out. An all-out assault on the Dark Brotherhood compound. Now, for someone who reportedly killed a Jinchuriki in one move, 3,000 was nowhere near enough. But as long as they got some heavy hitters, then they would be fine, at least they'd be able to keep Ken busy while getting rid of his associates. Of course, that was what the people in the room thought. But the one leading them, the man with the odd eyes and long spiky hair, had other plans. The plan is indeed that simple. I know what most of you are thinking. An all-out assault in foreign territory is never a smart way to go about things. This is why I have already sent some scouts there. They will find the best opportunity for the attack during the following weeks. Your only task right now is to gather your men and wait for my signal. When you receive it, advance immediately. The man's deep voice echoed throughout the room. The man's transparent figure shook slightly, causing the man to close his eyes for a second. It seems that this meeting will have to be cut short. Wait for my signal. We will strike at the most opportune time. And just like that, the heavy atmosphere in the room was lifted. All of the people present looked at one another, all of them narrowing their eyes through their masks. It seems we all have some preparations to make. As much as I don't like working with these people, the red dot is too big a potential threat to be ignored. And just like that, the stage was set. And the man that had pulled the strings, the one who possessed the strange eyes, was currently in a completely different corner of the world. A week-old man, his back bent by the weight of time, his hair bleached white due to age. His wrinkled face sweated a bit as he swayed to the side unsteadily. In that instant, another figure rushed towards him, catching him in an instant. A pale-skinned figure with green hair. It just silently helped steady the old man. At that moment, the old man's eyes transformed from their ring pattern to a simple three-tomo Sharingan pattern. The old man panted. Keeping up that illusion sure is tough. He sighed as his companion also laughed a bit. Maybe it would have been easier if you kept your eyes. You wouldn't have had to fake them at least. The pale humanoid figure spoke out, slightly chastising the old man, while also keeping his tone respectful. Humph, I don't expect you of all people to understand my vision. This is necessary, my plans must be seen through to the end. That red dot and his little ragtag group of orphans are nothing more than a momentary nuisance. The old man laughed a bit as he allowed himself to be carried over to a bed. Of course, sir. The pale humanoid spoke out as he helped the old man lay on that bed. At that moment, a fleshy tentacle extended from the shadows and connected itself to the old man's abdomen. Humph, we'll see if he is truly worthy enough to be compared to Hashirama. Chapter 123, Plans, Danger, and I Spy. Zetsu, a being spawned out of a mix of impure nature energy drained from the ghetto statue, the husk of the old Ten-Tails, and Hashirama's cells. An entity that couldn't possibly be described as human, but had a humanoid shape. Its pale white skin also stood out, moss-like green hair making him even more recognizable. But Zetsu wasn't just one entity. No, the Zetsu were already in the hundreds, creations of the great Madara Uchiha from when he was still playing around with his Rinnegan and his dead friend's DNA. Now, the Rinnegan, the Eye of the Sage of Six Paths, was no longer in his possession. His plan was already in motion. The Eye of the Moon plan. The one way to truly achieve world peace in the eyes of the Uchiha ancestor. But why didn't the stone tablets ever mention anything about someone like Ken? The Uchiha stone tablets were what guided Madara's vision, even as his eyes were growing dim with age, and the light in his eyes slowly faded away, he still could see them clearly, burned into his memory. The truth of the Uchiha, the Rinnegan, the power he needed in order to achieve his ultimate goal of world peace. The tablets spoke of a prophecy that he was going to be the one to fulfill. A way to permanently break the cycle of hatred and give the world what it so badly needed. Peace. But that was still a long way off. Madara was still slowly putting all of the pieces on the table when Ken appeared. The red dot. A person who could only be described as overwhelmingly powerful, and due to his age, ultimately a danger to Madara's plans. It was impossible to fully convey the frustration that Madara felt when he saw how the destruction of the Uzumaki had failed. It was a rather important part of his plan, as the Uzumaki were always a pesky adversary with their sealing techniques, more specifically their bloodline limit was what made Madara want them gone. The adamantite sealing chains, a technique so powerful that it allowed even a weak member of the Uzumaki to hold down even the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Of course, it was thankfully not as common as the Sharingan was for the Uchiha, otherwise, the Uzumaki likely would have already taken over the world. As a technique, it was simply absurd, which was why Madara wanted them gone for assurance that his plan had no chance of failing. Of course, his involvement in that matter was rather minimal, as the shinobi villages had their own reasons for wanting the Uzumaki dead. But now it had all gone down the drain. And Madara knew, even if he had no actual proof, that it was all the work of Ken. Too many coincidences aligned perfectly for it to be anyone else. Of course, Madara knew that even if he was to try and pin it on Ken, to attempt to make more villages go after him, he wouldn't succeed. The only villages left that were not part of the war room were a few smaller ones, the Cloud and the Mist village. The smaller villages couldn't matter less in Madara's eyes. They were nothing but cannon fodder in front of someone like the Red Dot. The Mizukage was genuinely terrified by Ken. To the point where he simply preferred not to get involved in the matter at all. Ken had also seemingly burrowed into the mind of the Raikage, to the point where Madara couldn't even come close to making him see the light. No matter how many anonymous messages he sent, the Raikage didn't take any one of them seriously. To him, the matter of his son's death was already over. They had found the culprits, and they had also found actual physical evidence of the crime. At that point, any attempt to link Ken to that crime would be seen as a ploy in the Raikage's eyes. At that point, Madara couldn't help but marvel at the mind that had thought out that plan. He was unsure if the red dot had acted alone, or if there was someone within the Brotherhood that was influencing their moves. But whoever had thought up that plan was surely going to prove troublesome in the future. So, it was decided. We need to get rid of the entirety of the Dark Brotherhood, just to make sure no one will stand in our way. Madara already ordered one of the Zetsu to spy on the Brotherhood. They were very difficult to detect. After all, no sensor could find them at all, as they didn't even have a chakra network. Unfortunately for Madara, his intel was not quite as exact as he would have liked it. He had no idea that Ken was not only a sage but also technically always in sage mode. The second the white Zetsu reared its head out of the ground a few kilometers away from the Brotherhood, Ken's face immediately turned in its direction and he tilted his head. That's strange. Doesn't feel human, no smell, no chakra. Feels more like me actually, but even weirder. For a second, the blind assassin pondered on whether or not to take action against the intruder. But after observing him slash it for the better part of an hour, Ken realized that it was more than likely a spy. Tasho, at some point, also realized that his master's attention was pointed somewhere. The first blade was, as of late, almost always by Ken's side inside that small office. He could easily tell when Ken got distracted. He had noticed Ken's behavior from the beginning, as it had come while they were looking through some paperwork. Well, Tasho was looking, and Ken was just nodding to the reports. It didn't take long for the first blade to become curious. Did something happen, Master? Or, do we have any visitors that I am unaware of? Ken smiled a bit as he shook his head slightly. I'd say more in line with the second. An unannounced visitor seems to be a spy more specifically. Tasho immediately perked up. He tried to sense if anyone was nearby, but he found himself unable to. Don't bother. He seems to be impossible to spot with normal means. You may be able to do it in the future after you master Sage Mode. Ken shook his head once more as his head turned in that direction once more. Should I go out and apprehend the spy, sir? Tasho's tone sounded as serious as could be. After all, the spy had managed to sneak past everything, every seal they had placed for protection and detection. It was certainly a matter of concern. Don't bother, he doesn't seem to be particularly strong. It doesn't even appear that our intruder has any chakra, which is likely how he snuck in. At that point, Tasho just scratched his head in confusion. In his mind, there was no such thing as a human, or being for that matter, without a chakra network. It just felt wrong. As still, wouldn't it be better to catch him so we can study him in that case? The million-dollar question. There was no doubt in Tasho's mind that Saburo would love to get his grubby hands on such a fine specimen. Bah, we'll get the chance to capture him or it. But it's not worth announcing the ones that send him of our awareness. It would seem that a group, probably a quite powerful one at that, is planning something that's related to our little organization. At that point, Tasho's grip tightened on the papers he was holding, slightly crumpling them as his anger boiled. They had done their best to avoid offending as many people as possible during their work. Even when Ken handled personal matters, he always made sure to keep outside relations mostly positive with very few exceptions, like the grass and the rock villages. But it seemed that no matter how much effort they put into building their own piece of heaven, the outside world was bound to want to crush it into the ground. Don't get too discouraged. I am 70% sure that this is related to me at the end of the day. But it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. Whether it's now or in 2 years, it's all the same to me. Ken shook his head and pondered upon a few things. On one hand, it could be argued that revealing his age was what might have brought even more attention to the Brotherhood. But at the same time, he had already proven that he was a threat by breaking the Mizukage and killing the Jinchuriki of the waterfall. It was only a matter of time before someone deemed him too much of a threat to keep around. The blind assassin didn't really have any idea of the forces on the other side. Whatever informants the Brotherhood had failed to notice anything off as of late. In the end, they were being dragged into a war. And they were being dragged into a war while blind. Tasho must have also realized that, as Ken could feel his emotions growing more somber every second. But at the same time, there was something both Ken and Tasho realized. Something that put the First Blade's worries at bay at least momentarily. The Dark Brotherhood can fight without sight. Our opponents, whoever they may be, better be prepared. Tasho, if you will, can you call the other blades here as well? Ken scratched his chin as he waved his first blade off. Tasho slowly nodded before getting up, then he seemed to tilt his head slightly as a sigh of frustration left his lips. I just remembered something. Saburo mentioned that he had to go out for a bit. He moved his main body to somewhere a bit further away to keep contact with the clones, so he won't be able to personally make it here. The First Blade sounded a bit frustrated, both by the situation and the Second Blade's absence. Well, his clones are still around the compound, so he can still attend even if he isn't here physically. But why was he going out again? Ken shrugged off the first part but immediately became curious at the second. He didn't go into details. He just said he'd go out to meet with an old associate. That answer immediately felt off to the blind assassin. An old associate, huh? At that same time. In the middle of a forest within the confines of the land of Fong, the dim daylight couldn't even cut through the leaves as a masked human wearing a long cloak slid down into a small cave and walked forward. The masked human walked in a borderline mechanical manner, akin to a puppet on a string, but otherwise completely normal to the untrained eye. It walked through that cave without ever bothering with seeking a source of light. 3 minutes passed before it reached a wall, and that wall only opened when the masked man made a few hand signs and bit his finger, placing it on the rock in front of him. A hidden door slid open, revealing a dimly lit room, with a low table in the middle. Crouched down at that table was a noble-looking man, clothed in the finest of silk, also wearing a fox-like face mask. I am glad that you received my message. Strawman Saburo. The fox-masked man spoke out, addressing the strawman's clone in front of him. Oh my, if it isn't Lord Yu. It's certainly been a minute. The clone also addressed the man before casually sitting down in front of him. And so, a meeting between two former allies started. Chapter 124, Negotiations, Introspective and Trust. What is this about exactly, you? The strawman's clone took the honorifics out of the picture, deciding to get straight to the point with the current leader of the grass village. There were no amicable feelings in that room, just cold and dead silence. Ha, you haven't changed a bit. You seem to have expected that. He clapped his hands and smiled at his former subordinate's mannerisms. Get to the point. You have exactly 60 seconds that I am granting out of courtesy. Saburo spoke out in the exact same manner. Fine. The grass leader huffed before leaning into the table, interlocking his fingers and resting his chin on them. I want you to help me and my associates with intel to help take down the Dark Brotherhood, your current employer. In exchange, the grass village and many other villages would be willing to support your ventures for an extended period of time. Yu smiled deviously as he watched Saburo's clone with great expectation. How much support are we talking about here, and what is that period of time? Saburo responded with the same cold tone, only taking a pause at first to think about the offer for a second. Well, as much support as I was providing you before at the very least, financially speaking you would also receive a bulk sum from the other parties involved in this. I can arrange that. The period of time we can leave is undetermined. But this all depends on the quality of intel that you can provide us. The clone shifted for a second, bringing a hand up and scratching its chin for a few seconds. In the end, the strawman just sighed and shrugged. Fine, sounds like a good offer. Now give me more details of the overall situation. I need to know what I'm dealing with if we are to strike any deal. The strawman ended up agreeing with the terms, finding them satisfactory after a few seconds of inward deliberation. However, he didn't agree to the deal itself yet. Instead, he immediately requested more information, which you didn't seem to be too appreciative of. Don't worry your head over that. Everything is already planned. You just need to give us your knowledge of the Dark Brotherhood. Are you an idiot or do you take me for one? Tell me what assurance you have to take on the Dark Brotherhood. If not, stop wasting my time with this foolishness." Saburo coldly replied to the grass village leader, scoffing in disdain as he spoke. The deal sounded nice on paper, that was great and all. But at the end of the day, it was you who needed to convince Saburo, to impress him in some way to get him to agree to the deal. Just claiming that he gets support wasn't going to cut it by the look of things. TSK, fine. Peel your ears properly. The Dark Brotherhood is well and truly doomed. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Brotherhood compound, things were still ramping up. Tensions were high as Tasho wrapped his head around the implications of Saburo leaving at such a crucial time. "What are we going to do, Master?" That was his first question. Of course, he could think of plenty of ways for them to fight back in their current situation, but Ken's opinion and words were what mattered at the end of the day. In the first place, they had no idea what they were dealing with. And if Saburo had truly decided to cross them, they were at a severe disadvantage. Saburo, as the second blade, knew just about everything when it came to the way that the Dark Brotherhood functioned, from its structure to its actual power and even the seals that were placed in and around the compound. Hell, he was even well aware of the method of transportation that the Dark Brotherhood was using, the summoning and reverse summoning contracts. He had a lot of knowledge, and it could easily be used against them. Ken was also well aware of that, but he seemed a lot less worried than Tasho. "There's no real reason to panic for now. We have no inherent reason to believe Saburo would betray our deal. We only really have speculation and worries. We don't even know if these people who are looking into us are planning something big or just scouting us out of curiosity." Ken slowly scratched his chin as he stood up and started pacing the room. It was true that they only had speculation, and they couldn't possibly draw a proper conclusion from just the appearance of the spy. However, Ken knew that the reveal of his age attracted a lot of bad attention. People who were afraid of his potential and even his current influence. Plenty wanted to get rid of him before he grew even further. Those were expected reactions. It was a safe bet to assume that anyone who looked into him was looking for trouble. After all, it was always best to assume and prepare for the worst in all possible situations. It was something that Ken had made sure to hammer in as one of the Dark Brotherhood's core principles. To always be prepared for the worst of the worst, to make anything else feel like nothing more than a slight breeze. One must build the sturdiest of walls even for what appears to be the smallest breeze. There were many ways to put it, but it was just one of the many ways that Ken made sure no one would start looking down on their opponents out in the field, no matter how much stronger they were. That core principle was also present in Tasho, who was Ken's very first student. This was also why he immediately thought of the worst when Saburo's absence came into question. Still, he has never been trustworthy, and he is always looking out only for himself. Who's to say he hasn't found a better offer with our current enemies? The blind monster could only smile at that. Tasho was clearly also driven by his dislike and distrust of Saburo. Ken couldn't really blame him. The second blade hardly pretended to be friendly with Tasho, not that pretending would have even helped much. But Ken didn't have that same prejudice against Saburo. You are completely right. In all but one aspect, Saburo is very trustworthy. Tasho was visibly confused by his master's words. He could only blurt out, How come?" At that point, the smile on Ken's face widened, his sharp teeth shining in the flickering light of the oil lamp on his desk. "You see, we treat trust very differently, you and I. You consider trust to be a sign of devotion, of closeness. I mostly agree with that. It is one's usual definition of trust after all. However, I see it a bit differently. To me, having trust in someone can also mean having almost absolute certainty that they will do what I think they will, or what I want them to do." The blind assassin continued strolling through the room at a leisurely pace, his voice quiet enough to sound like a whisper in the wind, but just barely loud enough for Tasho to hear it. Understanding flashed into Tasho's eyes, but Ken still continued. "Saburo is, as you've outlined, opportunistic. Selfish and incapable of forming human connections. He doesn't care for good, he doesn't care for bad, he doesn't care of either you or me. He only cares about what he wants, his goals and means to achieve them. Ken turned around and placed his hand on one of the walls. He gripped it lightly, his fingers slightly digging into it. The wall glowed slightly, and the wallpaper moved, shifting and flipping around to reveal a large blackboard. On it were countless crude but frighteningly detailed drawings, interconnected, countless threads stretched across that board. Each portrait had listed many attributes, writing so small that Tasho could barely see it with his naked eyes. The first blade could only wonder. When exactly had Ken even managed to put such a thing together? A collection of every person of interest for their dark brotherhood, their assets, everything they owned. It just felt surreal. Tasho had periods where he didn't always watch over Ken, but he never could have guessed what the blind monster was doing with his free time. Where did he get such free time anyway? He was training most of the time. I'm sure you are curious about a few things. But it's been quite some time since I've felt the need for sleep. Having that much time in the day makes one much more productive. It was only then that everything clicked for Tasho. Ken always, without exception, spent his nights in his office. He had a room, an official master bedroom within the same building. But it was simply collecting dust. How long has it been? How long has he been awake? Tasho's eyes widened as he came to that question. But Ken didn't let him dwell on it for too long, immediately continuing with his previous speech. I don't trust people easily. But my eyes never deceive me. Ken then pointed to Saburo's portrait. There were many traits laid out there. Words that Tasho didn't really know either. It was as if parts of the board were written in different languages. Saburo is without a doubt always going to do what benefits him more. Therefore I made sure to give him all of the benefits and freedom that he requested at all times, with almost no restrictions. Ken smiled as his fingers lightly dragged over the writing underneath Saburo's drawing. As things stand, even if he sometimes seems frustrated and unwilling to do things for me, he won't ever do something as stupid as to try his luck elsewhere. There is no other village or faction that would support him to such an extent. And he knows it. Tasho seemed genuinely surprised at the way Ken described the second blade's character. It genuinely felt as if his master had thought of everything, that his eyes truly could see all. But as the one that was originally meant to act as Ken's eyes, he still had trouble seeing it. He understood Ken's point, but he couldn't bring himself to ever place his trust in someone like Saburo. Someone who could turn at the flip of a hat. The pinnacle of inauthenticity. I know that this is hard for you to grasp right now. But in essence, Saburo will never betray us over some empty promises. He knows that his current arrangement is the best it could possibly be. He is smart but also predictable. I've met many of his kind, and I've danced with them plenty of times to know their moves. Ken ended up just shaking his head as he felt that his words weren't quite reaching Tasho. You'll have to take my word for it. But right now we need to focus on the outside threat. Something that Saburo will likely have more information on. You can call the others for now. Ken then walked over to another side of the room and pulled on a small scroll from his bookcase. Tasho heard a small click before he looked at the blackboard shifting back into a regular empty wall, showing only a painting or two, empty decor. Ken shook his head as he went back to his desk and sat down, slowly reaching for one of the drawers and putting his mask back on. It couldn't be helped that Tasho was overwhelmed. It was a lot to take in all at once. Still, Ken also trusted Tasho. And he knew that no matter what, Tasho would trust his words and judgment above all else. The first blade blinked a few times, before nodding and sighing. The more years I spend by his side, the more I realize just how much I can still learn from him. I understand. In that case, I will go call Akira and Saburo in. We will proceed as you wish. As he left the room, the first blade couldn't help but wonder. Does Lord Ken actually trust anyone? Chapter 125, Double Agent, Conflict and Planning. Ken sat down on his desk with his legs and arms crossed, his mask already on his face as he looked at the people who entered his office. The first one to enter was none other than the first blade, Tasho. still dressed in his usual outfit, mostly covered by that long cloak and wearing his mask. Samahata was tied to his back with bandages. The one that followed him was the third blade, Akira, the resident immortal of the Dark Brotherhood. He was dressed much the same as Tasho, the only difference being his mask, which had 3 lines in the middle, and the fact that he carried a different blade on his back. The Kubikuri Bocho, the self-regenerating weapon that had once belonged to Juzo Biwa, was now in the hands of the third blade, the person that had tormented him during the 7 hell trials and broken his will. Even if it was Ken who delivered the final blow, Juzo had already resigned himself to his fate by the time the blind monster got there. After Akira came in yet another member, dressed in a similar fashion but also wearing a large straw hat that covered its head on all sizes. Its mask was simply white. It was one of Saburo's many clones. Even if the second blade couldn't attend in person, he could still be present and speak through his clone, so all was well. Still, even through his clone, the strawman could feel the tension in the room skyrocketing as soon as he stepped in it. It wasn't that surprising given the circumstances, but the biggest source of that tension was Tasho, the first blade. Ken was just sitting in the same position on his desk, unmoving. "Sue, what's all this about, boss?" Akira was the first one to speak up, directly addressing Ken whilst ignoring the tension in the room with great proficiency. "It seems that our Dark Brotherhood has attracted the attention of some rather suspicious characters. Someone is currently lurking the premises and looking at us from a safe distance." The blind assassin responded without even missing a beat. Akira merely smiled at that. The immortal went and cracked his neck while asking a very innocent question. "Want me to go cut them up?" But Tasho was there to discourage him. "No, we must proceed with caution. We can't alert our enemy that we are aware of them." The first blade huffed, almost as if he was saying something obvious. He didn't bother to remember that his first reaction upon hearing of the spy was about the same as that of Akira. "Huh, so something big is gonna happen then? Do we know anything about the enemy at all?" Akira scratched his chin and leaned on the long blade on his back. Its tip scratched the floor slightly, but no one told him off. "We do not. But we hope that someone will be able to help with that." As Ken spoke, he angled his head towards Saburo's clone, which had just been silently watching for a while. Nothing really escapes you, does it, leader?" Saburo's voice echoed in the office as he heaved a tired sigh. At the same time, back in that hidden location, Lord Yu had just finished explaining the situation to the strawman. "So, a gathering of hidden villages and organizations, all striving to take down a future threat to their influence. All led by a mysterious figure that you cannot identify." Saburo repeated that briefly as his usually cold voice sounded thoughtful. Hee. With the amount of power gathered, there is no way that the Red Dot or the Brotherhood can ever stand a chance. No matter how strong a dragon is, it can still be killed by an army of ants that's big enough. You laughed out loud as he imagined the figure of the bloody and beaten Ken on that battlefield. The grass village may have failed in the past, but with the powers they had now, it was simply impossible. Hell, even the god of shinobi would have had trouble dealing with that many shinobi. And the best of all? We also have the element of surprise. And with your help, everything is bound to go smoothly. After all, I am assuming that you are the brains behind the Dark Brotherhood's operations." Yu smiled behind his mask as he spoke confidently, especially on that last sentence. His confidence managed to somewhat confuse Saburo. And what gave you that idea?" the strawman muttered under his breath. "Oh please! As if some 13-year-old kid would be able to come this far in our world. You sure snatched up a nice seedling and developed it nicely too. But you are reaching too far, I'm afraid. If you refuse this deal today, then I'm afraid you will be crushed alongside the Brotherhood. Unless you run away, of course." Yu spoke out with disdain, although it was to be noted that he added that last part half-heartedly. It seemed that he was confident that Saburo would take his deal. You're right. It's been a nice experiment, but a smart man knows when to switch sides. I attracted too much attention." Saburo didn't bother correcting the grass village elder. He didn't care enough to do so. Still, in his mind, he couldn't help but curse. Control him? Yeah, right. Maybe in my dreams. Even if I integrated myself within the Brotherhood, I am still nothing more than a tool to that blind monster. If only he were as immature as his age suggested. Well, at least he makes for a reliable business partner, one that I would rather not lose anytime soon. Ha ha ha. I knew it! You've always been a sly fox. You laughed out loud, even slapping his knee. His entire demeanor just felt fake, as he had been acting all cold just earlier, but it seemed that having Saburo confirm one of his theories put him in a good mood. The strawman pondered. He seemed to be deeply thinking about the proposal. This made you smile, and then he decided to put one last nail in the coffin, something that he believed would help seal the deal nicely. Besides, rumor in the shinobi world is that the red dot is quite upright, isn't that true? You may be manipulating him into accepting your inhumane experiments for now. But can you be sure that you'll be able to do so in the future? You grinned behind his mask, knowing that he had likely hit a soft spot. And in a sense, he certainly raised an interesting issue for Saburo. Even if he hadn't manipulated Ken into helping with his experiments initially, would the blind monster always be willing to support his experiments? It was indeed true that he seemed to be developing more of a moral compass as the years went by, but this was the first time that Saburo seriously considered the possibility of Ken wanting to alter their deal. Silence stretched in the room as Saburo now seriously considered that possibility as well. The silence didn't seem to be something that you liked by any means. He coughed awkwardly a few times as he awaited the strawman's response. Very well. I accept your terms. Let's talk more about the plan of action. Back in Ken's office, Saburo smiled as he finished telling Ken and the other blades more about the forces that they were up against. This doesn't sound too good. Tasho scratched his chin. Things certainly sounded bleak. But there were plenty of silver linings. For one, the attacking villages no longer had the element of surprise. That factor was flipped on its head thanks to Yu's stupidity and Saburo's loyalty. They also had a lot more power than the other side knew. Ken himself was growing stronger with each passing day, and the children of the Brotherhood were nothing to scoff at either. And finally, Saburo's actions gave the Dark Brotherhood a rather special opportunity. In this case, we can help our enemies plan a spectacular attack, can't we? Ken smiled widely underneath his mask as his thoughts eventually wound up to that conclusion. Saburo himself couldn't help but smile. Spectacular indeed. After all, who is better than us when it comes to planning an attack on the Dark Brotherhood? Saburo spoke out, spreading out his arms in a theatrical manner. Akira laughed a bit. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. The mad immortal grabbed onto the hilt of his large blade as he pointed it to the ceiling. Behave, Akira. But this is certainly looking possible. With some luck and careful planning, our Dark Brotherhood might just survive this tribulation. Tasha wasted no time in berating the third blade for almost stabbing the ceiling before he crossed his arms and spoke out in a calm tone. The tension in the room had lessened greatly, and now, everyone was focusing on one thing. How shall we proceed? They had plenty of opportunities and a lot of possibilities. Saburo could suggest any plan to you, and the Grass Village leader was sure to pass it along like an obedient puppy. You surely believed that he had gained an asset that assured the destruction of the Dark Brotherhood. And he surely was going to try and arrange a meeting with the War Room again and announce his progress. It wasn't long before the upper echelon of the Dark Brotherhood came up with a proper plan of attack. Unfortunately, it seems that we will have to postpone Senjutsu training for now. But it's time to get the show started. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on part 6. Peace.